I love this song! Ah! What a time to be alive!
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is good to have you all with me in the lounge tonight. Welcome back. Hey, I took a couple of days this weekend. Actually, I guess I was here on Saturday. I was here with you all on Saturday. We had a great member stream, and we also did a Patreon stream. But beyond that, we also did our big watch party at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the movie. So we were here then. But took Sunday off. It's Father's Day, and spent some time with my boy. And yeah, had some fun. So we are back at it here. Technically, it's Tuesday morning, but you know, it's our Monday. We're doing our thing. But welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. Look, if this is your first time to the Poindexter Lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place by nerds, for nerds, with nerds, surrounded by more nerds. And if those are things that you know, get you going. If you enjoy hanging out with other nerds, I mean, this is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and I can get together and talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys. We got some stuff to show you tonight, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, then hey, please hit that subscribe button. We need you to hit that subscribe button. All right. We need you to subscribe to the channel. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, what you waiting for? Come on, subscribe onto the channel, be a part of what we're doing here, and join in what we're doing. Also, I don't know if Scotty's watching or not, if he's not, but I'm sure somebody can here real quick. If not, I'll throw it up here in just a second. I've been told by a few people lately that they're not getting the notifications from YouTube. So make sure that you got notifications turned on to turn on, you know, for all of the notifications. But here's a backup plan for you so that you make sure that you always get notifications, not just for our channel, but for all the people that we stream with as well. And that is if you join our Discord. If you join our Discord, every time somebody posts a video, you're going to get a notification if you have your notifications turned on. So we have, if we put out a video, like I get it, right? You know what I mean? So like I see it all the time. So I know it does. I do it. Dawson posts a video, you're going to get it. If Nicotina posts a video, you're going to get it. If Zeverfet posts a video, you're going to get it. If others post videos, Brian Master and None posted a video the other day, and it was like, hey, Brian Master and None's posting a video. And I was like, hey, cool, sweet, right? You know, I mean, like that's a thing. Is so please go head on over our Discord. I'll try to put the link in there in just a little while. But yeah, that way you make sure that you're definitely getting all of the notifications. Because I want you guys to know, you know, when we're doing what we do here at the lounge. Another couple things real quick. Thank you to all of our members. Like I said, we had a members only stream the other day, and it was really a great time. People came in, we talked and just had some fun and enjoyed some time together, and that was great. And so thank you guys to everybody who came in. Also to all of our Patreon supporters, our patrons, I should say. Thank you to all of our patrons. You guys are fantastic. You're awesome. And I appreciate all of you as well. And don't forget, we do have these streams where we get together and we talk about this, you know, just pretty much whatever you guys want to talk about. And so those are there for you. Plus you get access to videos. Sometimes when we post videos, you get access to those ahead of time. So like today, I posted a video of me and Landon hanging out, golfing, joking around, doing some fun stuff. A lot of behind the scenes stuff because you guys told me that you guys like that stuff. And so so I posted a video today of that, and I posted it for the members and the patrons. And so yeah, hey, it's really cool. The membership only costs as little as $2. You get all the cool emoticons, you get all the other stuff, and for patrons, the same thing. There's different things that go along with different levels and stuff, and so you can check that out right in the description below. And I do want to say a special thing to you guys. You guys know, Tiff Tastic is in the chat right now. And I think I think she mentioned something about it. I know you guys have been really, really awesome to us during this time that she just had surgery last week, and she's still recovering. It's looking to be probably about 4 to 6 weeks. And the thing is you know what? She hasn't been at her job very long. She had only been at her job. She's been at her job for like less than a year. And so she doesn't have, a bunch of PTO, personal time off saved, where she could take time off and get paid for it. And so, so a lot of thought went into us making sure that, first of all, we wanted to make sure that, she just had her stuff taken care of because she had a nerve. Whoops. There we go. She had a nerve issue with her arm, and so her hand was going numb, and she couldn't hold things anymore. And so they had to go in and fix it. And you can check out our video the other night when Ray Porter, like I always say, you never know what's going to happen here in the lounge or who's going to show up. Ray Porter showed up, and we had a really good time. And so Tiffany was actually showing everybody her incision and stuff. And so anyways, it's still swollen and she's still recovering, but thank you to everyone who has reached out and shown your love in various ways. Just, hey, look, you guys just reaching out and saying, hey, hope she's doing well, or sending me a message or sending her a message. We're so grateful for that. And that's what we're really thankful for. But I just want to let you know, we are also very, very grateful to those of you who support the channel, whether you're a member, a patron, or you guys give super chats or whatever, just watch a lot of our videos. It really means a lot to us, but especially those of you guys who support us financially. This is not a commercial to say, give us money. No, this is me and Tiffany and my family saying thank you, because you guys have helped alleviate some of that stress from us with her being off of work. It can really be stressful. And so thank you guys for all you do. We really mean that from the bottom of our hearts. We never expect anybody to give us anything, but it means a lot. And so I want to shout out a couple people. First of all, Anthony Grigsby. Anthony just recently became a patron, and he just upped it just the other day, and he sent me a message. He goes, "Hey, I updated my patron, and I'm giving a little bit more." And like I said, nobody expects anybody to give, but I was just like, oh man, thank you so much. That means a lot to me. He's like, hey, keep doing what you guys do. Keep, bringing us the content that you bring us and stuff. And so I'm thankful for that. And so then we try to give back a little bit as well. So Paul Smith, if you're watching, I need you to get a hold of me, brother, because you won last week's giveaway, which was this Nightwing, Joker Nightwing right there. And so you won this courtesy of our good friend Mark at Benson's. At his website, and so he sent this in for you. So please get a hold of me, send me a private message, or you can email me at poindexterlounge@gmail.com, or you can DM me on any one of our social medias, because I want to get this to you. And also I do want to say, please, everyone else who's won something in the last couple of weeks, there's a couple of things I got to get out still. And so just know, like, I've been doing a lot of stuff trying to take care of trying to keep up with everything in the family, with Tiffany being down, she can't really do much right now. And so, so I appreciate your patience with that. Sometimes just not enough time in the day. I took Harley Quinn today. I was telling the guys in the back, I'm gonna bring them in just a second. I was telling the guys in the back just before we started that I took my dog. Today has been crap. Today has been a lot of crap. Literally, I took my dog to the vet today just to get some shots and get their heartworm preventative and stuff, because I was supposed to do it last week and never got to it. And so I took her today, and because of COVID, we can't go in yet, and just wait. So I had to go in, just sign the paperwork and come back out. And I figured, well, we're going to sit in the car for an hour. And when I came back out, Harley Quinn, we joke all the time that she's like a Sour Patch Kid and that she definitely has the right name. You know that joke where it says, you know, where they joke about, you know, Harley crapping in your shoe? Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. So Harley, she literally crapped all over the backseat of the car. I was so glad that I brought a towel to put down because for some reason she doesn't crap like that for anybody else, but she does for me when I take her places. Wookie does not. Wookie is the old man of the group. He's super chill and is fine. But yeah, man, I came back out, so I had to bring her home. Fortunately, the vet's only like 5 minutes away. I did all that, took care of all that, came back and got her in, but it was like all hands on deck. I brought her home and I'm like, I need help. I need everybody in here helping. So they were washing the dog's feet while I'm cleaning out the car, while, you know, Landon's cleaning her leash and all this stuff and just getting everything taken care of. So, so that being said, just thank you guys. Thank you for all you do. And thank you for your support. Now don't forget, where is it? Oh, they're all over. They're all over here. What in the world? I don't know what they're all doing over here. They all fell. This week's giveaway is this Man of Steel Superman comic book set. This is what I keep talking about, the John Byrne thing. I know William doesn't like it, but let me tell you something. William's wrong. This is, I don't know, and I don't understand why William doesn't like this, really. I mean, I think I really need to probe his mind because this right here is great writing. This right here is where they revamped Superman, where Clark was the real person, having to deal with being who he was. But you get all 6 issues. Man of Steel, meeting Lois there. You can see Metropolis, Lois Lane. And that first one there is the comic events of the century, Man of Steel, Lois Lane. And then face to face with the Dark Knight. It's when he meets Batman there. And then Lex Luthor Strikes. You can see there. Look at there, Lex Luthor with a little bit of red hair before he lost it in the comics there. Superman going to town there. And then The Beast Within. This is a Bizarro episode there. Comic. And then Return to Smallville, the epic conclusion. And this is what inspired me, man. This is what I love. So anyways, so this set is going to be given away this week. We'll probably give it away either Wednesday or Thursday. We might go Thursday this week because I don't have to be anywhere on Thursday. So there is that. All right. That being said, we are all set, and I'm going to bring in my guest tonight, and we got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff over the weekend that I didn't get a chance to go over, and so we're going to go over it tonight. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Brian Master and None. What's going on, Brian?
Not a whole lot. I'm ready to talk some nerd stuff. I've been thoroughly binging. I'm in like 3 or 4 episodes in the season 3 of Arrow, and
okay.
I'm really digging it. It's just I got that feeling in the back of my mind because everybody's like, oh, it's kind of loses it after a while. So I'm just kind of like sitting there slowly waiting for it to get bad. But so far, I'm not disappointed.
Well, good.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting.
Good. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we got Black Ops. What's up, Jared? How you doing, sir?
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Good to see you, man. We had our watch party on Saturday.
Oh, I'm so sad I missed it. Oh man.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Love that movie.
Such a great movie. I think we're gonna
go ahead and do 2 and 3 too at some point, and then actually, we might have to. I know, but you know what? We might have to get to this one too. Turtles Forever.
I will roast Turtles 3 to Kingdom Come. I hate Turtles 3. That was like I had all 3 of them on VHS when I was a kid, so it was like needless to say, I watched them all, but like that third one, it was just like, I didn't like it, man. And like, did they change the April O'Neil in that one too?
Yeah.
Well, I think she was the same April O'Neil from the second one.
Yeah. I was like, well, yeah.
But she didn't really. She wasn't really in it. I mean, she was in it a little bit, but not much.
Yeah.
You know.
It was kind of weird. And anytime you put time travel and stuff, it's like, you always kind of have to take it with a truck full of salt. So it's like,
yes. But also, ladies and gentlemen, joining us tonight, always loving having him on here. I'm glad that he survived the other night and that he is back with us. Apparently his girlfriend didn't watch the stream, so very, very happy on that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome D-Al Vince. What's up, D-Al?
In the flesh. No, your mic's muted, D-Al.
Your mic's muted, D-Al. Oh, we see now. She took his voice.
Oh, yeah.
She throat punched him. She throat punched him. we learned a lot about you, DL, the other night. Didn't
we did.
Yes, we
Yeah.
did. Heck yeah. We did.
Oh, that was so much fun.
Oh, here I got a drop just for you, DL. You ready?
Oh, I think I'm going to eat a taco.
I could make a joke about that, but I won't.
Oh, I already did.
Oh man.
I think I'm going to eat a taco. A taco. I think I'm going to eat this taco.
All right. Hey, so hello to everybody in the chat. I see you all. I have a new commitment that I'm going to try to get to people's super chats as soon as they get them, because I don't want super chats to float away and then I'm not able to bring them up. So I have a newfound commitment to do that. So let me jump in real quick, because I did see a couple of super chats that I want to get to right away. H Bart's with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says this should be a hot tub stream like on $3. You know, I'm gonna do that at some point. I don't know if you guys saw that the other night.
Dude, that was so funny.
Yeah, I showed up on Matt Jarbo's channel in our little hot tub. Tiffany bought us this little inflatable hot tub, which those are pretty nice. I mean,
no, they're nice. I mean, they get the job done.
Yeah, man. Like, you know, like we ain't got like, you know, $4 or $5 grand to spend on one of these, 6-person tubs. But man, you get this nice hotel. Look, when it's just you and the wife, you just want to sit in a hot tub, and I mean, it gets up to 104 degrees, so it's nice and hot, and you just take the cover off that sucker, sitting there, and just relax. It gets the job done. It relaxes you. You get the nice heat and everything. And so I wasn't even going to go on a stream, but they were talking about all that mess that happened over the weekend, which, oh boy, geez, that's a whole other beast in and of itself. But they were all talking about that. And so like, I jumped in there to talk about it for a little while with them, but I was in the hot tub, but I thought it was funny because like, I was the only one on camera. Here I am in the hot tub, and Matt Jarbo's not on camera. RJ wasn't on camera, but there I am in the hot tub. So I said, what's funny is if Andy Signor does tune in and like gets mad about that we're talking about all this stuff, it's still kind of funny because then they have to watch me in a hot tub.
Yeah, that's even better.
And if they want to clip that, that's even better. And then I was just like, oh my gosh. And then like, imagine them complaining about it. Well, Enosh acted all weird in a hot tub. Yep. That's me.
Tiff.
I didn't see her comment. I'm trying to get down there. I'll try to go back here. Jenner Custom Toys with a $5 super chat. Hey, what's up? Jenner says, haven't been around lately. Good to see you. Get well, Tiff. Love you, Bruce. You're an awesome dude, Bruce. Thank you so much for you're doing what in our hot tub?
You're in trouble now.
See, now you're not the one in trouble.
Yeah, get in the hot tub. Get in the hot tub. Oh,
it's full of water. Yeah.
Yes.
Hot
See,
tub.
Bruce knows. Bruce has been telling me about his hot tub now for quite a while, and so some good stuff.
In the backyard. It's broken.
Oh man,
it costs a lot of money to fix. So it's like, oh man.
Yeah, well, we got a hot tub for cheap. We got this hot tub for like $50. Yeah, man.
That's even better.
But it was like it was like that one, but it was like we could never get it fixed because it just costs too much, right? And so it was what it was. What's up, Anthony Grigsby here? I was just talking about him. Since Jarbo said he may have to get one too. I'll tell you what, man. I was not totally naked in the hot tub.
Why would you be naked in a hot tub? That doesn't seem pleasant.
Why wouldn't you be naked?
Why not?
I mean, I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be on.
What y'all be doing?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be on the stream. I'm not going to be on the stream in a hot tub naked. Well, I mean, no, because there's just too much chance for something to go wrong. That,
right?
Yeah, people joke about like, oh, I'm not wearing anything down here. Like, no, I'm wearing pants because of some sort. Because look, I don't want the camera falling over. I don't want something crazy happening. And like, oh, I got to explain that one. The night that Enosh lost it, and it was full of nudity or something.
Just your phone just fall in the water.
Right? Like, oh yeah. So I don't need all that. I don't need all that mess. But like, if I'm just hanging out in a hot tub, and I got my lady there with me.
That's the real lounge.
I'll say this. I'll say this. My girlfriend has a hot tub, but I'm not trying anything. I'm not trying anything like that.
No, it's relaxing. Like everything is loose. It's loosey goosey.
Flowing.
Everything is
And
just
boiling.
Well, it's in the well. If you got pants on, you're in the hot water anyways. It's the
Yeah,
same
your
heat.
boys are
true.
still getting the same amount of heat, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's like taking a bath. Did you take a bath with your shorts on?
Yeah, right. It's like the same thing of being like in a hot bath, man. You know, you got
Just not sudsing up, you know?
Heck yeah.
Yes.
Heck yeah. You just you could.
The chlorophyll water, man.
Chlorophyll.
Take it back.
Oh my gosh. H Parts with the $5 super chat says was watching your golf vid and saw Matt watching you from a distance. He was probably back there. He's probably back there checking me and Landon out. What was funny was we didn't start filming until like the back 9, but like, man, I think it was like the 8th or 9th hole. Man, I got this birdie and it was amazing. Like it was this little par 3, and like I hit this ball up there and it like landed like perfectly right next to the cup, and I was like, holy crap, like why wasn't I filming that one? No. So when I go later and we're like, I do it, I'm like, I'm shanking it to the right, and I'm just like, oh, well, whatever. I tried. Speaking of Father's Day, though, thank you, H Parts, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you. 10 points to who got what reference. Yo, Ina. Yo. It's Enosh's jacuzzi.
Oh, is that from the Amanda show?
Is it?
I think it's because she has a segment where she interviews people in a jacuzzi, and then they eat spaghetti in the jacuzzi after they're done.
Oh yeah, I think I remember
Maybe.
that. I think I remember that a little bit. I think I do.
It's really traumatic.
Yes,
Tiffany. It's weird.
Tiffany can't get in the jacuzzi right now in the hot tub because of her stitches right now, and so stitches got to come out. Yeah. Okay, so. This I don't really want to touch on this too much. I mean, no pun intended. But what the heck is all this AMSR or ASMR?
It's ASMR, man.
Yeah, stuff going on Twitch this weekend.
There's ASMR going on Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like apparently, like there's like all these like popular girls got pulled down off of Twitch this weekend.
Yeah.
Really?
RJ was telling me
that. Yeah,
that.
because it was like overtly sexual, like and like
streams.
I mean, I know some ASM artists that have Twitch channels, but yeah, I haven't heard about that. Like been taken down, like for what? Like for what?
Yeah, well, apparently, like I watched an explanation video because I kept hearing everybody talk about it, but they wouldn't say what the girls had actually done.
Yeah,
and then I kind of watched it and I was like, oh, well, that's why they're not really saying what they had actually done. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know. Of course, I'm not watching all these channels to like, know exactly where they went with all this stuff. But, I mean, there's weird stuff. They got like some of the girls like had these microphones that look like ears.
Oh, ear eating and
yeah. What the heck is that? Well, I love how DL's just like, oh yeah, ear eating. Yeah.
Well, yes. Okay. I'll make it known. Yes, I watch ASMR a lot, so I pretty much know about this.
You're up on this. You know the lore.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, it shouldn't surprise me. DL is down to pretty much eat anything.
I think I'm going to eat a taco.
Hey,
he's the Batman of the group.
Come on, let's not pretend that our girls haven't asked for that at least one time in our lives. Ear
eating.
That's kind of, what? I'm not going to get into it.
hey, it's not our. It's not
I had him on the line. He was fighting. I had him right there.
No.
It's not hour 2 yet, guys. You gotta say that for past hour 2.
I will say too much, and I'll be castrated the next day. So.
This is why we do this show, folks. I'm just saying this is why, because it's funny. And
ASMR for the person that's asking, Mega Podtastic, ASMR stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, and that's pretty much like soft sounds that gives people tingles down the spine or helps them relax. That's what that is. So it could be like tapping or people whispering or just messing with stuff, and it makes like a gentle sound and it makes them feel good, or it feels like tingles. That's what that is. So yeah, you got your.
Like to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
Yeah.
Just take a little bit. Exactly.
Yeah, just take a little bit.
Cool.
Nice and
Sophie,
soft.
I like this idea. I like this idea a lot. Enosh stew. That's what you get. You get the Enosh stew. If you guys think that's funny, DL, knowing that you're like me in this respect, because I've been known to eat some Mexican food myself, just wait till the Sunday podcast. I was really bummed. That was the one thing I was bummed about, not being able to do the Sunday podcast with Nerdy this week, because we've been doing these little skits and stuff. And I will just say to you this: y'all need to just wait until Sunday, because there's going to be a funny little skit that it may be a week behind because of the Batman thing, but we'll definitely be touching on that topic, if you know what I mean. So heroes will abound. All right, heroes will abound for sure. Gotham will be saved. Yes,
Be a hero and go down.
That's right. Heck yeah. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. All this stuff, yeah. So, okay, you do suck. Settle down, man. Settle down. Yeah. Well, yeah. The Amaranth, is that her name? Yeah. She got in trouble, I guess, like all these people. Got in trouble for whatever it was they were doing. I don't know. Yeah. This. With the ear eating, is he Ferengi?
He's reading the rules of acquisition while getting umaks.
But all of that just sounded completely nerdy yet very sexual all at the same time. I'm not really sure.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So yesterday was Father's Day. I did want to show you all some things because Tiffany, my lovely wife, she made sure that I had some nice gifts. But first of all, John Collins with a $5 super chat. Thank you, John. Says Enosh, that comic book set looks interesting. Wondering, are the comics in sleeves that can be put in 3-ring binders? Are they financially valuable? Okay, so here's the thing. They're not in sleeves that can be put in 3-ring binders. You're not going to want to punch these. They all have backers, right? So they're all they're all comics in your comic protector, just like that, so you can pull them out and stuff. I don't know. You'd have to get your own 3-ring binder from, but it's not something that you're going to want a 3-hole punch. As far as being financially, valuable, no, they're not going to break the bank. Okay. This is just a little something that we do to give back because we appreciate you all. And so by you giving this $5 super chat, you are now in the running. So good luck. They're just a good read. That's mostly why I wanted to give this away, because you know what? Because they're just a good read, and so I want people to be able to read them because they're some of my favorites. Ryan Hartwell with a $5 super chat says, "Do you think you might check out the Cuphead show? Just the fact that they got Wayne Brady to voice King Dice already makes it worthwhile." So my son is really into Cuphead. It's not something that I'm really familiar with.
I hate that game.
That game is so hard.
It's so damn hard.
Is it? Is it?
Oh man,
yeah, it's terribly hard.
I'm playing it on easy.
Easy is like God level.
Yeah, easy is like veteran difficulty.
Yeah, I never played the game. I wanted to play it, even though I know people saying, "Oh, it's really hard," but I just want to play it just because. But I'm actually looking forward to the show. It looks interesting because it reminds me of the 30s cartoons that I really enjoy. So it's paying homage to that. So I'll watch it for that alone. And Wayne Brady, being casted as King Dice, I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
So our son Isaac is really into Cuphead. So he's got all the pop vinyls and stuff and Funko Pops and stuff, and so he really likes that. But speaking of which, though, like I said, my wife Tiff, she is awesome to me, and she wanted to make sure that I had a good Father's Day, and so I did. Like I said, I got to go hang out with Landon yesterday. Landon got me 18 holes of golf because he started working full time at a local golf course. And so that was pretty awesome. So we got to do that. And then look what Tiff got me here. Tiff got me this. She knows that I love to drink coffee and I love to put soup and stuff like this. And so look at this. She got me a Mandalorian cup.
Very nice.
With the Razor Crest. It's no longer there.
No.
no. I still say my buddy's got to send me that clip of me screaming when the Razor Crest gets blown up. Which, by the way, the Razor Crest though will be coming home to the Poindexter Lounge in October because Tiffany let me drop the cash on that, and then the next week they blew it up. But hey,
that's a beaut. That's a beaut.
Okay, so she got me this cup, which I'm super excited about. Also, she got me this right here. She got me a Peter Griffin. Well, you know what's great about wives, right? Is that they get you stuff that you don't have, and she knew that I didn't have a little Peter, and so she got me a little Peter because I didn't have it.
See what you did there.
Respect wine.
See what I did there? Yeah. So did she. All right. So she got me a little Peter because I didn't have one myself, and then you guys all know that I have all those other GI Joe statues.
Oh,
guess
what's
what?
this one?
The Baroness, baby. We're gonna be talking about Snake Eyes tonight, but look at that Baroness. Oh yes.
All right.
Awesome.
Look at that. Oh, isn't that awesome? Heck yeah.
Nice.
Heck yeah. Which means, and this is what she told me because I have all of them now except for Storm Shadow, but my GameStop has Storm Shadow, and she said that I can go tomorrow and buy Storm Shadow.
Yeah, complete.
They will be complete. Yes. So
the Unity.
Yeah. So my Father's Day was nice, with some gifts right there. And then, hey, H Barts with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. Says, I keep seeing people say Supergirl looks like an SJW because of her haircut. Do these people always have to be so negative? We're going to talk about that. That's one of our topics tonight. Is actually about Supergirl. So stay tuned, H Barts, because you're going to hear me say quite a bit about this. There's going to be two things actually that I say quite a bit about tonight that is probably going to show that, you know what, I'm not on one side or the other. There are sometimes I feel one way about something. There's sometimes I feel another way about something. So two of my favorite things you all know are Superman, the Super Family, and also G.I. Joe. And you're going to hear, you're going to hear a moufoul from me tonight.
Can't wait.
Yeah, but so I did get some other things though too. Check this out. I got a stalker. I found G.I. Joe, all these new G.I. Joe action figures. So I got Stalker. He was always one of my faves growing up. Right there. Check that Stalker. I love the fact that they still have the cards on them, you know? So I found Stalker. Found Cobra Trooper. Like, yeah. I love the artwork on these. Isn't the artwork just awesome?
I know. It reminds you of those old baseball cards that they have that silver artwork.
Heck yeah. And then, let's see. Is that it? Yep, that was it. So anyways, found a couple of G.I. Joes, and so it was a good weekend, you know? Good weekend. Just chilling, maxing, relaxing, all cool, shooting some b-ball outside of the school.
I was going to say, while you were out there playing golf, how hard was it to not, do Caddyshack references every 10 minutes? I'd have been like, it's a Cinderella story.
Yeah. Landon, I will say, did at one point send it what's his name?
No.
Yeah, no, what's his name? What's the golf movie?
Golf Shia LaBeouf?
No. Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. Yes, he said it like Happy Gilmore. We've got him doing that on the video.
Nice.
So it's in the video. So you guys can check that out.
Awesome.
If you're a patron or a member of the channel, that's going to be up there, and then maybe we'll eventually put it up there. Yes, Happy Gilmore. See, Landon's here. Landon's in here. What's up, Landon? What's up, my son? Good
the next Happy Gilmore right there.
Tell you what, man,
he got all of that.
Tell you what, man, he hit varsity, man. He hit varsity.
Dude, that's awesome.
Cool. He just walked on too, dude. Literally just walked on varsity.
Pro in the making.
Isn't that crazy?
Get it.
Heck yeah. All right, so we got some stuff to talk about tonight.
Yes,
and it's going to be interesting, folks. It's Tiffany. You too good for your home?
Go to your home.
Is it any wonder why I love this woman? That's how our life is, guys. That's just how it is. All right. So,
That's
so tonight's topics. First of all, let's talk about all of these lots of leaks all of a sudden from the Flash, from the set of the Flash. And you know what? Look, I didn't get to talk about them all. So I saw literally everybody else talking about them. So you're going to hear my reviews and my thoughts on them, and then these guys as well. So. And then we're going to talk about Snake Eyes and some other stuff too. But lots of photos that came out. We're going to go through them. I'm just going to kind of brush through here some of them because there was a couple things that I wanted to see. Okay, so here was the first thing that came out, and I didn't get a chance to talk about this, but this did come out. So because there's a lot of people. I've literally. This is how stupid we have gotten, folks. Can I just say that this is how literally stupid we've gotten? I'm so sick of so-called Facebook Superman gatekeeping fans who act like everything sucks because Sasha is not blonde hair, blue eyed. She can't be Supergirl. That this is somehow SJW, right? Especially because she's got short hair. Oh my gosh! And it's like literally all these guys, like my age and above, griping and complaining on Facebook like a bunch of homers over here talking about Supergirl's just gotta be blonde and blue-eyed. I don't understand why they got her hair cut like that. I mean, literally sounded like a bunch of old cranky men saying to get off my lawn. And so this came out first. The picture last week of her super shield. And I do have to tease my friend Dawson a little bit. I might have to throw him in on 2 cents on nonsense next week because I know he's always wanted to be on 2 cents on nonsense. But I will say though, because he literally put out a video and he admitted that he took it all back. He admitted he was wrong when it all came out better. But he saw this picture of her super shield and immediately said, "What? The Reds don't match. What?" And I'm like what? The Reds, and I didn't have a chance to talk to him about it and really didn't get into it with him, whatever. And so yesterday, Landon surprised me with his golf thing. And so, I had to tell, Dawson, sorry, man, I can't make it. And so I was like, but I really want to talk about this stuff. But I especially wanted to give him a hard time because I thought it was hilarious that Dawson made such a big deal about the Reds. He was just like, these Reds don't match.
I didn't even notice that until he said something. I was like, oh, I guess it doesn't. Oh, well.
Right? Like these Reds don't match. And I'm just like, dude, it's a costume, man. It'll be okay. Like, I'm sure by the time that they actually get this thing going, it'll be okay. So this is the close-up and the properly lit version of this. And I think it's important for us to look at this first. But okay, there's obvious connections here to Henry Cavill's, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would you all agree with that?
Absolutely.
100%.
Okay, because I saw these, and I don't even know if they're old men anymore, dude. I'm seriously beyond I'm beside myself now with fans. There are days, guys, you guys know how positive I am, but literally there are just days like lately where it's just like, I just know every time a new news thing comes out, like somebody's going to find something about it that they hate and just gripe on it and complain about it and try to ruin it for everybody else. But so here's the thing. This is obviously a play on the House of L, right? Mm-hmm. Upon that shield that Henry Cavill has in Batman v Superman, right? Some guy is up here talking about that because it's got the floral look and the black. By the way, that's not like just a vine or a floral look. It's actually Kryptonian lettering,
right?
That's in there on the glyph, and so Superman even talks about that a little bit, but if you look at the BVS one, he also has that Kryptonian lettering that in his glyph. Like it's right there. It's right there in the middle, right? You can see it.
One.
Same thing. But some idiot is in one of my groups and he's just like going on about how like this doesn't look anything like Henry Cavill's. A Henry Cavill fan apparently is going, they're destroying the Snyderverse. They're totally disrespecting Henry Cavill's Superman by this. This is garbage. And he's like putting them side by side. You can tell that they're not the same. And it's like, somebody just put this up there and was just like,
well, yeah, one's got boobs.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to point out the basics here, but
one doesn't have red boots, one
the
does.
bottom part of the S
Yeah,
scoops different than the other slightly, but that's it.
Of all the things, see, I said this the last time we had this discussion when people were bitching about Superman. It's the same thing in the Star Trek community, man. Like everybody's just so dead set about the past and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, dude, you do know this is a show about space in the future, right? Okay,
it's almost like it's a multiverse that like has different versions of characters.
Yeah, it's almost like there could be some differences.
Which by the way, for everybody who saw look, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there tonight because I've literally just I'm just gonna throw it all out there because yes, there are some YouTubers who are friends of mine and then also YouTubers who are not friends of mine. Grace Randolph, who are filled with speculation,
rumor zone about this movie, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. So if you ever just wanted to know what I thought about all this stuff, stick around because I'm gonna have some things. But to look at this and try to go, well, that doesn't look like they're totally disrespecting Henry Cavill's Superman with this. I'm just like, I don't understand. I don't understand how
like what's disrespectful about it.
Shouldn't Supergirl be maybe just a little bit different?
Yeah, they're not the same character, so why should they be exactly the same? There has to be some differences.
Yeah, I don't know. But Gary Lee Fowler, Gary's a good guy. He says, "Stop hovering over my lawn, you non-blue-eyed, non-blonde superhero with wrong color correction."
Damn.
Oh my.
Blue-eyed, apple pie, America.
Warm apple pie.
Heck yeah. Coming along to say the mother effing day at America. F yeah.
Hop in my Ford.
Freedom is the only way, yeah. So I'm okay. That dude Vince says Randmaster None Mecha Random already made a hate video about it.
Not surprised.
Oh, talking about season 2 trailer of Picard.
Well, sure, of course, man, of course.
I expect
it's freaking got Q in it.
That's awesome,
right?
I was like, how is that not cool?
Because it's in a show that people hate and they're going to mess it up and blah 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 blah.
It's probably got wrong color reds in it.
I cried tears of joy at the end of that show, man. Like I was so happy at the end of the first season.
You're one of the 10 people.
Yeah, I don't care, man. Like honestly, dude, my whole thing is why hate watch anything? Because you're paying for it, right. And two, it's like there's plenty of that old stuff to watch on literally every streaming platform there is, except for like maybe a couple. But like, I mean, just no, dude.
And granted, I haven't watched Picard yet. I just got Paramount Plus, so I'll probably give it a chance.
Yeah. Dude, Picard's not too bad. You got.
Look, I like the first season. It does get a little. It gets a little towards the end of the season.
It gets a little convoluted towards the end of the season, to say the least. But like certain bits of it, it's not that bad. Like a lot of it's the nostalgia trip. Like if you're into that sort of thing, like. A lot of the nostalgia just kind of overweighs it. So,
John, I will just say this. These comics are for reading. Yeah, these are not something that you got to put up. You know what I mean? They're worth a little bit more than what's on the cover, but not crazy. But that's a great question, actually. No, I'm glad that you actually asked that question. That's a great question. But yeah, no, I agree with you, man. I agree with you, Brian. That's it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
Stodgy, and then like you said earlier, it's like you already know what people are gonna say about it. Like, so to me, like that's one of the things that's been nice taking a couple of days to not talk about this stuff. It's just to kind of let the dust settle on some of that, or it's like kind of approach it from a fresh set of eyes that aren't, already kind of angry at the situation to begin with. So it's like, to me, I think it looks awesome. And as far as the set photos go, I mean, dude, I'm actually you guys know me. Like, I'm like, I have no interest in seeing this movie, like none. And then I'm like, I might watch it now.
Well, okay, so I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I will say this, okay? And look at me. This is me. First of all, stop DMing me telling me that I'm some kind of Benedict Arnold because I say anything positive about the freaking Flash movie. Okay, seriously, like I've already seen it because it's already happened to me. I know that it's happened to people like Film Junkie and others because, oh my God, Dave said something positive on a stream about this or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, look, he's already shilling for Hamada.
How dare he?
I mean, people thought I'm shilling because I'm excited to see James Gunn, Suicide Squad. So
they want a Hamada burger? What?
Okay,
God
listen,
dang it, man.
listen.
I am so tired of that.
I know. Listen. I'm a DC fan, and no, I don't have to hate literally everything that comes out that's not Zack Snyder. Okay? I love Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder's done a phenomenal job, but even Zack Snyder has said that he's looking forward to see what happens in the future, and he's also said that, guess what? With Discovery, he's interested to see if maybe there's an open door there for something in the future for him. Who knows? But look, am I frustrated that Cyborg's not? I love it when I get it from every side, right? Because I've gotten it. You're like, how you're betraying Ray Fisher?
Huh?
Ray literally said,
Watch the Flash movie.
Watch Flash. that he likes the Muschiettis. That you know he loves the people in this movie. And he's interested. He says he's disappointed. I'm disappointed too. We're all disappointed. I am not betraying Ray Fisher, Ray Porter, Ray Fisher, Wayne T. Carr. We all sat here and said, look, is it going to be something that maybe I'm going to like throw the most money I can possibly throw at this thing? Like I would maybe at some other DC properties to make sure it does like super well, like, you know, be their opening night, plop down like,
like
double
actually
the ticket
shill
price,
for
right?
it.
Yeah. No. Okay. Because I am frustrated at the fact that Ray Fisher was treated the way that he is. And I am unsure about where the DC universe is going to go from here. And listen, if the thing is stupid, you are going to hear me scream and yell about it and talk about how this has got to stop. But I'm going to watch it first. Okay, so first of all, stop sending me messages telling me that I'm somehow betraying the fandom because I'm just not hating on it right out the gate. Stop telling me about other people that I stream with about how they're betraying the fandom because of that. Please, listen, watch any of my videos and see how I'm positive about people. And I try to treat everybody with respect. And as long as they treat me respect, watch the end of my videos. I think maybe the problem is I do these 4-hour streams, guys, and they don't watch how I like sign off my videos.
Yeah.
But I always say, what do I always say? Don't ever let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell somebody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have conversations. Seek to try to find what is that you can relate with people and get along with people and find some peace with people, because at the end of the day, we're talking about comic book stuff here. We're talking about Star Wars. We're talking about fun stuff. That should be fun, right? So why would I want to go to war with people over comic book stuff? I don't. And if somebody wants to treat me like a jerk, then yeah, I'll deal with that. If somebody wants to say horrible things about the people that made the stuff that I support, like Zack Snyder about Ray Fisher or whatever, yes, I will talk about that. Not just because it's a comic book, but because it's ethically an issue for me. Okay, and I don't want to be around somebody or do that. But like Mega Podtastic, he's been on the channel now. Crazy Joe has been on the channel a couple times this last week. I went on his channel. I'm getting messages. Why'd you go on his channel? He didn't like the Snyder Cut.
And
okay, I got a couple of friends too in my private life. Should I not talk to them anymore because they didn't like the Snyder Cut? The difference is Crazy Joe, man. Like, look, there's a bunch of people who don't like the Snyder Cut that, you know what? Yeah, I'm not talking to them probably because they're jerks and they got nothing but like literally destructive things to say. Joe was on the night that we had Ray Porter on the other night. He was very pleasant with Ray. Ray was pleasant with him. We even joked about the fact that Joe didn't like the Snyder Cut with Darkseid here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Darkseid, Ray was extremely wonderful about it and said, listen, we cannot attack people just because they didn't like something that necessarily we liked.
we just got to get over this. That's not to say that we don't keep fighting for the Snyderverse. That's not to say that we don't keep remaining positive. That's not to say that we don't keep making it known what we like. Okay?
Yeah,
but stop
at the end of the
attacking everybody.
day, don't be an a-hole about it. Like, don't be that person. Like that's my whole thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, ever since I've had my doubts after the Snyder Cut came out and the Sarnoff interview came out, I said, guys, stop, step back, look at what you're doing, and say, hey, man, should I say this? Is this going to come across as me looking like a jerk? You know, is this going to further things or just piss people off? You know what I mean? So it's like, that's the kind of negativity that got me out of this, a lot of the Star Wars fandom.
Mary, I didn't know this about you. Mary says, then I guess I'm an SJW because I have short hair and I am a woman. Mary,
and nothing wrong with short hair.
Mary, I really wish you hadn't said that. I really did, because you know, like I was trying to be your friend, Mary, and now I see that.
I was gonna say I got solidarity, but if I took my hat off, it's a little bit different.
I see, Mary. Mary, it looks like you and I are gonna have to come to blows.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business. So look, I'm gonna need you to leave. I'm gonna need you to leave.
I guess the Dora Milaje and Black Panther are SJWs as well, because they're bald.
Oh yeah.
You know.
DL, you should know this. That's just because they're black.
Oh
and
yeah,
strong female characters, guys. Come on.
Because God,
characters?
look, they have everything going against them right now, right? Because they're black, they're women, right? They probably support something for, you know, like equal rights and you know, civil rights and things like that. And I mean, you know, the one thing they do have going bad against them is they're in a Marvel movie, but I let that one go, right? You know, but
I wonder why they're not recasting the character and letting his legacy continue instead of just, you know, leaving him dead. I wonder why they're doing that. There's no controversy with that. There's no politics with that whatsoever. But I'm not gonna.
But no, Mary, you know what? I love you. So
you do you, boo, right?
Right. So Ben here real quick. I saw this comment. Ben Bamboo says, Poindexter Lounge, we aren't doing enough to fan the flames of the Fandom Menace drama. We should be helping them to destroy themselves as often as possible. You know what? Here's the thing, man.
They do that themselves.
They're it's like Obi-Wan said to Anakin, you have done this yourself. They're doing a fine enough job. I'll be honest with you. I'd rather, in this case, just grab a bowl of popcorn and just watch the whole thing burn to the ground. Because listen, look, a lot of the stuff, guys, I don't have to be involved in all the drama. I don't even want to be involved in all the drama. Listen to me. Believe me when I tell you this. Because some people don't believe this. But can I just say, because I was just talking about like reaching out across the aisle to people, you know, so Fandom Menace stuff, right? Like they're eating themselves. They're literally eating themselves alive, and not in a good way, not in the way that the DL would have us all eat. Like, I'm just saying, like that's a positive thing. And at the end of that, you know, circumstance, you know, somebody leaves happy. Nobody's leaving happy from. Well, you know what? Well, both people can leave happy, but not in this Fandom Menace stuff. Nobody's leaving happy.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Self-immolation is always fun to watch, I guess, in certain aspects, especially when it's kind of like, I have the high ground, Anakin. You underestimate my power, and you know, you kind of chuckle a little bit, pick up his lightsaber, and go to Tatooine and watch over his son. But no, it's low hanging fruit, man. It's. I mean, no,
it is. So you know, look, I would just tell you all, you know, you really don't want to be involved in it. Look, point out what you need to point out, right? Because that's what I do. I point out what needs to be pointed out, and we have a conversation about it. But you know what? Here's the thing: there are some positive things coming out of a lot of stuff, because there is a certain corner that I'm not going to get into all this. There's a certain corner and a certain other guy that all this stuff happened, you know, over the weekend. Let's just be honest. Andy Signor from Popcorn Planet and Jody from Jody's Corner are having some issues right now with a lot of people. We're not a part of that. I have nothing to do with that. But I have been a bystander, just sitting back and watching it. Now, I will say this, though. There are people who have been on that side because they're having a falling out with a bunch of people who have supported them. Okay. Now, There are people who support this channel, Drav Walker, for example. And I'm not telling you this out of school. I'm not telling you something out of school because Luke has been very, very upfront about this with everybody. He has gone on different channels.
Yeah, he's came on here and said it. Like, no,
he's been on here, but he was saying it on streams that were talking about this with people and stuff. Like he has said, and they talked about it. I don't see. Here's the thing: when you speak the truth, you don't have to necessarily fight all those battles because other people will pick up on the truth. And if they're telling the truth, it's like fighting the battle for you. So Luke has come forward and said, look, this is what happened to me. I was literally kicked out of this situation because I supported Enosh in the Poindexter Lounge, right? And he said, at the end of the day, I'd rather be with Enosh in the Poindexter Lounge because I realized that Enosh was a good guy. The Poindexter Lounge is a great place for real nerds, for real fans, for people who just want to have fun and enjoy themselves. That's awesome. And then look, famously, what happened a few weeks ago? We had a stream, things were going on. Andy was on Twitch live, watching our video and stuff, and he had Paul on there with him. I didn't even know who Paul was, okay? But you know what? Here's something that's very interesting. Paul made a video about me, MSK, last year when all that stuff was going on with Ray Fisher, with me and Andy and all them stuff. MSK made a few videos about me that were all negative. The gentleman, I'm sorry that I'm drawing a blank on the guy that was on that stream with them. But I do want to get his name right though, because even he reached out to me. And this is the point that I want to make. It's not about anything else, but this is that we should seek to be getting along with people. Okay, listen, if at the end of the day, it's Captain Dot's Sanctum. So here it is. At the end of the day, if those other guys ever came to me and apologized and we were all good and we were able to just move on, like as long as I thought they were genuine, I'd be fine with it, right? But MSK came to me a couple months ago. He sent me a private message and he said, hey man, you know what? We got off to the wrong start. But you know what it was? The catalyst was he started seeing some of the same things that I was talking about. Okay. Sometimes that's what it takes. And that's fine. That's fine. The important thing is not when you see the truth. There's people like complaining about like people who came into the fandom of the Snyder Cut too late and they weren't here from the beginning. So we should somehow not, people want to harp on Stephen Colbert. Look, if you don't like Stephen Colbert, don't like Stephen Colbert. I don't care. Right. Like I've talked to the guy. I'm sure Stephen Colbert is not sitting up late at night, him and Miranda, and worried about what you think of them all night long. Okay. Here's the thing. Like him, don't like him, whatever. I have broken bread with those two. I'm getting ready to post another video here pretty soon about when we went to Batman v Superman here in Detroit. And we all sat around afterwards laughing and talking and having a good time. Listen, because I can get along with anybody, but I had somebody today post a Twitter post, and they tried to tag me, but they failed to put the @ symbol right before the name, and so it actually didn't tag me. And so somebody sent it to me, and they're like, "Oh, why don't you ask Enosh? Enosh knows all about them stuff," because they were making some claim about Miranda, or like Enosh is all buddy with him. I will be buddies and friends with anybody who treats me with respect and love. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, MSK reached out to me. We had a great conversation. Yes, I was concerned, like, why is he reaching out to me now? Right. But you know what? After talking to him, I've gone on their streams. We've had a good time. The first time I went on the streams, it was a little heated, not with MSK, but because Paul was there. Paul still didn't like me at the time. And, the nerd man, Hot Takes Tuesday, he was there. Him and I had a little bit of back and forth. We've come to an agreement there. I met Ashley. Ashley's been really sweet. I was actually supposed to be on her channel this last Friday, and I'm hoping that's still going to happen at some point. But all this stuff, and even I would like you all to know, Paul even and I had a conversation this last weekend. And here's the thing. I don't care if anybody has said anything negative about me in the past. Even like MSK, he took down the videos that he had made about me that were negative. Right, Paul took down the video that he had made about me that was negative. And we're all trying to move forward. That's how we should all be, guys. Instead of arguing about this stupid stuff, trying to get into this high school drama stuff, like we should all just have better things to do. Is it fun when you're looking at something that has brought about so much anger and hate, and seeing it come to an end? Yeah, the Fandom Menace is basically coming to an end. People who've been in the Fandom Menace don't even want to be in the Fandom Menace anymore. They don't want you to even say the name. Yeah, they don't even want you to say the name Fandom Menace, right? But is it about the people? No. Am I hoping that the people don't continue to do something? No. You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping that we all can get along, love each other, come together, find some positive things to talk about, nerd out about some stuff, and have some fun. And that's what we should all be about, you know? And so look, if I go on Crazy Joe's show, yeah, you're going to see Crazy Joe here. I'm sorry. You're going to see other people here. Unless somebody, look, people give me a hard time about Matt Jarbo all the freaking time, you know? And it's like, look, if Matt Jarbo does something stupid tomorrow, then I'll deal with that. But it's like Matt has explained to me where he was. He made some mistakes. He's trying to get past them. And I think that we should give people the chance to explain themselves. And look, and I'm not perfect either. So I would hope if I screw up and I make a mistake, that you all will forgive me. But how am I supposed to expect that out of anybody if I'm not giving people that benefit of the doubt either, right? Oh, I see here. Hey, MSK is here. What's up, man? Master Swag King, $2 super chat says Edash is my boy. Yeah, see, you know, that's the thing, guys. You know,
good guy.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you guys. I see you guys supporting here. I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but like I said, it might be a tangent night because there's some stuff that I'm pretty passionate about that we're talking about tonight.
I caught MSK's watch party. I think it was either earlier today or yesterday. It was In the Heights. Good movie.
Yeah, I liked it. Enjoy.
Yeah, good channel.
Yeah. So go check out Master Swag for sure. Because you know what? Yeah, because and we all have a different way of doing stuff. Yeah. Right. We all have a different style. We all have a different way of delivering some of this, news and stuff. But yeah, go check out Master Swag King Entertainment, and you're going to see me on there, and you're going to see him on here. We just gotta have the time to get him on here and stuff. But Cole, actually, no, it's not Ryan. It's not pronounced Colbert. The other guy, the famous guy, is pronounced Stephen Colbert.
Too different.
See, I got you, Ryan. I got you.
Got him.
Ryan always coming here all smarty pants.
Ryan lost the bonus.
Yes, because Ryan's a pretty smart guy. But Ryan, you lose. Good day. Yeah, no, normally it would be Colbert, but he actually pronounces it Colbert. I should know. Remember, I'm buddy with them. Don't you remember?
Yeah. What the hell, man?
Come on, man.
It's like coming at me for being in the fandom for like the last year. I wasn't there from the beginning. I didn't shed blood, sweat, and tears.
Isn't the idea to bring new fans in?
That's what I thought, but I don't know anymore.
Spread the love, spread the content.
No, it's like I was gonna say, dude, there's more to geekdom than Snyder movies. Like, yeah, I mean, I get it. They're good movies, and we love them, but there's more to talk about than just that. Like,
right? I mean, I'm a Snyder fan, but at the end of the day, I'm a DC fan. I've been a DC fan before I was a Snyder fan. So, yeah, I am disappointed that Snyder's not going to be affiliated with these movies going forward, but that doesn't mean it's going to be bad, Like, I have
some of the actors are still there. You know what I mean? Like, that's about
that's what's also frustrating.
Consolation prize.
They want to move on from the Snyderverse, but they still want to use aesthetics and actors from Snyder's era, which it just doesn't make sense. You really want to move on, just clean slate all around, And then it's like going back to Supergirl's emblem, like they could have easily just made a regular Superman logo on her chest, but Andy went out of his way to make a symbol that looks very similar to Henry Cavill's, and Warner Brothers could have just said no. Don't do that, but they let it happen. So don't be surprised if people are going to be like, "Oh, does that mean Henry Cavill is going to come back as Superman? What is that?" Like, come on, guys.
Who knows? Listen. Look, anything is still possible. And I've just been putting it out there. Like, there's a lot of people want to tell you that no, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. The reality is that there are still things still possibilities. But I agree with what Matt said. I caught some of Matt and RJ's thing. By the way, RJ, where are you, bro? Where are you, bro? Where you been, man? You're not in here. But no,
taking a vacation.
Because like, look, Matt is more analytical, and he doesn't see the way, he doesn't see the way that that this could happen right now. Because there's a lot of different things that are happening. But the thing is that I agree with one thing he said, and that is it's going to take a little while. Okay, so don't expect it to happen overnight. Just give it a little while. Let it happen, because it will happen. I do want to say here. Okay, so Mary says the Fandom Menace is on its last legs, and I believe that. And look, I do want to make it very clear, because I just saw this. Hold on a second. Don't mind. Dad Dude Vince says, don't mind me if I don't shed a cheer for the Fandom Menace. Oh, I'm not crying for the Fandom Menace.
Nope.
No.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I respect
Anakin on the, flaming on the banks of Mustafar. Like,
I respect people as human beings. Okay, but yeah, if you think that that I'm worried about these people, or like that somehow I'm just gonna
feel sympathy.
Yeah, feel sympathy because the whole thing's crashing and burning. Oh, do not misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't need to be actively involved campaigning and trying to do it, because I'm enjoying it myself. Like even Cylon, like the other night when all this other stuff was going on, Cylon messaged like in a chat, and he's like, yeah, Ash, like we all know that you're, sitting back kind of enjoying this right now. And like, look, I don't enjoy anybody having negative things happen to them. Okay. Cause I don't think that's
when it's in a group dynamic, it makes things even worse.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
hurts a lot of
I
people.
know, because it's been a really rough year. So it's like I've been through some groups that have joined together and fallen apart within a month, 2 months. So it's like, this is long lasting, but even this has had its ups and downs. You know what I mean? That like there's Snyder Cut fans that are going after the Snyder Cut fans. So it's like, no, it's different. But it's like I think the best thing to do is just kind of just let it happen. I mean,
but look, when I see stuff like this, though,
if you believe Doomcock's rumors, that's great. I don't. If you think that Lucasfilm is heading in the right direction, that's great. I don't. If you think that George Lucas has a George Lucas cut of The Rise of Skywalker, that's great. I don't. If you think that George Lucas is coming back to take over Star Wars at his age, that's great. I don't. If you think that Kathleen Kennedy is getting fired for the 450th time, that's great. I don't. So I don't.
Beautiful.
Well, clearly he doesn't have the right sources.
Exactly. But that being said, and look, Ben started this, and we were going to move on and look at some of these pictures. But Ben said, "Sorry, I have zero desire to make nice with any of them." I'm not saying you got to make nice with them. Listen. There are some people, like in my situation, the people that came to me after some of the things that I've gone through, I have been able to be nice to them because look, we've all gotten on the same page, right? And we're moving forward.
Because a lot of it's based on some stupid misunderstanding. It's like, especially with the whole Ray Fisher, Yay Fisher thing. Yeah. It's like, that was all dumb. It's like, oh, you heard it differently than I did. It's like, yeah, but these people over here heard it this way. It's like
why are we debating about a fucking name? Like, seriously, why is everyone at war because someone either said yay or gay? So what? Y'all are adults.
I can tell you one word, DL.
Nerds.
That's why. But look, man. Ben, I will just tell you this, man. As he says here, they're all nothing but a bunch of Trump worshiping degenerates trying to indoctrinate others, spreading propaganda. That may be true. Okay. But you know what? It doesn't really matter because there's people on both sides of the aisle who are horrible people. Okay. There are Trump supporters who are horrible people. There are Biden supporters who are horrible people. There are everything in between that are horrible people. And here's the thing. I'm not going to look at, a huge part of the population and just say, well, they're just bad because maybe they voted for Trump or they voted for this person or that person or anything else.
Don't base on political views.
Don't do that, because people vote for different reasons. First of all, like the idea that the Fandom Menace, that like all this stuff about Star Wars, like I've never once thought about Trump or Biden or like, I mean, literally we're guys, we've moved. The election happened last year.
Yeah.
Right. Like, why aren't we moving forward? Why aren't we moving forward? And look, I get it that there's some people still dwelling on it, and there's some people who think that they're going to turn over the election. And like, no matter who you voted for, the reality is like, even if
people just need a reason to be mad.
I know. And look, there's people who are like, you know, I mean, I saw the My Pillow guy. I saw the My Pillow guy, you know, the guy who sells those My Pillows, you know, like comfortable pillows. But so yeah, like, you know, he's out there saying that, you know, Trump is going to be reinstated in October or something like that. And I'm just like, okay, that's not even how the government works. You know, like
he went full Q on that one, man.
Yeah, but you know,
there's no coming back.
Exactly. But the thing is that regardless, don't treat people negatively because of who they voted for or you think they voted for or anything. Judge people by their character, like, and by what comes out of them, right? And you know what?
Exactly.
If they're a Trump supporter and they're spouting a bunch of garbage, then you know what? Deal with that in the appropriate manner. If they're a Democrat or a Biden supporter or whatever, and they're spewing a bunch of garbage, don't make excuses for them. I have a situation right now with somebody in my life. Like, I remember I told you today was really crap. There's somebody in my life that I really love a lot. And they've made a decision supporting something for another person that I love very much in my life. This is family, close family. Okay. But you know what? The one person is making excuses for the other person. Right. And making excuses why they're supporting that. Don't support it. Just don't support it. You know, stand for truth. Stand for truth and justice.
True. I did, but then I got uninvited to Thanksgiving, so I just keep my mouth shut now.
Hey! Big Lee Cinematics is our latest member. Welcome, Big Lee Cinematics, member to the channel. That is freaking awesome. We are so glad to have you. Thank you, Big Lee Cinematics, for your support, for becoming a member of the channel. You are awesome. So I'll give you one of these.
Pound it.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. I'll take that all day.
Awesome,
really appreciate you.
Awesome.
Really appreciate you becoming a member, and appreciate everybody who has become a member. Now, that being said, and thank you. Oh, appreciate that. Yes, I had a great one. All right. So that was my take on this, first of all, because this was the first thing that came out, and like I didn't really have a chance to really talk about these pictures, but it's very close to the same thing. But like I said, people complaining about it already. You know, like I made fun of the Dawson thing because, you know, Dawson had a problem with the color, the aesthetics, or whatever. But you know, and look, the reality is like there were some people complaining that it wasn't exactly like Cavill's, and then there are some other people complaining saying that it was because it wasn't like Cavill's. You know, it was bad, or you know, or whatever. But you can clearly see here what Andy Muschietti was trying to do.
The resemblance.
Oh, he was trying to pay a little bit of homage. That's what I see there. So I don't take offense to that. If anything, I'd be honored.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like,
exactly.
I do not see a reason to be angry here.
Yeah, okay. I love that it's slightly different from Cavill's. You know, it has kind of its own identity, but at the same time, paying homage to what came before. So
exactly, yeah.
So here though, we have the suit that it comes out, and this is what it looks like.
Yeah,
and obviously she's gonna have a cape. Okay, she's gonna have a cape. We're gonna see in a minute. There's a blurry picture, but like the capes in these things now, because they want the capes to flow in a certain way and look, you know, a certain way, kind of like the comics, right? So the thing is this is gonna have a cape. The only thing that looks a little strange to me on this is
the abs.
The abs.
100%. Yep.
Right. The abs look a little strange. They don't look natural.
What happens when you do 6 minute abs, you know?
But I love the suit, and because we're gonna see in a second, she looks like the freaking comic book, guys.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen something this comic accurate in a long time.
What? Yeah. No, get out of here.
Wait, comic book accurate? No.
You still my beating heart.
Blasphemy.
This is
heresy.
Don't lie to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I just say something real quick? Just so that everybody in the chat knows. Look, Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where we talk about a lot of fun stuff and everything. Now, look, I know that I just kind of got into a little bit of a thing that kind of got a little political, but please, I'm going to ask everybody to refrain from getting into political discussion in the chat, because you know what? It never ends well. People have differing opinions. Just respect that. You don't have to agree with them.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the same opinion. I'm not telling you what to think or how to think, but and this is not to yell at people who've already started to have this conversation. But you know what? Any conversation where we're going to get into Trump, Biden, politics, anybody bringing up Hitler, probably not where we want to go with this, because we're talking about Supergirl right now.
Yeah, no. At the end of the day, though, to alleviate arguments based on such, try to keep an open mind. Like I don't really voice my politics very much either.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I have in certain points. And needless to say, I did get uninvited to certain family functions. Okay, so I do understand that politics affects people on a personal and family level. So it's like, no, it's cool. It's cool, man. But there's a time and a place, and I don't think this is it.
Exactly.
This isn't it.
So not yelling at anybody. Please don't misunderstand that or take that the wrong way. Not supporting one side over the other. Just saying, hey, look, let's keep it good, because you know what, you guys may sometimes the stuff, guys, even starts off like just a casual thing, and it's fine, and then somebody ends up saying one thing that gets taken the wrong way. Not everybody hears it the right way over this, medium, and then all of a sudden, we got to fight. And I don't want anybody to end up be fighting. Okay, guys, that's not what the Poindexter Lounge is. So thank you. H Barts with a $2 super chat says Matt is got. Now that I will argue with. Come on, H Barts. Come on.
Not with a capital G. Come on. What are you doing?
Look, we know we got the evidence right here.
I get a lot of takes wrong. Jarbo Damas.
That's a bad take.
Yeah. Sorry, H Barts.
Bad take. Plus H Barts, we've already established, man, who, like if Matt was God, God is love and God loves you. And you should know, man, we've talked about this, but like Matt, I'm not so sure. Like he's constantly trying to bug you not to give stuff to me. Like I would never tell you that, sir. You support Matt and that's fine, man. But you're loved. We love H Barts. I love the back and forth that we have, like not just here, but like on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, it's a good family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think
he froze. Oh, did he freeze?
I was gonna say, at the end of the day, it's like that Depeche Mode song said. People are people. So why can't it be that we can all live in harmony?
Yeah.
Right.
Doomcock got him again. He hacked him again. He got him again.
Can I just say, dude, I like that short haircut. Like that is very,
it's not bad at all.
That is very like Sandra Bullock speed, like early '90s for me.
Yeah,
I am so digging it right now. Like,
yeah, I mean, overall,
I got a
really
thing for that.
I mean, I know how Dawson said like the colors were wrong, but like when you look at this photo, the colors, they don't look like they're that off though. They look,
it looks like
they blend in.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
To be honest, it looks a lot better than that movie that came out in 2017.
So,
Oh yeah.
So
anything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
The color of the suit, in my opinion, is not the issue. Okay, I have no problem with looking at that Supergirl at all.
Yeah,
none whatsoever.
Yeah, I like that it's full body suit. I don't want her in a skirt. I'm glad it's a full body.
Oh yeah, I feel like it'll look weird if it was in a skirt, but I really dig this. And I mean, this is also just like the test suit. I mean, when we saw like the announcement when they showed like the logo and then like part of the suit, of course the colors looked off. It's more like it's a HD quality up close at the suits. But I mean, this is kind of from like a far view. And also, this is like a wired suit. This. They're gonna change it. They're gonna do coloration.
They're gonna do coloration and correction and whatnot.
Yeah.
H Barts with a $2 super chat here. So I'll be honest with you, man. Because of when I got it, I still have not had a chance to pop it in. I got it Saturday, and then Sunday I was busy. With Father's Day stuff, and then today, like I said, I've been running errands and everything. It's my day off. So, but I plan on checking it tomorrow. So yeah, I will let you know. But I'm assuming everything will work fine, man. I'm going to play it on my my Xbox, because it plays 4K, and so So I really appreciate. By the way, for those of you who don't know, H Bart sent me a copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League on 4K.
Legend.
H Bart gets a bonus.
I tell you, H Bart's. We joke about it, but H Bart's is like one of the pillar. Like I feel like I should like have a founders section for like the Poindexter Lounge. Like you know,
he's like the executive producer. He's like the
oh yeah,
the money man. You know, like come on, man, nothing gets done unless his finger snaps. He's like the Kathleen Kennedy of the Poindexter Lounge.
Don't say that now. Don't say that now. Might scare H Barts away.
The only other thing that I thought was weird about this picture, but thank you, H Barts. I do appreciate you, man, a lot. The only other thing I thought was weird was like if you look at this, and I don't know if you guys can tell from this picture, but like if you look at her, no, if you look at her boots here, she doesn't actually have boots, you know. But do you notice that it has the slits here, like 4 boots? That's
coloration. That might be like I don't know.
And one thing I'm like happy there's not is that goofy looking skirt. Like I'm sorry, like I could do without the skirt. Like
I thought that was kind of like texture, like in Man of Steel when they had their jumpsuit. I thought there was just like texture and pattern for that, so that's what I assumed that was. But
I
don't know.
Either way, it looks good though.
I was watching Zeverfet and ACS and Nicotina's show earlier today, and they were talking about this. H Barts is our CFO. I love it. They were talking about this Cinefinity. Look, as soon as they open those borders, I will be too, because I'm going to Windsor. Tiffany and I are making a day. We're going to Windsor, and we're going to get hit Toys R Us because I need my.
I was gonna say those things still exist.
They do in Canada. Yep.
And they're wow, they're very rare.
Yep, they sure do. Well, because they're gone here in the United States. They went out. But anyways, that being said, what was I going to bring up?
Tell me about the boots. Because you said like,
oh yeah, the boots. So they were talking about the boots. Oh, and here it was. Where's the comment? Abel says they might make them red. I don't know why they would do that.
What's the point of doing that?
Cavill's suit. Yeah, Cavill's suit had red boots. You know, even though it was the same material. So like, I don't really feel that they would go through all that. I mean, unless this is maybe I don't know. I mean they were kind of talking about. Yeah, I mean they're adding a cape, but like, why would you color correct just the boot? Because there's no real distinguishing marks on here either to separate where the red boots are, unless maybe she has a thing where when she flies, there's like a special effect on her feet.
That's what I was thinking. Because like if we think of like Marvel and like Black Panther, like the test suit looked. Everyone hated the test suit. You know, I think weren't you on RJ stream when we were talking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all talking about this and how it looked. Everyone hated, the Black Panther suit, but then of course when we saw in the movie, it looked way better and way different because they add different special effects, and that's what I'm kind of saying with this one. This is kind of like a little tease, I would say, for this what we're gonna see in the movie, but it's not like the final product. They're gonna change some things, they're gonna make it look way better. They're gonna add a lot of things and do a lot of coloration fix and put some CGI in there.
So I think I'm fine with her bottom half being all blue. I like that. It's different,
it flows. It looks nice. I just don't see it. Like if they made them red, I just be like, that's kind of weird. But I mean, I would accept it. But I don't know. But I mean, they added grooves there for a reason, I guess. So.
Hey, okay, real quick here, because this never popped up for me. I don't know if this was a StreamYard thing. I mean, it did kick me out, so I don't know if I just.
It's all right.
I never saw it. That's why I want to apologize, because like this wasn't even a thing of like it just went up on me.
A super chat?
Apparently I missed a super chat or two, and I apologize because
was it before H Barts?
Yeah, apparently it was before H Bart, or it was before the members. It says thank you, Proby. I appreciate you bringing this up, because like it never showed up in StreamYard for me. And I'm not seeing it.
It's just still on my YouTube.
Is it? Is it on there?
Yeah.
Because okay. Can you
let's see? With a $2 super chat says, "I hope to God we are family."
Yeah, I just pulled it up too. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Proby with $5 super chat said, "So tired of gatekeeping fans telling people people and me that I can't be a fan of the Snyderverse and the other DC stuff coming out. It's so stupid. It has come to this. And yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. Like it's kind of dumb. Like the only thing DC is Snyder. Like we can't like anything else.
Like, no, come on.
DC's more than Snyder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we shouldn't say that though, because then we're the bad guys.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I apologize both O and Proby. So I just went back into YouTube Studio, and I'm seeing it in YouTube Studio. It doesn't show up as like the super chat thing, but it actually like it's where it shows like all of the super chats for and everything that everybody does. And so I am seeing it, and I do see your messages. Yes, O said, "I hope to God we are family," all in caps. Absolutely, we're family. We're all family here at the Poindexter Lounge. You're our nerd family. And Proby says, so tired of gatekeeping fans. Yeah. So I apologize, guys, because that just did not show up at all in StreamYard. And I'm looking at StreamYard right now. And so I apologize because, like I said, I'm staying on top of this stuff now. And like that. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay. So I apologize for not seeing those guys, but thank you. And Proby, thank you for giving another $5, man. Look, you could have just even said that, man. So, but I apologize. But yes, I think Supergirl looks great. If
I can make one little nitpick too, other than the abs, I think we all can agree the abs look kind of off. The one thing probably people don't notice that much. I don't know if you have the other photo, but like when she's raising her arm, like her shoulders, the one on the left, when she's raising her arm, her shoulders look too broad. It looks like it's bunching up whenever she's raising her arm. So it's like, I wish the shoulders weren't so like broad.
Bulky.
Bulky. Like it looks.
Might be the wire suit though, because I mean, it could be that too. But yeah, I mean.
It goes back to like, why can't I keep saying this? Why can't they get these actors and actresses to just work out a little bit so they can look natural in the suit instead of just putting these?
I don't know, dude. Have you seen her Instagram? Like,
I mean, like I say, you don't have to make her a bodybuilder, but just like Gal Gadot was like skin and bones before she was Wonder Woman,
and then she bulked up.
Yeah, she bulked up, so it's like, can't Sasha do the same thing? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I know
she's pretty fit though. I mean, I wouldn't say that she's really
lean.
skinny.
She's
so
lean.
I don't know that she's really skinny though. I mean, she's pretty. I
would say lean.
Yeah, I mean, Gal was very thin.
Mm-hmm.
She was very thin. And that's why I know there were people who had an issue with her, but I don't know. Some of these outfits, though, it's like the way it's not really spandex, I guess, but it's like this rubber,
material,
this fabric. It looks weird sometimes. But did want to say, John Collins here says, Enosh, my wife has some family in Michigan. If we were ever in town, could we hang out in the real world? Look, here's the thing. We did one of those back in October where we rented out a theater and showed The Empire Strikes Back. And I'm definitely cool to do something like that again. We got actually a lot of people here in Michigan that watch the channel, and I'm thinking about doing a meetab. But yeah, hey, but you know what? But yeah, I mean, and look, we had people when we did the last one. We had people come from all over the country. So yeah, if you're ever in the area, hit me up, man. We can always talk about that. I love meeting people, man. I love meeting people for sure. Anthony Grigsby with the $7.99 Australian super chat says, it's getting concerning now seeing all the negativity today online, and the mental health of some is real bad who won't handle what's being said.
No, and that's the problem with social media in general. I think people need to see. I remember when there was there was no such thing. Like MySpace wasn't even a thing until my mid-20s. So it's like I didn't have to grow up with this, so I have no idea.
When was MySpace again?
In the late 2000s,
early 2000s, yeah,
mid 2000s,
yeah, mid 2000s. Tim Possible brings up a good point there about the boots. Like, Zod didn't really have any boots either. He just had kind of the black.
He just looked like he had space PJs on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might be what they're trying to do here. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
Are you trying to send super chats? But I don't know if he was giving me a hard time because he says, "Are my super chats working?" I haven't seen one from you, man. I don't know if you're messing with me though, Joe. I don't know if you're just messing with me. I don't know.
Crazy Joe.
Jacob McKenzie here with a $1.99 super chat says, "I want Brandon Routh Kingdom Come Superman back." Absolutely, dude. Look, one of the things I've been on, like, I know Matt Jarbo doesn't like Multiverse. I love Multiverse. Okay, I love everything about Multiverse. I want more Multiverse. If you're really trying Mega Podtastic, you may want to try like making sure everything is set up properly for you, because I know that you got to do that. Also, though, I mean, if you just want to send the channel something, you can always we've got links to PayPal and a couple other ways down in the description, and then just comment whatever your comment is. Tell me that you did it or whatever, and we will we'll mention it. No, they're not going to make her hair longer with CG, because there's no point in making her hair longer with CG. And we're going to show why here in just a second, because it's obviously not a thing. But Jacob, yeah, dude, I want all of, if you're going to do Multiverse, I want all the Multiverse goodness that you can show me. I want it all.
If handled properly. Properly.
Yes, you're right, DL. But I want all the goodness you can show me. Now, here's the one problem I have with the Multiverse and the way that this is being handled. And I've said this on a couple of people's things. By the time we get this, Marvel will have already done it, and people are already going to just gripe and complain that
it'll be old news.
Yep, that DC's just trying. Yeah. Because look, they're already getting into the multiverse. I mean, we're watching Loki. I love Loki, but they're getting into Loki right now with the multiverse thing, and different versions of different characters or whatever, variances and stuff. And so by the time this comes out, people are just gonna gripe and complain and tease and poke that DC is
just getting there.
Yeah, that they're always behind.
Well, they already copied off of Batman v Superman and
Civil War
in Justice League. Yeah, Civil War. They weren't going to do Civil War until Batman v Superman came out.
Well, here's the thing, guys. As far as that back and forth is concerned, it is what it is. But the thing is the biggest problem is that they shot their wad on the CW.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they did all of this stuff on TV, and not only that, but broadcast TV. Not even like a premium cable network like TNN or something like that. You know what I mean? They did it on basic TV. So it was like,
Brian,
they could have did this in the theaters. They could have. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
potential-wise,
I get it. But like one of the, I think that they planted the seeds on TV, because they had all these different shows. They did not handle it well,
but
and I will never defend that.
But those seeds didn't grow well, aside from Ezra Miller being in the Flash thing. Those seeds did not grow into a theatrical anything.
Nope.
But they will, though. You're going to see Grant Gustin. I guarantee you.
I hope
you're going to see Grant Gustin in his Flash movie, and you're going to see some. You know what? I want
to see Oliver Queen. I want to see.
Brian. I will literally go as far. I will literally go as far as telling you that you'll probably see some CW.
Yeah, give me John Diggle. Like, I don't care. Let's do it, man.
People. Were you saying something, DL?
No, I mean, I hate the CW.
He was reacting to the arrow.
No. But you know what? For the purpose of making the multiverse story better, if you want to put them in there, fine. But,
Oh, wait, let's blow him up. What was that again now?
Oh, you want me to say it again for the people watching?
There you go.
The Arrowverse is trash.
Oh no, I meant that part where you said like if you can put them in there and make the story good, then fine.
Okay, yes,
you'll totally accept it.
If they're gonna put them in there and it helps with the storyline with the multiverse, if it makes that storyline better, then put them in there.
All right, make that a clip.
I want to see Oliver Queen so bad. Like I've been binge watching the show, so I'm like, oh, let's go, man. No, I will say Deathstroke was a lot better in the Snyder cut. I like his look a lot better. And as far as like, who's the other person I was thinking about? Like, Oh dang it! It'll come to me.
Like,
I hate when that happens.
other Deathstroke iterations.
Oh no, yeah, no,
Titans.
Deadshot. I did not like
Deadshot,
the. I liked Will Smith as Deadshot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for you, Brian, to get to that point where you realize, like, oh no, this is starting to go downhill. No.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Honestly, it should have came after season 2, but you know, still liking it. I'm happy.
You're gonna get there, Brian. I'm waiting for you to send something in the chat and be like, man, it just dropped off.
Yeah. No. I like I said, there's certain parts of it like that. I was like, I saw that in Suicide Squad, and I'm like, oh, they basically just made him Batman.
Yeah, that's what I hate about it. Like, he's the Batman.
Yeah, that's the like, dude, Oliver Queen, Batman. It's like all the villains are Batman villains. I'm like, oh, okay.
Like, what is going on right now?
It's funny.
First of all, Mega Podcast. Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know. He just sent me a thing, and so I have to apologize. I'm trying to get, because the super chat right here. I'm just trying to get to it because for some reason my computer updated and it like logged me out of everything. So I apologize, Angie. It literally logged me out of everything, and so I'm having to log back in, and I didn't realize that it had done that. So give me just 1 second here. But
yeah, but in the meantime, did anyone notice? I kind of thought it was kind of weird, and I mean, it's kind of like a cool design. It kind of flows with the suit. But do you notice, like, she has like on her thumb, like kind of like the suit wraps around her thumb and all that? It's kind of like a
like her yeah, it's like a red thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like that's different.
Kind of like wrist bracy.
Well, kind of, yeah.
I kind of see that's like the style for like young characters. They like doing that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the other Supergirl has that too.
Yeah,
Supergirl.
I was going to just mention that.
Yeah, a lot of them had. Angie, I'm not.
Hell yeah, brother.
Angie, I am not seeing. Let's see. Did she say she?
What's
DM'd?
up, Angie?
She says she sent it to me via Twitter DM, but Angie, I am not seeing.
I was gonna send a picture, handle? But then I thought it was inappropriate for the show. It was a scene from Clerks 2, and it was referring to last week's topic about Batman.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, Angie, I'm not.
Does go down.
I see where it is. Hold on a second. That's because it went to my.
That's like the dumbest part of that whole movie. Batman smiled.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what? Look, I took a little bit of flack from a couple of people.
I mean, dark and brooding. Batman doesn't smile. That's my line in the grass right there. Like, we're doing this.
You know what?
Hey, thank you, Angie. Yeah, I look. I'm smiling when I'm doing what Batman was doing in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
I remember like watching some episodes in the animated series, like when he has like the upper hand on some criminals or whatever, he has like a devious smile. It's like, I'm about to get these motherfuckers.
Right. I'm about to beat some my ass. Oh yeah, boy. I'm gonna get it.
All right.
This is like the funniest part.
When he's confronting Amanda Waller and like he has a bunch of soldiers shooting at them, I remember Batman saying to Amanda Waller while he's smiling, "Mine are bigger than yours."
Oh yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I think this is probably one of my favorite scenes from the movie. Just him smiling, it's just his eyes just glowing. It's just so funny.
Try fireman. Let's take off.
Yeah.
That's weird, Joe. I'm not sure. I just saw your message as well. I'm not sure. Like sometimes I don't know. I'm seeing here that he's having problems across the board. He's had it with a couple other people too. I would check your. Oh, hey, that worked. Well, there you go. You got it to work. What's up, Joe? So yes, it does work. Just as I was going to give you just to say something else. Yes, Joe, that worked. Thank you, bro. Cool. That's awesome. Thank you for that.
Nice.
Awesome.
Okay. So I'm just trying to play catch up here. I'm sorry. People were sending me a bunch of stuff, and I appreciate that. But I was trying to make sure that I got to everybody's stuff here. So, all right. So let's take a look at some other photos. So this is one of the close-up things here. So this is something I actually have a video of this where we see the cape. So you see that she will have a cape. It's a nice long cape. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'm glad
like
that
the
it's a
short
long cape.
Nah, the
And
short cape looks
Supergirl.
weird with the
Yeah, I
skirt.
didn't like that in
Yeah.
Supergirl. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that's long.
What'd you guys think of? What'd you think of Bruce Wayne's car?
Dude, it is.
Man.
I think it's fancy.
It looks really cool.
It's sleek. It's very sleek.
Very sleek. At first,
Yeah.
I thought it was Ben Affleck's because he had a slick car in the Snyder Cut and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
people was
that
like,
car-
nope, it's Michael Keaton. So I'm like, oh, okay.
Wasn't that a prototype car that they're like just using that and promoting that in Justice League?
Yeah, it was a
that's what I
Mercedes
thought.
Benz.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. Everyone thought, but then who said that on Twitter? That no, it's confirmed that it's not Ben's car. It's actually Michael Keaton's.
Grace
Was it-
Randolph.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think it
Yeah.
was Grace that was saying that. Which I wonder where she gets her sources from.
I wonder sometimes.
Because she's saying that all this stuff, different endings and all this different stuff. So
Yeah,
you don't
we're going to
wanna
get into
know.
speculation. We'll get into speculation in a minute. So there was also this, which I thought was interesting because apparently, Wonder Woman. Whoops, come on, Wonder Woman can. They found a great picture of her posing for the side of this.
That looks exactly like the Blu-ray I own.
They took it off the cover. That's terrible.
Yeah, Wonder Woman supports CCCF. Yeah, so Gal Gadot, whatever world they're in here, and we'll get into some speculation in a couple of minutes. But whatever world they're in here, Wonder Woman's there, and Gal Gadot be her name. I think that this is one of those cool little things, right? That I like this. Do you guys like this?
Yeah, that's this cool world building, and it seems consistent
Yeah.
to what her character would be, supporting. So
Yeah.
And it's a nod to the Snyderverse.
Oh,
Is it?
Oh, yeah. Because
Save your salt, fellas.
wait,
Yeah.
hold up.
This
hold up,
movie's
hold up.
actually
Supporting the
trying-
Snyderverse?
This
What?
movie's
Hold
actually
up.
trying to reach out to us. So
No. This is nothing to do with Snyderverse. Blasphemy. Not have it.
heresy. Oh,
We'll not have it. Gavel down.
you just gotta
break
say it
my
like
table
Zod
doing
in
Destroy
Yeah.
I'll bring the hammer down like Dark Side. I'll do it.
That's right.
Can't be.
So there she was. There, this was the. I think we saw this already, but this is the full picture here. Her hovering above, doing some wire work. So she's flying in. There's Ezra Miller. That's an interesting haircut.
I was gonna say, don't you do your hair when you put a suit on? Just saying.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's pretty consistent with this Justice League one because his hair wasn't like great in that.
No,
piece.
this is true. This is true.
Yeah. Is this Sasha's first movie role, or big movie role?
I think so because she's mostly
good
been
for
doing
her.
soap operas and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I saw on her IMDb. But that's good. That's good. I'm happy that she got the role and she's finally making it big.
Now,
Yeah,
people, I've heard people, I've heard people making fun of the suit, saying that it looks like Spider-Man.
Because it's red and blue.
Yeah, just like how it goes on arms, it kind of looks like doesn't it look like the
It looks
video
like
game
the
Spider-
one from. Oh, it looks like the one from Endgame or whatever. The Iron Spider suit.
Oh, yeah, I can
Yeah,
kind
I
of
can
see it.
and I'm like,
kinda
oh,
see it, yeah.
I don't know about the Iron Spider suit, but
Well,
I
no,
know,
not
yeah,
maybe
it
the
looks
one
like
he got
one of
before
the-
that.
the
With
video
black,
game.
with the black outlines around it.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Looks like kind of the video game, I think, if I'm thinking of the right one of the suits, because I know there's a ton of them in the game. But
Yeah, I mean, I guess because how the red is trimming down her arm, I guess I could see that, but
yeah, but it doesn't go all the way down. Yeah, but
no.
I do think it's kind of okay. So, and maybe we shouldn't be looking there, but
Oh no!
We're about to look at.
Wait, hold up, Enosh. Does it have anything to do with this?
well, no, but I mean, kind of where, but not necessarily to do with that. No, I'm just okay. So so she's got these lines that go down her legs, right?
Mhm.
But then she's got
Yeah.
these lines, kind of like Henry's, that come up over his hips. But at least Henry's come to a stop and
Stop.
some form like a belt.
Mm-hmm.
Her lines go
It's like
all the way,
all the way down. It's almost like, you know, it's like back in the day with Degeneration X, like the lines are just going.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even notice that. Now I'm noticing it. Now it's kind of weird.
Yeah, now that's like all I can see. Like this
Kinda
is the first time I've
sus.
seen it's like this like this up close. It's like now it's all I can see. It's like, oh man,
I wasn't even looking there.
I know. It's just like
no, I can't. No, I can't.
Yeah, the
No,
suit
just
has
there.
a happy trail.
yeah,
Yeah, the trail.
Whoa, boy,
Leads down somewhere.
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
boy.
saying.
All right.
So, but here she is here. Just now that's all I can see. Thanks. That's great. But yeah, so here she is here, just kind of like just kind of chilling and stuff. I love the suit. I love that it's a different looking suit for a live action.
Yeah, I like
something
the texture
that we haven't seen, and this is going to be in the movie, so you know it's going to be done well. Once it's all in the movie and ready to go, it's going to look fine. Now, this was something cool. Tom Taylor, one of the creators of this version of Supergirl that we're going to look at in just a minute, because everybody's like, oh, she has short black hair. Oh, my God, it can't be. She's got to be blonde hair and blue eyed. No, it's not Supergirl if it's not blonde hair. Look, I like blondes too, okay? But you know what? First of all, it's probably not going to be either Kara Danvers or just, you know, Kara, you know, Linda Lee, you know, in that. Which by the way, I always thought was interesting too, because even the blonde haired, blue eyed Supergirl, when she was her like Clark Kent persona, that was Linda Lee, and you know what color hair she had? Dark brown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Okay, so here it is. Tom Taylor tweeted this today and says, in 2014, Bruno Redondo and I created a new hashtag Supergirl, Lara Lane Kent. And well, Sasha Calais as Supergirl is uncanny. You see any similarities here?
A lot of similarities.
Guys, it's almost like they've pulled, I don't know, something from the comics.
Hey,
you don't.
It worked for Joe. It worked.
Hey, Mega Podtastic with $5 super chat. Thank you, Mega Podtastic. There's that guy. What's up, Joe? It says, this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. If this test had been accompanied by actual news, we would have told you. But it's just a test because we warned you. It's a test. All right. You know, it's good to test, because sometimes if you don't let everybody know it's a test, you never know what can happen. People can get concerned, you know, and before you know it, you know, stuff like this is happening.
Oh, geez.
What the hell did I just watch?
Did you just come back, Brian? You just see that?
Yes, I was like, that was the first thing I saw. I'm like,
It was just a test.
It's getting weird.
I mean, I know StreamYard has been acting up lately, but my goodness,
it's getting wild.
So this was a funny thing. They showed they were talking about on the World's Finest stream the other night. They were showing crazy things that like truckers have on their trucks and stuff, and they showed like a vinyl decal sticker of basically a sack. And then, of course, our good friend Joey did this. So this is going to be a drop going forward.
It's the vinyl ball sack.
I don't know why. That just.
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean, it's better than the butthole one.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Well, and look, here's the thing. Jacob is absolutely right. To be honest, we don't know who she's playing until DC Fandom in October. The only point that I make about this, because I mean, she could be playing Lara Lane Kent, who would be Supergirl from another, world, in Multiverse, or she could be somebody else completely, right? She could be Kara, for all we know. Right?
I'll honestly be disappointed because of how
similar,
accurate she looks to Laura.
Yes.
So that just wouldn't make sense to me. So
I agree. I really hope that she is playing complain. But look, there's people who are literally already complaining, saying, "Well, even that doesn't make sense because you could see there that obviously that Lara is white, and neither Superman nor Lois are Hispanic. So how could they create a Hispanic child?"
Wonder Woman's not
He's an
Israeli
alien.
Yeah, Wonder Woman's not Israeli either, and Aquaman is not Pacific Islander either. So
Superman's an alien. He could be whatever color he wants to be.
Yeah.
Like he could be green. He could be green.
Stop bringing logic, DL.
I mean, that's true. Like they're aliens from another planet. Exactly. It's the same
thing
with
Klingon,
it's the same thing with like Batman or Superman's grandfather being African American. It could happen, yeah. But like,
what a concept that she's not playing a Hispanic. What do you mean? She's an actress? You mean she can do that?
Maybe Lois cheated with a Hispanic Superman from a different universe.
Guys, you don't want them to cancel us. Be quiet.
Stop. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, but my only question is like, where did the suit go that when she got the role in that whatever call with Andy then he held up. He's like, "Do you want to be Supergirl?" Like that one. I'm like, what happened to that one?
Where did you get that from?
Yeah, where's that suit? I wonder.
That was just something that's sitting around. Yeah, here's another shot of the car. God, that car looks awesome.
I love it.
It's just cool that it's super long and it's very comic book like, very much like Batman the Animated Series looking.
Yes, it's very sleek, aerodynamic.
And it's a real car. That's the crazy thing. Is like, if you have enough money, you can go buy that car.
Yeah, what I know Angie said what car it was earlier in the chat.
Yeah,
probably
you can actually get this car. That's the crazy thing, but
let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second, because
here's some different versions of this character. I mean, come on, look at that on the right and tell me. I mean, that now the one on the right actually has red lines going down there, which is like a little more distracting even. But whatever. But yeah, I mean, come on. Tell me that this is not. Tell me that this is not an accurate depiction.
It's so yeah. It looks. Yeah.
It
looks very close. But Angie said they're both Mercedes, but the new Keaton mobile is a Maybach.
It's a Maybach. No,
Maybach.
yeah, those things are
Maybach.
Primo, dude.
My bad. Sheesh.
Oh, Jacob brings up a really good point here. It's really funny to me that the people who complain about Supergirl having short black hair in the Flash movie never once complain about Barry Allen having black hair.
No, they complained about it when it was first coming out. People were complaining, "Why is he not blonde?" and blah blah blah. And people were complaining about that.
Hey, we've got another guest here, real quick. We got another guest making his first appearance. Somebody that we've talked to many times, been in the chats and different things, and he just popped in, so it's good to have him here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Nightstar. What's going on, sir?
Hey,
welcome to the lounge.
Hey, what's up?
Thanks for letting me in tonight. I've been looking so forward to joining you guys.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. For people who don't know who you are, why don't you tell everybody really quickly who you are so that we can all get to know you a little bit better.
Well, people know me as Nightstar. No, my name's Jerry Vassilatos. I'm a writer and producer, director and editor. I work in film and media, television. I live in Chicago, Illinois. I'm a huge, obviously, comic book movie fan myself. I hosted another channel here on YouTube called Chicago Corner that's basically focused on Chicago news, politics, culture, but I've always been looking forward to an opportunity to talk with other comic book nerds and fans. And as I've been following your podcast here on YouTube for so long and commenting in the threads, I thought, this is the community I would love to be a part of. So it's really, really cool to be able to join you guys.
Absolutely, man. Awesome. Absolutely. I know we've been talking about it for a while, and the stars have not aligned. And and I know the other night I was going to stream, and I told everybody in our private thread, I was like, "Yeah, guys, I'm going to stream. Just give me a little while." And I completely fell asleep. Woke up at 4 a.m. and I'm like, "Oh crap!" And Jerry was in that thread, and he's like, "I'm ready to go." I'm like, I really hope that you weren't waiting that long, because
no, I'm a night owl anyway. I'm nocturnal like a bat. It's my favorite character, so it was no big deal. I mean, I just been waiting for the opportunity that my camera was hooked up to my laptop without having to make too much effort. And I happened to do a live stream earlier tonight. So when I saw on Twitter you guys were on, I'm like, oh, here's my chance to jump in. So
Absolutely.
It's nice to meet you all.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. Good to meet you too. So we're just talking about all these photos and stuff that came out over the weekend and everything.
Yep.
And like all the, first of all, how good I think that they look. And I think we've all kind of had that consensus too, but like the internet is losing its freaking mind. And you know,
They all want it to be Kara. Everyone's freaking out. It has to be Kara. Like they didn't have enough Kara on 6 seasons on the CW. This is okay. So everything about the Flash, it's time travel, it's alternate timelines, it's DC multiverses. This makes the most amount of sense that they would entertain bringing Lara into the mix, given the fact that it was insinuated that she is Clark and Lois's unborn child from that whole Injustice video game storyline. I mean, I know it's a video game, but still, I think that the idea that they're kind of embracing this idea of like taking something we've never seen before, right? They are subverting expectations. Everybody thought it would be the CW Supergirl.
Yep.
And here they are introducing something brand new, original. And it blows me away as I'm following Reddit. People are screaming and kicking. They're just borrowing the Lara aesthetic, but it's going to be Kara, even if they don't give her the blonde hair. And it can't be plainer than day as we're looking at photographs from the set, of which I think is a pretty cool looking costume. It's a great adaptation of what she looks like illustrated. So, you know, you got toxic fan culture kicking and screaming again. They want to see a certain thing. They're so used to wanting to see exactly what they've seen before. And I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of the CW stuff, you know, especially
I'm not either.
Batwoman and the way they've taken that stuff. Anyway, as I was watching, it seems like there's a lot of kickback also at the fact that it's obviously based on Henry Cavill's costume from the Snyderverse. So I know a lot of people on social media are also seem to be very upset that it's Warner Brothers' attempt to get all of us Snyderverse fans to forget about continuing the Snyderverse because they're embracing something from the Snyderverse. They're forgetting, even though this story may or may not take place after Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's still kind of set within the same continuity and design aesthetic. So I'm not sold completely yet on what the Flash will be like, because I'm on the, you know, restore the Snyderverse bandwagon, but I mean, all we can really do is kind of sit back and watch and keep our fingers crossed. I also wonder, Enosh, if maybe Machete isn't maybe behind the scenes, like doing some stuff that would suggest this is a continuation of the Snyderverse without Warner Brothers' blessing. I mean, you kind of wonder, like, he's got to be friendly with Zack Snyder. I'd hope he is. That they're using so much of the aesthetic from the Snyderverse. Maybe they're doing something subversive behind the scenes. That's kind of what I'm crossing my fingers about, although we're just going to have to wait and see.
Well, something that we talked about on RG stream was there's this clip, can't remember what it was, but someone said, and someone kind of, I think they said they confirmed, but I mean, who really knows? But they said that this movie's neither going to take place in the Snyderverse or Justice League. It's gonna be kind of like a mixture. It's gonna be neither or. It's gonna kind of favor both, which I thought was kind of like, so they're not picking and choosing. You're just kind of saying, here you go. We will appease all the different sides of that movie. Which I mean, but what are they gonna go with? Because Iris West, which we can clearly see in the photos,
Iris was in the Snyderverse. She wasn't in Justice League, right? So, and when you talk about like multiverse, that actually makes a lot of sense. What you just said, people are talking about. They're doing it with Loki, and they're doing it with the Marvel universe. It's like they're embracing, and with the next Spider-Man movie. So this seems to be like a logical way to maybe satisfy and please everybody, and try to like balance things out so they can move forward. I mean, one would hope.
Yeah, but it could either go really good or really bad depending on how well they blend both of the films. I mean, there's a lot of good. I mean, there's some good parts of Justice League. We can all agree that there's some funny and good parts of it. But then there's other parts.
I wouldn't, but go ahead.
No, I'm with you. There's like probably one or two things from like.
I respect your opinion.
I would say like there's like one or two, maybe even three good parts of that movie, but not too many. I mean, but what I'm saying is, like, I can see how they're doing it because I mean, we never saw Iris West. They completely cut out her character in Justice League, but we see her in the set photos clearly right there. So they have to have something to do with Jack Snyder's.
It's gonna have to, because you can't just pull a handbrake going 60. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You can't reverse course. Like,
the best parts of Justice League were the borrowed set pieces from what Zack Snyder shot. So
yeah. But
you're right.
But I'm just wondering, like, how are they gonna show and like introduce Iris into this movie? Like, are they gonna kind of still go with what Zack did in his movie? Like, he saved her from, when she did that car crash. Like, are they gonna kind of continue that, or is it gonna be something new?
That makes me wonder if, like, subversively behind the scenes, maybe their thinking is like, well, we're not going to do a whole new Iris West introduction when Zack did it so brilliantly in his version of Justice League. So
yeah. It was a great scene.
Reference.
Lovely scene.
Dude Vince says you can stop things, Brian, going 60 miles per hour if you want your transmission to fall out.
This is very true.
Yeah.
If you want to just like totally destroy the whole thing, which this is Flashpoint, so to some extent, so who knows? But yeah, so here, we've got Iris here with him. On the probably these court steps, which is interesting because like all these things are taking place at once, where it looks like Supergirl is showing up here, and also we'll see just a minute the Michael Keaton picture, and there's another picture. So there's a video. I'm going to show this video in just a minute because nobody has seen Ben Affleck. There's a guy who looks a lot like Ben Affleck to me, and
Can I ask you a question, though, to bring me up to speed? All of these pictures on the courthouse steps, because I haven't seen all of them yet.
Yeah.
But are they, has everyone confirmed they're wearing the same outfits? Like, is Barry in every scene that's shot on the courthouse steps, is he wearing the same suit? Because, when they're on location, if this location appears multiple times in a movie, they will shoot everything at that location, wrap it, leave, and never go back to it. So you might be seeing multiple scenes that they're just shooting on the same day. And I think what's gonna be the tell on that is if the different characters are wearing different costumes. I mean,
so far all we've seen, I mean, everybody's wearing something else, right? So like we only have the one picture of Michael Keaton. We've got a couple of pictures here of Ezra Miller, but he's wearing the same thing. He's wearing this suit, and then the Supergirl stuff is like her kind of like floating down. We'll see the video of that in just a second, where she's kind of floating down. They got her up on these wires. We've seen the pictures of these wires and stuff. But also, hey, real quick, Paul, what's up? Good to see you, man. Oh, we've already had a lot of fun already talking about a lot of interesting things tonight. But hey, man, get with me, bro, because you won this last week's giveaway. I don't know if you saw this, but you won.
That's right.
You won this last week's giveaway.
Winner.
For the Nightwing from our good friend Mark at Benson's. And so, hey, hit me up on social media, DM me or something, or you can always email me at poindexterlounge@gmail.com. And that way I can get this out to you, bro. All right.
Lecture bonus.
Yep. I saw him in the chat. And so I wanted to make sure that he gets what he wants. This is interesting about this photo though, right here too, because it points out the fact that he's got the flash ring.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Which I dig that. I dig that a lot. And I'm interested to see how this new costume will change the aesthetic of because the first one is very much, him building it, him using some knowledge to build it. He's got pieces of material even that, Bruce talks about, it's material used, on the space shuttle and stuff. He's put a lot of thought into it, as far as friction and stuff like that, heat, distribution and everything. And so it'll be interesting to see how this new suit, I'm a little concerned because I kind of like that real world aesthetic for the Flash. At first I thought it was a little weird, but now I've seen that Flash costume up close at the Warner Brother lot. And that costume is really cool, actually, up close. It looks really cool. The wires that kind of hold the different pieces together, it looks very much like, hey, I put this thing together, and stuff. Which probably a concern of mine is that maybe this new Flash thing is probably going to be very much technology based. Is it going to be like, how are they going to explain the Flash ring? Is it going to be like Marvel where it's like nanotechnology or something like that? That, like I open the ring and all of a sudden, this just happens,
Wayne Industries helps them the way that Stark Tech helps
Yeah,
Peter Parker
Spider-Man.
with his spiders. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I've seen a lot of discussion about that too, of like the aesthetic between Tony Stark and Spider-Man and Bruce Wayne and the Flash. Hey guys, so somebody was wondering earlier. Guess what? We have a twofer. So I first of all, I love having Jerry here tonight because I've never actually talked with Jerry, and so I love the way that you talk and your knowledge about stuff. But somebody else also that we have here that we love having the talks like that has got some great knowledge is William.
Hey,
what's up, William,
what's up, William?
my friend? We're gonna have an intellectual discussion now about how
time
this
to turn on
how
my
this
brain,
all
y'all. Time to turn on my
turn
brain.
on your
have
brain.
a good night, everybody. I'm out.
How you doing, William?
How you doing?
Hey, William.
What's going on there?
But yeah, so this is going to be interesting because I'm interested to see how they deal with the new costume, how it affects him, like what does it allow him to do that maybe the other costume didn't. You know, obviously it'll be a thing of, you know, he can put the suit on at any point in time because if he's got the ring, you know. Do you guys like the idea of the Flash ring?
I'm kind of questioning how the physics is going to be in this movie because it'll honestly be kind of silly if the suit just pops out of the ring like it does in the comics. So it's like maybe it'll be some type of nanotechnology. Maybe not exactly that, but maybe it'll be tech based because, you know, Bruce is going to help him create the suit.
We're like the Iron Man suit. It's going to come up his arm.
Slowly transfer. But I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm really curious of how they're going to do it and how the actual mechanics of the ring is gonna be, but I mean, I dig it. I'm just curious of how they're gonna perform it and execute it in the film.
CGI wise, it should be fine. I mean, it really no matter how they do it. If it comes out of the ring, I don't think it's gonna hurt it at all. I think they'll make it look cool.
It'll be like the Green Lantern.
I was thinking it's like a Green Lantern type of aesthetic, also the way it pops out like that. Although I think the nanotech's the only logical explanation for how you can make this work, and given that so much seems to be centered on Barry connecting with some iteration of Bruce Wayne, and you know he's got all that technology. I mean, that's kind of like a no-brainer, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to come from Bruce Wayne too, because Barry is a scholar, chemist on his own. So he
I know that. But when you look at like the first suit, which really looks it's very rough and I don't want to say thrown together in a negative way, but it is thrown together. It's handmade, and it looks like it's kind of cobbled together from whatever resources he could find. And even though in both versions of Justice League, you know, he's living out of that workshop, it seems that the new costume that would come out of a ring would certainly maybe need more refined technology that is not completely at his disposal. That's why I think I lean more towards some kind of assistance from whatever resources and especially financial that would have to be able to support whatever materials needed.
Well, if he uses pocket dimensions and things like that, because remember there was no nanotechnology when the ring was first created. I think they made it to where it came out of. He stored it in a compressed dimension and unleashed it from there. That's something he could develop on his own. Remember, he's now working at a lab. He has access to a lot of very high price, equipment. He's working at a crime lab in a major city. So, it all depends on how they want to write it.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of Spider-Man Infinity Wars here vibes. You know,
isn't it interesting how both DCEU and Marvel's movie universe? It's like they're almost mirroring and bouncing back and forth, especially in how they're embracing the whole multiverse thing.
Playing off each other.
Yeah, you can go back as far as when Zack Snyder's version of Justice League was written and then jettisoned. A lot of the elements of what ended up in Infinity War and Endgame kind of mirrored what Zack was going to do in his version of Justice League, which we ended up getting to see with the HBO Max version. So it's like you've got different people in the industry, I think, working across both studios or both playgrounds. There's
a lot of cross-pollination going on there.
You got people stealing ideas.
Yeah, right down to it.
Taking advantage of bad management. I mean,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be a good company if you didn't take advantage of Batman.
I'm sure that hasn't been going on in the comics industry for almost 100 years now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Oh,
totally.
Deathstroke,
Never
Deadpool. Yeah, I mean,
Shazam, Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
You know,
every time DC introduced something, Marvel then borrowed it, but then like it somehow or another it got more popular, and people forgot that DC was the influence in a lot of those copycat characters.
Well, if anything that Marvel has was influenced by DC because they created the first superhero. They created the first superhero team.
Didn't they copy Aquaman too? Like, what's Marvel's version of Aquaman?
Namor. Well, in that case, but now Namor wasn't Marvel. Namor was before
Timely Comics,
right? And then Marvel acquired Human
Yeah.
Torch and Namor and Captain America from Timely Comics, and then made them contemporary or reimagined them for contemporary readers.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it all depends on what story that they're trying to tell. It's really hard to tell just from these pictures. I didn't get any chills from seeing Michael Keaton as Batman personally. I still don't understand. 32 years later, and
It's
generation.
nostalgia. It's the nostalgia factor.
Really, 100%.
Here's my thought on that too. Michael Keaton's Batman was the first dark, serious Batman we all saw, which was great when it came out back in the late 80s. But, so our childhood and our nostalgia is tied into that. There have been so many iterations, bad and good, since then. But I think that I'm mixed about it too, because it's like, as much as I loved Michael Keaton's Batman and Tim Burton's Batman, it hasn't aged well. When
I'm
you
not
look
14
at it,
anymore.
Yeah,
exactly.
It was cool back then, but in hindsight, with everything else we've seen from Nolan's Dark Knight series through how Ben Affleck is literally the physical incarnation, adapting what Bruce and Batman look like off the page. I get the nostalgia factor, remembering what we loved as kids, but I don't necessarily know that it's going to work. Somehow, maybe they will make it work since they're doing this cross-universe thing. But I was never somebody who felt I needed to see what happened to old Michael Keaton, Bruce Wayne.
I was right there with you. It's kind of like, well, I mean, I love Count Dooku, but wasn't like Christopher Lee like 90 when he played the role?
Yeah.
And most of the time when he was there, he stood there. And everybody
worked with the action sequence.
Yeah, and everybody worked around him. So it was like, no, I don't want to see that because I have respect for Chris. I have respect for Michael Keaton. And
I'm willing.
I don't want to see him done like that.
No, and I'm willing to see Michael Keaton return, but for everybody on Reddit who's screaming, "Oh yeah, man, we got to get rid of Ben Affleck because Michael Keaton's back and Michael Keaton is Batman," and I'm like, so you guys are arguing that short-statured Michael Keaton in a rubber suit beats 6'4" Ben Affleck in a literally comic-accurate suit with the same kind of fight scenes and stunts that we saw in Batman versus Superman? Really? You want to see Michael Keaton walking around in a rubber suit?
That's the thing.
It's a nostalgia factor that drives them.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Those Tim Burton movies were so whimsical, and we were able to suspend our disbelief with some of the physics and stuff like that. But it's I don't know if that's going to fully work with this version of DC.
We don't know.
Here's the problem I have with it overall.
See what they do with them.
The overall arching problem I have with it, it's the nostalgia thing again. They tend to always, and this is what got them into the whole problem with Zack Snyder's entire universe, is that they can't let go of the nostalgia. And they give their ear to guys that are my age and older when, like I've always said, the demographic where you're going to make money is not 46, 47, 50, 67-year-old men. Your median demographic is between 18 and 35, 38. That's where the bulk of your money is made. And when these type of movies, it's different when you're talking about Disney and kids and anything else, because then that medium drops, or romantic comedies and everything else. But when you're talking about this genre, that is your heart deck right there. And so now we're playing to, if you were born the day Batman was released in June 17th, 1989, you're a 32-year-old grown man with possibly your own kids that have no real connection to this. And that is your medium. The heart of your demographic is people that were either infants, embryos, or not even born when Michael Keaton's hit the screen. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to tell good stories, but the trend that they've always had is, even going back to Superman Returns, is to reach back to the nostalgia because they're afraid to tell a new story, and they're afraid to let somebody else tell a new story. And that's what Zack Snyder had to run up against, and it's kind of sad.
It's very true, and especially when you see what Zack Snyder did with Batman versus Superman, he completely, again, let's see that expression, but it's very true. He subverted expectations with Batman and Bruce Wayne because he had a master plan on how he was going to redeem Bruce Wayne in his version of Justice League, but people were kicking and screaming, well, Batman doesn't kill. Yeah, Batman does kill. Actually, Michael Keaton's Batman killed.
He blew up someone.
Yeah. So, but now suddenly, it's funny how everyone was so resistant to Ben Affleck. Then as time has gone on and we've seen how it all played out, now people are embracing Ben Affleck. They did the same thing with Michael Keaton back in the 80s when they saw the first pictures of the costume. So I think it just comes down to like everybody has a specific way they want to see things and they cling to things. And maybe they'll open their minds when they actually see it executed, which is cool. But all of the toxic fan stuff we see with people bashing what they're seeing in these photographs or demanding that, Supergirl has to be Kara, not Laura, instead of embracing like a really cool idea. Hey, it's a multiverse. Why don't we introduce Lois and Clark's unborn child or daughter or whatever? So I think everybody's just got to calm down and like wait and see what happens. And if it's shit, it's shit. Then complain about it. But
this is where I wish that we were post merger, because if we were post merger, I think we'd have a management group installed that just knows what they're doing to the point where they don't listen to whining. Yeah. It's one thing to listen to fans, but at some point you have to tell your story, period. And you have to let the professional storytellers tell their stories. You can't always listen to some guy shitting in his diapers, a 40-year-old man saying that's not my this or that's not my that. Otherwise, you're going to be yanked around on a leash. And even if I don't always like the content that Marvel puts out, that is one thing that they've held steady on. They put their plan out and they stayed with it. Crappy stories or not, crappy response or not, they made minor tweaks, but they stayed their course.
What you described is exactly what they did to Zack when he finished Batman versus Superman, and why Justice League, which became Justice League, was so horribly compromised. They wanted to match Marvel's light tone, right? So let's get Joss Whedon in. We'll lighten things up. We'll have Flash falling on Diana. Oh, haha, that's funny. Dostoevsky, that's funny. And it's like a Frankenstein monster of a movie in trying to like reproduce the light air of the Marvel films. Then you got Infinity War and Endgame come out, which are like the effing darkest movies of the Marvel Universe. So like 100%. In DC, second guessing what Zack Snyder set out to do. And there were some light moments in Zack's Justice League.
Oh yeah.
But in the suits, second guessing the creatives. Let me tell you, working in film and media, I would never presume to tell an executive that's like raising the money how to go out and do that. You go raise the money so we can make the film. By the same token, don't come back to me as a suit who doesn't have like an imaginative bone in your body and second guess what you're relying on the creatives to do. And Zack Snyder had more than a solid track record to show his creative instinct was sound than to have the suits decide, well, he had this tragedy in his family. We can get Joss Whedon in here. We can make it lighter like Marvel. You get that like a portion of a movie that it was. And then it's like Marvel comes out with Infinity War and Endgame showing, well, yeah, a dark superhero movie can work. Why didn't you let Zack finish it, as we ultimately were gratified to see when we got a chance to see the HBO Max version.
And a lot of that was expectations, financial expectations. Well, and I've said 1,000 times on the show, the people who made those expectations should have been backhanded one by one.
Yep.
And I listened to another show on a daily basis, and this particular person, I won't bring his name up here on Enoch's show, but he basically said the reason why the expectations are so high. Oh, it's John Campia. But
I don't.
No, you know what?
Well, hold on. He had a valid point.
I don't mind. Look, I know it's a hot take, but I don't mind John Campion. I watch John Campion.
I love him.
I do too.
I disagree with him.
There's a lot of stuff that he says that I absolutely agree with. I mean, there's sometimes that he goes off on a weird tangent, and I'm like, John, I can't go there with you, man. I'm sorry. I don't know where you're going with that, but
his Disneyland rant was brilliant.
That was hilarious. That was great. But hey, he said something like this. He basically said that Marvel, by the time the DCEU had started, that Marvel had created the environment for each of these movies to be $1 billion, and that they should have made it that way. And I literally was about to, if I hadn't been busy, I would have done a super chat and spent whatever I needed to say, no, that's actually not true. you should have never recrafted or crafted your universe based on somebody else's success. Someone, because there's so many details that were in there that fit what that company was doing and where each company was. It would be like saying that just because McDonald's was dominating the burger market, that automatically Burger King is going to come in and make $1 billion, make a billion burgers. And if you follow that story, that's not true. They had to go through their own pains. They had to develop their own niche. They had to create the Whopper. They had to do so many things to brand their customer, because even though Marvel had set that environment, it was an environment for them and their people. It was an environment for them and their customers. And they were branding their people. Those people weren't necessarily going to be automatically receptive of what DC was doing. Even DC fans weren't going to be receptive of what DC was doing, simply because they couldn't let go of those legacy characters, the Nolan Batman, the Christopher Reeves Superman. So there was too many details just to say that comic book movies are making $1 billion. But he brought up a point that, that is the same thing that DC execs were thinking. Even though I disagree with him, it's exactly what those suits were thinking, is that Marvel's movies are making $1 billion, so our Batman versus Superman, by virtue that it has Batman and Superman in it, should make $1 billion.
But they trusted Kevin Feige, who had a vision, and they gave Zack Snyder the helm to be the Kevin Feige, starting out with Man of Steel, going in the Batman versus Superman. So my issue with that is that they should have. I mean, look, we can go around in circles.
They shouldn't have blinked. They shouldn't have blinked.
They shouldn't have blinked, right? But you had a lot of people who thought they knew better than Zach at the studio, doing exactly what you just described. And it's like, look, Zach's a comic book guy, and whether there are people that don't like his work, he's already proven himself, and he charted out a plan. Look, Feige, even though when they started the Marvel universe with Iron Man, they didn't know it was going to end, where it was going to end. Once Feige got involved and they started doing all the standalone movies, they had an idea where it was going to go. You can't start writing a script unless you know where it's going to end. And with Feige being the point person at Marvel, they knew where everything was going to end, because we saw these things in the post-credit scenes. We saw all the little Easter eggs of Thanos and things that were coming. So, Zach had the master plan, and Zach was planning on ending it at, I believe, Justice League 2.
Or
where,
3. I think it was 3, yeah.
Or Justice League 3. And then, okay, Zack Snyder's universe is done. DC, you want to go in different directions and explore new ways to tell stories with these characters. Yeah. They just couldn't let him do that, and it's just so heartbreaking. Because
it is.
Zach didn't come in. Yeah, Zach didn't come in trying to make a cinematic universe. He just wanted to make his own story. But the studio's like, we're going to make a universe out of his story, even though he doesn't come.
But we're going to make it happen. He set things up, though, so that they could do that. I mean, and wanted to tell his version of the story.
If they would have stuck to the plan, if they would have just stuck to the plan, they could have already moved on from this. I mean, it would have already all been out. If they didn't like it afterwards, they could have literally just walked away from it and said, you know what, it didn't work. We're just going to walk away from it. But like you said, Warner Brothers can't help themselves but to get their hands messy in whatever.
They gotta be like the puppet.
They gotta meddle with it. I mean, even with Zack Snyder's Justice League, for God's sake, they said, "Hey, here, go make the thing, go do whatever." Well, I'm going to put Jon Stewart here at the end. No, you can't do that. No, not Jon Stewart. Well, but guys, you guys got a multiverse. Like, what's it going to matter? Because it's Jon Stewart. We've got plans for him. Well, my movie also has Batman in it, and you got like another Batman movie.
And you're doing the Matt Reeves.
But not Jon Stewart. But like, seriously, doesn't it make more sense to put Jon Stewart? No, you can't do it. Like, it's dumb. They don't know what the heck they're doing. Real quick, I don't know if Joe already left, but Joe, if you haven't gone to bed already, hey, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it, man.
I was gonna say, I think I know at the end of the day, because if you show them Green Lantern at the end of the movie, they're gonna want a sequel.
No, not a
sequel. We already want a sequel.
More money? Holy cow! Don't give us more money.
No bonus. But I was gonna say
different cliffhangers. But what are you talking about?
Yeah, but I was.
Hey, why are people so upset? I've heard so much crap about this costume today. Do people realize that this is not post production yet?
This is exactly what the costume is going to look like. Suit. It's literally just the wire suit. This is not going to be the final part.
Yeah, her abs are not going to look like that.
Yeah. I mean, I ripped on the abs. I agree. I mean, the abs didn't look good, but then again, it's a wire suit, so I'm not really like truly.
Yeah, they're going to edit that out.
Yeah, but like,
she's not going to have a cape. I'm like, you guys seriously asked that question?
Yeah,
they're going to see you guys a cape.
Henry Cavill didn't have a cape in his wire suit, but he had a cape in the movie. But I was
you
just
see
gonna say
so much
on,
stuff from Justice League or even Affleck when he had the mech suit. He didn't have a cape. I mean, it's like Man of Steel or Superman. They're always digitally adding the cape from Campbell.
Yeah, they want it to flow, like Enosh was saying, they want it to flow a certain way. But to your previous discussion about the Justice League and all that, my one problem with that movie compared to what Zach did and he set up is because it just when I watched it originally, it just didn't seem like it fit into what he's building. It felt like a whole different vibe. It had a whole different vibe, and it threw me off. And just instantly, like right off the gate, I'm like, "Come on, what is this? This does not feel like what we saw beforehand. This seems like a way different movie in way different universe. This is like an Elseworlds tale of what we already watched here."
That's the tone shift that they wanted the tone to match the lighter Marvel film. There was no.
It just didn't work. It did not work with what we saw in Batman v Superman, and it just threw me off the whole movie, and it just gave me a bad experience seeing in the movie. But then I watched it a couple more times. I'm like, it still doesn't hit with me. Still,
it's horrible. And here's the thing: the critical thing that before they made any of these dumbass moves that they did, the tone shift, the course correction as they counted. First of all, before you change anything, I don't care whether it's a lemonade stand or a movie. You got to find out if these people that you're changing it for are even going to be receptive to it. You're going to
make sure your audience.
You're going to destroy your whole movie for a bunch of marks who are never going to see it. They destroyed a lot of their paths for people who were never going to see it. They crapped on the movie while it was still in production. We know I was still in the process of lining up promotion for this movie, and I had people giving me their opinion about a movie that wasn't even done yet. So you were never going to please people, and they needed to be smarter and understand that. Okay, do we stick with the guys who are religiously following this, or are we going to go ahead and change our course for some people that may or may not ever come to our doorstep? And that's a business mistake that they made. And most of these guys who made these decisions are pretty much gone. There's only one or two people. I mean, even Hamada to a certain extent, they came after that, but that was just bad business. And regardless of whether it's comic books, pizza, T-shirt, it doesn't matter what it is. You got to understand.
And you don't do it so abruptly like that. Like I feel like they did it so abruptly that it wasn't like like a mind, like they did like a tone shift. They took it like 100%. They completely changed the tone, and I think that's what kind of threw a lot of people off. It's not like they slowly or did like a minorly changed the tone. They completely changed the tone in that movie.
They panicked. They panicked because they don't know
that's the way to put it. They panicked.
And it just really threw the whole movie off, and I think a lot of people can agree that the whole tone did not work with the other movies, and it just was like a complete 180.
Well, to a certain degree too, they ended up going in that direction with Aquaman. As much as I love Jason Momoa as Arthur, even the color palette was brighter. Like Mira's hair looked ridiculous. It was like neon red. I mean, you didn't have to like
playing drums.
I mean, you could have had a saturation, but it was like
the octopus playing drum thing. I will defend actually because that is actually part of the lore for Aquaman.
But what I'm saying is
that octopus that wasn't like a character.
It wasn't a huge tone shift I felt for that movie. I felt like it actually kind of worked for that movie.
What I have a problem with is like I saw Marvel fans complaining about the stupid octopus playing drums under the water when like nobody freaking complained about the giant size ant playing a complete drum kit.
He's playing rock band.
I thought that was funny.
That was funny.
Well, I thought it was funny too. I actually like Ant-Man, but then don't complain about sentient octopus though, like playing like tribal drums when you're not going to complain about an ant literally playing a drum kit.
Well, then take it a step further with what ends up happening in Wonder Woman 84, another complete different tone. She disappeared from the world, even though she was hiding her appearance, and then she's not. Movie. There have been so many articles written about how. I guess Zach had at least left some kind of a blueprint that Patty Jenkins was going to at least follow that would retain some of the continuity, even if it wasn't going to be as dark as what Snyder set out. I thought the first Wonder Woman was fantastic. You can take the first Wonder Woman, and it fits what Zach did with Man of Steel, Batman versus Superman, and ultimately what he was going to do with Justice League that we ended up seeing. But then, the diversion from at Warner Brothers with both Aquaman and Wonder Woman 84, we got to erase what Zach did without realizing he'd have his chance to finally show his vision.
That movie had no purpose.
Aquaman was written alongside of what Zach was already doing. The reason why it seems like a tone shift is because it was appropriate for that character on his own.
But didn't they change some of the details?
Aquaman, the difference between Aquaman and Wonder Woman 84 is Aquaman was done consistently with what that character was and what he would have been on his own. Because James Wan, they wrote it alongside each other. Wonder Woman was completely different because now there is no executive producer in Zack Snyder. There is no co-script writer in Zack Snyder. And there's no screenplay writer in Zack Snyder. So, but what Aquaman, as goofy as it may have been, it was consistent with what he would have been.
Yes.
With
Snyder. Let me ask you though. My understanding is that there were some story details that were changed once they went into. I mean, even as far as this is a post-production issue, but changing Mara's accent. She was originally presented as having, the British accent. Then they did Aquaman and they redubbed her. And it's like the intention was she was going to supposed to have more of a regal.
A lot of those decisions were between James Wan. James Wan did a lot of those decisions himself. The bubbles, the voice bubble, a lot of it. He basically was allowed to do his own movie at that point, and Zach was okay with that. But where they butchered the concepts was with Wonder Woman 84. Because that's even if they hadn't meddled with Justice League, Aquaman would have probably been, for the most part, the movie you saw.
Could have still
Wonder Woman 84.
That movie,
Wonder Woman 84 was it's just a bad movie.
The first 10 minutes were great. That was it. Like the stuff on
the ending
Mysterio was amazing. But
yeah, I was gonna say, like, the one problem with that movie that I have is, like, what does it add to her character? It really doesn't add anything to her character. It more or less confuses, like what are you doing? Like, you completely change kind of like how the character is, and then at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, everything gets reversed. So basically, nothing really happened. This whole movie was kind of like pointless. It just kind of really it was just entertainment.
So yeah, it was entertainment, but there was also a very good point brought up afterwards. I never thought about when I was watching the movie with a friend, in that she has no problem sleeping with the guy who Steve Trevor inhabited.
Raping
you want to talk about if a guy directed that movie and the roles were reversed, if it was a male superhero who decided to sleep. Right? Look, I'm not. That doesn't bother me, and I'm not going to jump all over the morality and the ethics of it. But it is kind of funny that they missed a detail like that, and they could have very easily written something to address it in a way that doesn't leave you later thinking about it twice. It's like, what were they thinking when you really have the time to walk out of there and think about these story points that, point to the fact that Diana didn't have any problem engaging with a guy who probably had no. Although I doubt he would have minded had he known it was Diana.
Yeah, he'd have woke up.
That's a whole other. He wasn't present to enjoy it. He wasn't present to enjoy
Steve. It was her Steve.
Yeah.
No,
Steve.
Or even just the fact she doesn't want to kill people anymore. She doesn't want to use shields anymore.
I'm going to win with love.
It's all about love. I cannot be a warrior anymore because we're not following what Zack Snyder set up.
Yeah, no sword, nothing.
Well, new management's coming, guys. Just hold on.
We've been holding on for how long?
Okay, but let's not get in the same hope we gave Jason Keelar. Let's let him work for it. No, let's not just
he may not
lay
be
on our
going
belly.
away. I thought
he
may not be going away. I thought immediately, because a lot of these mergers, it has nothing to do with whether they like the personality or not. They're formulating these ideas with people that they are planning to plug in. They're having these conversations with the guy that they're going to put as the CEO, and all the way down. So, but the more I hear about it, Jason Keelar, without these subversive people around him, probably could do a hell of a job. But he's got an old school Hollywood structure that he's got to fight against, and then he's got a lot of other different things. He can't just be the CEO and say we're going to do this, because a lot of those old timers have leverage within the company. This new organization, that's not going to be there, and he's done a decent enough job with HBO Max. He's taken a hit for some of the decisions as far as day in, day on. But
William, can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Please forgive me. I've seen you in the Poindexter Lounge before, but I don't know your background. I'm assuming, it sounds like from what you're saying, you work within Warner Brothers or affiliated. I just was curious to know what your background is.
I own a place that we. One of the things that we do is we help promote movies when they come out.
Okay.
Given our demographics, a lot of times they come to us, and we'll do promos, we'll do a lot of things like that, and we'll do surveys before and after. So, for instance, we'll take for Blade Runner 2049. They had me get and we have a theater inside of our place. we had a bunch of people get together and watch a version of it, and then we sent those same exact people to Blade Runner 2049, and we got their opinions and everything else. And we get opinions, and we have people that work with the company, intermediates that work with the company that are standing outside the theater, and they get your opinion, and then they ask our opinion that we get prior to that, so they can get it consistent. We do it primarily, like I said, we have different companies, but a lot of it, pretty much every DC movie since about 2015 or so, we've done it with. I mean, Joker was one of our, we showed The Killing Joke, and we got gauge people's attitudes as far as how they would accept Joaquin Phoenix and all that. And then we did the same thing after the movie when we took, sentences like that. So when it came to Justice League, as we were ramping up the promotion for Justice League, some of the things we were hearing about Justice League, you could automatically tell it was going to be complete BS, and you could tell where it was coming from. It wasn't coming from people who had anticipated the movie. It wasn't coming from people who, were going to see the movie. It was coming from people who want to view every comic book movie through a Marvel lens. And not knocking what Marvel has done, but as a fan, fans don't always have the intellect to separate this, that it's not the Super Bowl, it's not a team sport. You're not getting a check from either company. You don't have to view it that way. And at that time, from 2013 to 2017, it was the fans that did the majority of the damage, because it was the fans that were leading the way and making it so that these companies were reacting to this.
So you guys were like the test screening market research coordinators to help.
Yeah, and every they have the company that does it. We just would do our promotions. So for instance, like for The Conjuring, all right. So we had somebody dress up as a nun, an evil nun,
valid.
And we had them. We had a list of trivia questions, and we gave away prizes and tickets based on that. We'll basically do something that goes along with the theme of whatever movie. For Harley Quinn, that movie, we had people coming dressed up as Harley Quinn, and we had bags of inflatable hammers and bed buds. So.
What were the results on that? I'm curious, like just on a side note, was it what people expected, having seen her in Suicide Squad, the way she was presented?
A lot of people were disappointed. were disappointed.
Not surprised.
And the reason being because a lot of the elements that brought them to the movie, were not there. Yeah. And the movie didn't make a lot of sense to them because a lot of the characters in it didn't make sense being there. People like Ewan McGregor's character. But it was like one of the only things, and it's a breakup movie without the primary breakup subject.
Right.
And Harley Quinn, for whatever you want to call her, everybody in that movie is a derivative character, and you take huge risk whenever you go from the core character. People don't want to hear that all the time because they're like, well, you can get an unknown character. It doesn't always have to be the Holy Trinity. Try doing that when you're spending someone else's money on the production and the promotion.
Well, I think Margot Robbie is like a phenomenal actress, but I think the position they've given her as executive producer, I don't know, with all respect and admiration for her, that she's got the chops to be running around with, as you just said, other people's money, making those decisions, not really understanding the fandom as you just kind of laid out with people liking Roman Sionis, but wondering who the hell are all these other characters and why aren't you having the Joker in here since it's a quote unquote breakup story? Yeah, she's
stupid. You're so stupid.
Well, and they hurt themselves, and this is what I call it, cascading of bad decisions. Every bad decision that they've made from BVS all the way up to now has hurt a future movie, and it's doing the same thing now. Hopefully it changes. But Suicide Squad, the way they butchered Suicide Squad and kind of hurt Joker's character and decided that wasn't going to – once they made the decision to really hamper that character and not use him anymore, that destroyed this movie because now you took away the main content about this movie. Once you kind of truncated Justice League, you really took away a lot of the momentum that this Flash movie would have. And the same thing. Every bad decision that they've made it's been like an amoeba effect to where it's hurt other movies in some way, shape, or form. Maybe Shazam makes more than $300 and some odd million if it's tightly connected to DCEU. Maybe a lot of these movies are that way, and they're looking at success like, well, Aquaman made $1 billion, so we must be on the right track. No, Aquaman made $1 billion because stooges like me were still holding out that this was still going to go somewhere that we had started. You know what? And it was a good movie, and he had China. Not that it would have done horrible, but you can't base the success because right after that you had movies that didn't make that. If that's true, then Birds of Prey, along with Your New Direction, should have been $1 billion movie on their expectations, and all these other movies should have been, and they're not going to. One, you had stupid ass expectations that any of these movies that were going to be billion, and then you don't know where you're going, and that's the problem.
And it's demonstrated by how they changed the title. Like, what was it, 4 or 5 months after it was released?
The title was ridiculously long. Nobody could find that movie. I knew people who were a couple of months after that movie even came out, and I was talking to them about that movie, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that Harley Quinn movie coming out." And I'm like, "Dude, that movie came out 2 months ago." And they're like, "Well, what are you talking about? I never saw it." I'm like, "Well, it was the Birds of Prey movie." What? Birds of Prey was that movie? Like, yeah. And then they're like, look, they screwed that. But H
It should have just been named Harlequin. That's it.
Yeah, it should have been. It should have been with a $2 super chat and the Birds of Prey. $2 super chat says H Parts. I always love H Parts. He always finds a way to kind of like bring it in and kind of release the tension in the air. Enosh, Enosh, Rush, Ush. The Enosh verse.
We need an Enosh. This is the Enosh verse. We're in the Enosh verse.
Hashtag
everybody
continue the Enosh verse.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so that being said, I'm curious because we've now looked at all these pictures and stuff. I guess my final take on the Supergirl stuff and the Flash stuff is there are a bunch of pictures. It's cool to see in the end. We got a lot of Supergirl stuff. I think a lot more than any of us were expecting to get at this point. This movie has a long way to go still. For this movie to do anything, it's going to have to win over a lot of people. But I do want to talk about the speculation real quick. There's a lot of people talking speculation on this film already. And there's people claiming that they know, everything that's happened in this movie. Look, I can't speak to whether or not people know about it. I have a lot of people message me because some of my friends who have different channels or whatever, they claim to have insiders on the film and they claim to have heard stuff. This is what the film's going to be. This is what the film is going to be. And I've heard people
actually. Doomcroc, is it?
No.
Don't make it.
No, I've got friends.
I'm teasing.
No, I know. I've got friends. Hold on. I got friends that I stream with and I have streamed with that are good people, and I like these people. Okay, and that's why when they do full on episodes and basically point by point go through what they're saying the movie is going to be based on what somebody told them. I just always want to make sure it really isn't a joke. You gotta take stuff with a grain of salt. With a grain of salt, yes, with a grain of salt. Because these guys, I do believe
his Doomcock Steven Crowder. That's funny.
I do believe that these friends of mine that they do have some sources, that they do have different things that they do here. But here's the point: is that things can change. Things change even during production of a film. But also, look, everybody wants to be the one to get out ahead of it and say, hey, look, we knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. And ultimately, these people, I support them because, look, they want the same things that I want. A lot of the same things that I want as far as restoring the Snyderverse, as far as all these things. And I support those people as far as that is. But, when people message me and they're like, hey, this is what, this is going to happen. Or I've seen also some people get frustrated because they heard some things were going to happen in this movie that they don't want to happen, for example. And they're already being negative about the movie and saying, this movie is frustrating me and I don't want to see this movie now.
Yeah.
Take a step back, everybody. We literally just got the first production pictures from this, and people are claiming that they know every detail of where this movie's going, what the story is, what happens, literally going from scene to scene.
Yeah. Welcome to the rumor zone.
They could
welcome to the rumor zone.
They could absolutely know. Somebody could have absolutely given them all that information, and that's why I will never sit back and say that they don't have it. What I'm telling you though is, do not get all upset and want to take this movie and put it in a knapsack and bang it around like it's an iPhone that you hate on the floor and just absolutely destroy it, run over it with the car and decide, hey, I'm not going to watch this movie. I'm not going to support this movie. I'm not going to like this movie, and just prejudge the movie based on that. Wait
until the movie Enosh, what's your instinct though from what you are hearing from some people regarding the whole Kara Lara controversy? What is your gut feeling on what?
I would be absolutely shocked if it's not Lara.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I would be absolutely shocked if it's not Lara.
What, his daughter?
Yeah. And I'm not saying that
I would be shocked if it is.
Why? It would be stupid for them. Okay, hold on. This is speculation, right? This is my own personal take, and we said it earlier, William. It would be stupid for them to show her looking so much like Lara. And I'm not saying it has to be the definite continuity that's in the comics or in the Injustice storyline, but it would be kind of dumb to like make a character that looks identical to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then not be her.
Right. Why would you be shocked why would you be shocked that it
like
is?
I'm not saying that it has to be, but like I
hope it is her. I hope it is Lara.
I'm curious though how you would be shocked if it wasn't her, because I would be absolutely shocked if it wasn't, or if it. You're saying you'd be shocked if it was her.
I'm going. I'm not saying shocked like I'm going to pass out with a heart murmur or something, but I'm not. I don't see why it would be definitely. I mean, Andy Muschietti doesn't. I don't see that that's going to. Oh no, I've seen the picture. I got the comics with the picture.
Yeah, no, but we're talking about this right now, so I just want to bring it up. I mean,
that doesn't mean much to me as far as what he's thinking. I mean, I don't see him. I mean, if it were any of us making the movie, maybe, but I don't.
You don't think that he's drawing the inspiration from this?
He may be drawing the visual, but it doesn't mean that he's drawing his storyline inspiration.
But then we've seen like so much of Kara Supergirl on the CW. Not that its TV show should dictate how a movie direction goes, but it's this take, if it is Lara, is so fresh and different. If you wanted to do the Kara Supergirl, why not keep the audience happy and present her the way that they're used to seeing her as a blonde with the costume that you're used to seeing with Supergirl? It's like it seems like so off the beaten path to decide to use the aesthetic of something specific and that's not what it is.
I'm going to go along with you, but I wouldn't put my expectations either way, just based on this.
Okay, I'm not telling you. Look, I'm not saying that this is going to be the exact Lara. Yeah. That is from the comics or that Tom and Bruno create. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I think it would be real. Look, when you say like when you just said yourself about like getting into the mind of like what Andy Muschietti's doing. Look at those two pictures together, and I think that gives us a pretty good idea of what's going on in the mind of Andy Muschietti.
As it's a multiverse time travel story, you don't have to follow. It doesn't have to be Kara who's the cousin. It can. We're embracing things from other realities.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I would be very shocked. Like even if it's just Lara in name, it doesn't even necessarily have to be. Well, this is from the Injustice storyline. That'd be very interesting if it was. Because that would bring in a whole other aspect of the DC universe, right?
But the Injustice storyline has kind of been teased in what Zack set up with Darkseid. So it's like it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that Machetti's kind of doing the same thing. Let me take that element and
I guess the only reason I reacted that way, William, is just because if you're saying that you'd be shocked if it is like. I don't understand how that, because you're already like 80% there. Basically, all you need, all we really need to hear is either is she Lara or not Lara. So I mean, I would say like she's like 90% there. I mean, she looks like this character already, physically and appearance and everything. So basically, all we need to know is yay or nay. I mean, so like I guess it was just the way that you phrased that kind of took me back for a second, because like I would be shocked like if they pulled a switch and they're like. Well, I'm not trying to predict it either. I'm just saying that like when we see something that like these pictures together that are like even the creator of this character says, "Hey, I see what you're doing here." That like it's an obvious nod. I mean, it's obvious that they're doing. I mean, like a short-haired, black-haired Supergirl with this type of outfit with the red top. With this, I mean, it's too close. You know what I mean? It's too directly on the nose to say, well, it's not. I'm not saying that he's doing an exact replication of it. I'm just saying we do kind of get it. We can make a safe assumption that we know where he got this. Andy Muschietti, I doubt, just created this look for Supergirl and was like, oh, whoops, like I created.
But it's Kara, who everyone knows to look a different way.
Yeah, well, like I'm sure when he put Supergirl in his movie, he knew that this Supergirl existed.
Now, and Enosh also remember when they first announced that Sasha was going to be cast in the role, everybody like completely freaked out because she wasn't the common blonde, and they're like,
Yes.
"Oh, well, this is virtue signaling. This is SJW.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have to have a woman of color playing
Oh, yeah.
Supergirl." And it's like, well, it is Supergirl, but it's not the Supergirl you're expecting.
There
That
you go.
is what tips me off that Machete knew exactly what he was doing, and I almost think that maybe that was just kind of obviously it got the internet a buzz until we now see her on set in the costume that everybody knows is the iteration of Lara's look.
H Bart's here with a $5 super chat. Says my friend calls Keaton Keegan and says he is the founder, not Batman. Well, you know what? I only got one thing to say about that, H Bart.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
You know, there could be
Michael Keaton was amazing in The Founder, by the way. That's I think one of his most amazing performances.
He was good.
This stuff right here, this kind of conjecture, that's one of the main problems that I have with the way they've marketed this entire franchise from the get-go. This movie right now, all this time from where we're sitting here, all the way to the end, they should be helping with the hype a little bit more than what they've done. Right now, we're taking a gamble on whether this movie is going to be good. There should be enough consistency in what we're dealing with in the interim that we're getting ramped up to the point where we know we're headed something, and they've given us a little glimpse. That's not enough.
Well, hold on a second though. Can I bring up something here real quick before you say? So, a couple things. First of all, Big Lee Cinematics, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says unless she's the daughter of Christopher Reeves. Yeah. Well, but I don't think that. Well, I mean, okay. Look, it's multiverse. It's multiverse. It could be anything in any universe, whatever. But I mean, it wouldn't be the Christopher Reeves world.
Once you open up
that can, you can go anywhere with it.
Well, I know you can. So, I mean,
this is the inherent problem with the DC multiverse.
Okay. That being said, what you just said though. Thank you, Big Lee Cinematic, for this $2 super chat. What you just said though, William, about that you don't think that they've done enough. Look, I'm just going to tell you just flat out right now. One, if the Snyderverse community was not as had not gone through what they've gone through over the last 5 years, okay, and we wouldn't have seen just the blatantness of some of the negativity that Warner Brothers has kind of brought on themselves. Yeah. If we knew that Ray Fisher was in this film still and doing all this stuff, it has Ezra Miller in it. It has Ben Affleck in it. It has Michael Keaton in it. People were elated for this thing last year when they started talking about it and we knew this happened. You know what slowed it down? Was all these other little things. I think that they've given us plenty. Dude, it just started filming and we're already getting this kind of stuff. It's building up hype. The problem is that because of the negativity that Warner Brothers has built around this, either knowingly or non-knowingly, and then the Sarnoff interview saying, "Oh, hey, just stick with us. We know what we're doing. If you just stick with us, you guys will see what we're doing, and you're gonna love it." People have taken that as an insult.
But here's the problem.
Which honestly, I understand why they've taken it as an insult because basically we're being told
everybody.
You've dismissed us all. You've dismissed us all. But the thing is, I don't think that that's the problem of the movie. I think that if all that stuff doesn't happen, people are excited about this movie, and this movie has started to build up a lot of hype because the people for years have wanted multiverse. Like, look, I get there's the Matt Jarbos of the world who don't want to see any multiverse, but a lot of DC fans have always wanted to embrace the multiverse. Why do you think Crisis on Infinite Earths was such a popular series when it happened, a crossover series on the CW? People who didn't like the CW were watching it to see what was going to pop up, and they were excited to hear it. Now, did they handle it well? No.
Crisis on Impotent Earths is what I
exactly. There was a lot of promise. That fell flat. But people leading up to that, I know because we were doing watch parties at the time, and that sucker people were stoked for it. They were excited for it. People have wanted multiverse. People have wanted a Flash movie. We've wanted this Flash movie forever. People have wanted to see Ben Affleck return. Michael Keaton returning in and of itself has been a huge thing for people that wanted to see this movie. It's not the movie itself. And this is what I keep trying to tell. It's not the movie itself. It's really easy to look at a movie and go, well, it's not really getting that much attention. No. It's not the movie itself, and it's not the hype. It's not the hype train. It's everything else, all the baggage that was attached to this movie that is literally weighing it down and dragging it, trying to drag it to the depths of the sea, because it can't. It's going to be very interesting to see if they're able to keep it afloat. And when this movie comes out, does it have aesthetics that it's going to allow the Snyderverse fans to say, okay, this isn't what I thought it was, or maybe they hear somebody who does go see it and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's not what I thought it was going to be. So now, okay, I can get with this and support this. That's the problem. Is Warner Brothers has created an environment where even hardcore DC fans, people who have loved DC their whole life, they feel hesitant to even support this universe going forward. But it's not the. I don't think it's the movie. It's the.
They have not done enough.
What do you want them to do, William?
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me explain to you.
That just doesn't make any sense to me, bro.
All right, hardcore fans. All right, if I'm building my franchise and my money making around hardcore fans, which I am one of, I may as well go ahead and start having a yard sale to go ahead and get my income from after I lose all my investors' money. All right, when you're talking about, I'm talking about a general audience, because these movies don't get over the finish line with just us.
I know.
Right?
They don't.
It's the general audience that has been left kind of with gaps, and I'm not.
They do need to appeal to a broader market.
Exactly. They've left gaps. They have not done enough. You may think so. I may think so.
The movie doesn't come out till next year.
Okay, but here's the problem with that. It's not just this movie. It's not just this movie.
But we're talking about this movie. You're saying no. Hold on. Then you said that this movie hasn't done enough. Then explain to me how this movie hasn't done.
They haven't done enough to get you this movie. And honest with you, in general, same thing with Suicide Squad. I said the same thing about Suicide Squad. These movies may be classics, but when you're trying to build an overall narrative and keep people hopping from one to the other, they have not done enough. And I think that's why I worry about Suicide Squad.
But
that's
William,
why I worry about
what do you want? What do you want them to do with a movie that literally?
What I want them
literally just started.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what he's.
This movie.
You're misunderstanding what he's saying.
I'm talking about the entire atmosphere. So you got to think outside of these 6 panels on this screen and start thinking about the other millions of people that will never ever have these kind of conversations with you.
No.
That's so why if they'll never have these conversations, why is Warner Brothers trying so hard to satisfy them? Because they're not going to
don't know what they're doing.
But no. What I've been saying.
But you're saying the exact same thing that I just said.
No, but you're focusing on things that most general fans will not care about. All right, you're bringing up things that the general audience, a lot of the guys I meet and talk to and hand out free stuff, will never know or care about. I had people when we were doing stuff for Justice League, when we were doing for Zack Snyder's Justice League and everything, didn't even know what was going on. They didn't even know all the stuff that was going on.
I get that.
And that's 90% of the people.
I get that, but here's the thing: the general public has not even been turned on to this movie yet because it literally just started. They're not even in that mode. The only people hold on. The only people who know about this movie and are either excited for it or not excited for it are people like us who are big nerds.
That's a problem. That's a problem, and that's their fault.
When the movie has been in production hell for the last
lineage, the entire narrative.
Dude, but that's like saying I don't know about another movie that's coming out 2 years from now or next year, and I don't know anything about it yet. It's not to say that they're doing a bad job; it's just that part of it hasn't come around yet.
I get what he's saying, though. They haven't done enough with what they've done. No,
do you want to explain it to me, William? You know I love you, man, and I'll listen to anything.
I'm trying. And
I usually do. I usually absolutely agree with you. But what you were saying, you're making a statement of fact, but you're not. You're acting like your statement of fact explains what you're saying, and it just absolutely doesn't.
No. It's already there. I don't have to explain it. It's there. But go ahead,
guys. Take a breath.
Give it a
let
try.
Let go of the frustration and let William talk.
I think we'll explain this. I've said this a million times on this channel. Okay. I consider myself somewhat of a normie with regards to these DC movies. I find the DC universe concept, some of it to be just overly confusing. So if somebody that's like borderline, could care less, you've got all these people here who know what they're, know what's going on, but a bunch of people that don't. Okay. The thing is, and this is the problem with the DCEU, they have not done enough to set up their prime universe. And I've said this a million times on this show, and I can understand where William's coming from. They haven't done enough to set the story up to start changing directions right now. That's my whole problem with the
Oh, I
Flash movie.
absolutely agree with that.
And
I
not
agree
only
with
that, but from a general audience perspective, when was the last movie that came out for DC that wasn't Joker?
Well, to another degree, also,
continuity's died.
I would consider myself more of a normie that loves superhero movies because I grew up reading comic books, but I am not at all into all of the mythology and multiple storylines that have pervaded the whole comic book history in DC for the past decade and a half. That said, the reason your normie audiences love the Marvel universe is there was consistency that they continued with, that they honored, which is why people kept going back. Yeah, the continuity. DC, what you were just saying is that they've Brian, Matt, what Brian said to a normie audience that's watching DC movies. I've talked to some people who are kind of the same way. They're like, well, why this and that? It's like where they don't ask those same questions with a Marvel movie. Because Warner's and DC is tossed the continuity out because they keep course correcting. They think they're course correcting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is about embracing so much of the literal comic book mythology, adapting that stuff. I think more on a storytelling level within the film, the narrative of filmmaking is what the issue is.
Yeah,
but what I see, because William, I agree with what you're saying, but I see that as the overall narrative of what Warner Brothers is doing, not this film.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but you said but hold on.
Narrative, though, unfortunately.
But here's the thing, William. What I was asking you about is because you said this film hasn't done.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I mean,
you thought he was talking about Flash.
Yeah,
he was talking about everything.
When you say this film has not done enough. Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, but when you say this film, I'm looking at just this film, and I'm asking myself, I don't know what else. Andy Muschietti. How are we saying that? Literally, they're trying to hold on. They're trying to bring up literally every hype thing that they can to get to even bring in the normies to say, hey, you remember that Batman movie that you loved back in '89 that everybody loves, and like
then maybe they did too much.
But that's the problem. Like I've been,
I agree with you. I just really don't agree with the way that you're framing it, because I agree with you all as far as what Warner Brothers is doing. That look, they've lost that. They've lost the narrative. They've lost the plot of what they were trying to do, and they keep trying to reboot this thing. They keep trying to re-get it up and make this thing happen. And they don't ever get on their feet. But then when they do have something that does something positive, like say the Snyder Cut release, they don't even
acknowledge.
They don't cultivate that. They don't acknowledge their win. They're so bent on making something else happen that they miss their own plot, that they could actually do something positive. That being said, I think that this specific movie, The Flash, like, I don't know what else they could do at this point. Literally, when the movie just first started filming, and we're already seeing the costumes, we're already seeing this hype. It's already trying to create a narrative to get people interested in a movie that doesn't come out till way into next year.
And that's part of the problem. Unfortunately, within that construct of the movie, they're doing a great job. But unfortunately, that movie is not in a vacuum. It exists along a narrative that they're hoping to achieve, and because they have not. Okay, here's my example.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with it. And when you frame it that way, I can agree with that. Yeah. I'm just saying, I don't know what else besides canceling the movie, though. I don't know what else Muschietti's supposed to do.
Can I give you an example? Okay, so it should have started on March 18th, but it didn't, because we know why. Because the guy who saved the whole damn thing is being featured in this movie.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Right there. My hype before I get to Supergirl's costume and any of that doesn't matter to me on March 18th. You'll get me excited about Flash whenever it's released. The guy saves the whole world. Mm-hmm. And guess what? He's got a movie coming out in a couple of years. So you start there. And then you start with a whole bunch of other stuff. You start with it. There's been times where they've made these movies where there's been prequels and stuff about half a year, 6-8 months ahead. Man, it still had one. You get the hype going so that the movie does not have to carry 100% of the load. But what they've done is they've hurt and structured their narrative to the point where there's no ramp up. And unfortunately, even though that movie on its own, it's not the fault of that movie. That movie could pay the price for that. Same thing with Suicide Squad.
I absolutely agree. Now,
That's
William,
the perfect comment.
Yep.
With the chemistry.
I absolutely agree with you, William.
Great
I
comment.
absolutely agree with you. I just
Yes.
we weren't getting there because you kept talking about the movie, and that's why
Well,
I
that was the
saying,
topic we were on immediately.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I was saying. Like, I think Andy Muschietti is doing everything in his power to try to bring people in and to try to give people something to latch onto. But like, besides just canceling the movie at this point,
But it can't be just him, though.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. But besides just canceling the movie, like, he's got to try to make the movie the best way he can. And I think that's what he's trying to do by putting these things out there for people to be able to see where they're going, what they're doing. They've got Michael Keaton back. They've got Ben Affleck back. They've got Ezra Miller back. It's a convoluted mess. And like you said, Kenneth's comment right here is absolutely good. Like, there are good Fox X-Men movies, and there are really bad Fox X-Men movies, but none of it makes any sense together.
Mary
You can't
Wilcox's
just
point
watch
is
it.
good too.
Yeah, you can't just watch it from one thing to the next, and like you come out of it going, "Wow, that was a coherent story. That made sense." Because every time they'd go one place, they'd make one little misstep, and then they'd take 4 steps back, trying to fix and retread it. And then they even did Days of Future Past, which you could consider that to be like their time travel. Hey, we're gonna fix this, right? And they still screwed it up and made it worse. Yeah, they still made it worse. Was it Mary's comment here?
Mary's follow-up was fantastic.
And then making Justice League canon was the worst mistake they could have made. Yeah, and unless I hear from Andy that I really don't think that's Andy's. I would be very, very curious. And William, you've talked about this, many times. Like, I would love to see, and I really hope that one day the documentary is made about Zack Snyder's Justice League, the pre stuff, everything that led up to it, and everything.
It would be awesome.
Aftermath. What we are getting ready to experience right now, as far as aftermath to Zack Snyder's Justice League, because we're getting ready to get a wave of DC films. And I feel like, look, I've said this myself. I'm challenged as a DC fan, as a diehard DC fan, because I'm not hype for these movies anymore like I wish I was. I wish that I was like so bowled over and just excited, man, because I tell you what, if this was 4 or 5 years ago, I would be losing my mind right now over not just excited and saying, hey, doesn't she look great in that? Doesn't this look cool? Doesn't that look cool? I would literally be losing my mind over the stuff that we're just seeing that came out this weekend. But I'm not. I'm very hesitant because I'm scared to death of anything that DC puts out right now.
My point.
I'm looking forward to Suicide Squad because there are parts that I think that are in there that I'm going to like. But you know what? I don't believe them anymore when all of the actors come together and say, "Hey, we had the best time, and boy, this was just a brilliant script, and it was a brilliant way to put this movie together." Because I watched a whole slew of things with Margot Robbie and everybody, kissing up to James Gunn, saying that he's the most brilliant mind ever and does everything perfect and stuff. And look, I liked Guardians of the Galaxy 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Yeah, that was a misfire. And also, the actors are paid to do that. That's part of the publicity.
Exactly. Look, Ray Fisher himself stood up at Comic-Con and told us how great Joss Whedon was, and then said to us and told us flat out, that was the line we were told we had to say. Okay,
they got to.
I don't believe that anymore. I'm sorry. Maybe I lost my innocence on some of these things.
We've been traumatized.
Yeah, I have.
You've also seen what happened to John Boyega on. I mean, different with the Star Wars movies. John Boyega playing Finn. He's come out now. I mean, he was towing the party line when Rise of Skywalker came out, but he's made no. He's been very clear now about his disappointment what they did to his character. But at the time that the movies came out, these actors have to say things because they're contractually bound. It's going to take some time until they can start opening their mouths about how they really feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, right now for Flash, I should be for the next year of CW stuff. I should be seeing Ezra Miller popping up, just for a couple of seconds here or there. I should see little things to get me going, little drops to get me going, little tweets to get me going. I mean, kind of like what they're doing now, but on a much broader scale. Same thing should have happened with
there's
Suicide
some of that
Squad
too, though. Some of that too, because I did see a thing today. I was watching that. I think it was on. It was on Grace Randolph saying she says that they've got a plan because also you got to remember Ezra Miller
has got a little bit of a controversy that's still now months later he is not even addressed. They've just kind of pushed forward and acted like nothing happened. And look, a lot of us have kind of gotten past that, you know, and we're like, whatever.
Choking.
Yeah.
Is that the assault? The assault allegation?
Yeah. And so, but there's still people who are very much still on that thing. Every day I wake up to comments and see stuff on Twitter, on Facebook, and other things talking about like, oh, is he going to grab fans of the Flash in this movie and like body slam them and stuff, you know, and like, and the problem is they've never addressed that. Now, Grace Randolph says, and we, you know, if you thought I lost my innocence to these movies because of all this stuff, like Grace Randolph, I take everything with, you know, a couple salt shakers. Yeah, a couple salt shakers and, you know.
Big old fat lines of salt.
Exactly. But the thing is, though, is Grace Randolph says that they're going to address this, but he's got his own little controversy at the same time that all this happened. So that may be why we're not seeing much of Ezra Miller right now being put out there, you know.
Oh yeah.
But here's once again though, I know there's a lot of people who know that news, who are into that news, but there's a lot of people who don't dive that deep into it. I mean, it's just, you know, you got to take your chance that the majority of the general public is not, you know, not that underneath things.
Yeah, they don't even know what Ezra Miller did. Like,
you know,
it's just not in that realm of circles. I mean,
yeah, it's just nobody. I mean, like I said, I could get people that walk in and literally buy a Flash action figure and have gone to the movie and don't know because they're not on the internet as much and they just don't care. It's just not. Some people just don't care about that. But they don't care about the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. I know we do, you know. I mean, and we care and it affects us, but the general audience is not as, they don't hold it as tightly because we're in a sensationalized world. We're in a Kardashian-proofed world now, so it's like, yeah, what else is going on? You know?
The Ezra Miller assault, though, I read some accounts afterwards that claimed that it was like a joke or it was overbloated, and then I wonder, are those accounts just trying to cover up the fact that it was an assault? So I mean, that's still like kind of an ongoing story. I don't know what to believe. I don't know. I'm kind of like more prone to believing it was something that was blown out of proportion because he doesn't. I mean, I think is he bipolar?
Yeah, in the couple of seconds that video even exists in, like you can't get a good, you know, representation of what it is. I mean, I know that's been talked about a few times, like because it doesn't look like he like choke slams that girl. It's like he turns around.
It looks like
we've never heard from those people again. It looks as if they were annoying him. They were you know, giving him a hard time, and like that girl got up in his face, and he basically just kind of was messing with her. It almost looked like I thought when I first saw it that it was more like his friends that he was kind of like joshing around with, you know. But
and there'd be a lawsuit by now if there was an assault. It would be all over the place.
You'd have been on Ellen already or something.
Exactly.
It may have been blown out of proportion just for the sake of stirring up controversy where there was no controversy. This is just the nature of what it's like with eyes on every celebrity now.
I just think they're bad at marketing.
Yeah,
I just think they're just bad at marketing. Right?
Probably.
And that's what I mean. And these movies. Just think of all the movies that they're thinking about releasing. We should be right now, instead of talking about trying to put together some of the pieces. And one of your fans said, well, he wants everybody not to speculate. No, I want us all to speculate. I just want us to have a lot more to speculate on and more reasonable speculation instead of just throwing this wet paper towel against the wall and seeing if it sticks.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknown
what they're doing right now. Let's speculate and get excited, you know? Let's get excited about what's coming next. You know, and like I said, another Warner Brothers movie that didn't do well that just came out, not a superhero movie, but it was The Heights. Right, The Heights did bad, and a lot of it was because of marketing, because it didn't have A-list stars for the most part, and nobody knew what the hell it was about, so nobody could get excited about it. So it underperformed for them, and that seems to be the pattern going forward with these guys, is that they assume that there's everybody that's going to see these movies is going to be like me. It's going to be wearing the Flash t-shirt. It's going to be wearing the Flash hat, and it's going to be following it no matter what. Your general moviegoer is going to eat what you feed them, and if you don't feed them enough, they starve and they move on to something else. And that's what I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, so even as a Flash fan, and, you know, I've said this before, Enosh, I have no idea what the hell is going on. I don't know what this movie's about. And the most we've been talking about this Flash movie is not even the Flash himself. It's a
7-year-old Batman.
It's everyone else.
Era and a racially ambiguous Supergirl. So like,
it's just all drawing away from the Flash, and this is his movie, but all anyone is talking about is Keaton and Ben, and then
that's true.
Supergirl.
That's true. Now, but like again, in all fairness, if this was any other movie besides this particular movie that's been in development hell for literally forever, and we've known it's coming in one form or another for quite a while, we who are diehards, like if it's any other film, I don't know that we're so worried about this as we are right now, but it's because of this that, yeah, I mean, we're asking a lot of questions. And look, I think that the average person too would be asking those questions too. Like, what is this film about? Well, but I mean, it's just starting to film. The thing is yeah, there's a lot of questions out there about right now. But like I said, that's all speculation. Like we're not going to know what it is. The point is when it comes out, watch it, don't watch it, whatever. I believe that as time comes, like I think that they're going to have to do, William, I think that they're going to absolutely have to make up for, if they want this film to be any kind of success. I don't believe that Warner Brothers is going to turn everything around with one film. So if they think that just throwing Suicide Squad at us and this film is going to somehow
Peacemaker.
Yeah. If they think that that's going to somehow undo everything and that like we're all going to gain our trust back over that, I don't know, man. Barring Henry Cavill stepping out and like fighting alongside the Suicide Squad, as Superman or what, I don't know. I mean, like I don't know what that's going to take for us to all kind of come back into that fold. If we're ever going to
Black Adam
point, Black Adam has a good
potential.
But that's absolutely where I disagree with Grace Randolph, because Grace Randolph said in her video today that if Henry Cavill doesn't show up in Black Adam, that it's done. No. She said that. She said that if Henry Cavill doesn't show up in Black Adam, that Henry Cavill is done, that the whole thing's done. And I'm like, she doesn't even understand the timeline that this movie freaking takes place in. So yeah, so like
Shazam
doesn't show up in Black Adam.
Speaking of Shazam, because we could sit here and talk about that, the ramifications of the flat. It's about as twisted as the multiverse. And I know Brian's got to go, but I want to get Brian's thoughts on this before he has to leave.
Yes.
What do you guys think of all this? We got the reveal of all of the suits today.
I love these costumes.
They look great.
I love it.
They looked in the original Shazam. They were so over bloated and over exaggerated. They looked like Stay Puft Marshmallow superheroes. With like the it's like once again kind of following the aesthetic of what the Snyderverse set forth as far as how DC costumes and adaptations of characters should look. They just all look so much better.
The texture, yeah.
This is going to be a darker movie, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Probably not too dark though, because I mean the first one was not dark really, so I don't think they're gonna get
dark.
The first one has a lot of elements to it.
Dude, the first one, man. Look, I understand that there was a lot of things in the first one that were very childlike. Right?
Tonally, it didn't fit, especially when you had Cavill's Superman show up at the end.
But I will say this: there were some things there at the end. Well, not at the end. I'm sorry.
There was abandonment.
There were a lot of heavy issues that came to light. Plus, look, we got to see like literally a monstrous demon creature take and start throwing people out windows and killing people, dismembering them. It got pretty crazy. Speaking of eating people and dismembering them, what's up, Resident Justice? What's going on, RJ?
What's up, RJ?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, I did want to show you guys. So I did have it up, but like you mentioned, like tonally, like the difference in the suits, right? So like we have this suit today, but then you can see here above.
Oh yeah.
Like the difference in the suits,
There's also another big difference. The actress playing Mary Marvel has changed.
Yes,
that's what I was gonna say.
She was recast.
Well, no, it's the girl. It's the girl. It's the girl who was turning into her is now just
the same person now
because she's an adult anyways. And so the point, I guess, was that like, why would you have a girl who's an adult turn into an adult version of her that's not her?
Yeah,
So
makes
she was
sense.
so I don't remember the original film that it's. I only saw it once when it first came out, so I'm not. It's the Mary Marvel.
Yes.
Yeah, Mary Marvel.
So she's been recast with a new actress, or they?
No, the adult
from the
that played
first
her is
movie.
going to play her in both forms. As when she's
Oh, I got it.
So they were all kids.
Already older.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
I remember.
yeah, they
But
were
this is
all
a
kids.
this is a
They were all
time jump.
kids.
Then this is like a.
Well, no. So they were
no.
all kids in the first one, right? But the thing
Mhm.
was that the girl who turned into Mary Marvel, because you can see up there in the top, that's Mary Marvel,
Yeah.
but the girl who plays
To the
her
right,
down below,
Shazam.
the girl who plays her down below is the girl who turned into Mary Marvel in the first movie, but she's an adult. So the thing is the idea behind these characters, right, is supposedly that like that's what Billy Batson's going to look like. You know, right now he's 14, right? But when he's like 30, 35 years old, he'll look like Zachary Levi, right? But if the kid's already supposed to be, if the kid turning into Shazam is already an adult, he's just going to gain the powers of Shazam.
I wonder if they're going to de-age the kids then in the movie. If the kids playing the grown-up versions of the characters are now grown up, I'm wondering how they're going to manage that.
Eventually, they're going to have to do
Not
something.
much older though.
No, they're gonna have to do something though here in a quick minute because they're not gonna get many more movies out of them if they don't do something.
If I get one more, and that's it.
And it's this one.
So I'll say my piece on this and then I'll jet. No, it looks fantastic. The other ones look soft. It's like this. If you, one of the things that stuck out with the Ninja Turtle movie, like if you go back and watch it, you can tell they're like stuffed, like certain aspects of the costume and stuff. How
in the second and third one, dude. But we just watched that first one, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I thought I noticed it a lot in the first one.
No, that first one, man. That first one looks so much better than the second and third one because that was done actually by Henson's Creature Shop.
Okay, because the other ones look soft. Like
the other ones look horrible. The other ones look horrible. We talked about that while watching it because we're like, how the heck is it that like this is like these other films got made after the fact? You would think that the suits would, like the turtle suits would evolve and like get better, you know, whatever. And like literally they take a step back, like they didn't know how to make the freaking turtle suits anymore, you know? Because that first one is many times they look so real. But I mean I mean I get it, but yeah, I mean, you know, I understand what you're saying that way, but yeah, it's amazing that they took a step back that way.
No, that's good.
This
I like the
a
evolution.
Snyderverse influenced look to me. Everything I'm seeing today, either whether it was Supergirl or this, it seems like these directors are going to be. They're going to do their own thing, but they look at the blueprint that is set as something that's legit and that's something that works, especially after March 18th when you saw Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, the aesthetic is there. It's
there, and you know, that makes me happy.
I think also it's going to match more with what Dwayne Johnson's doing over with Black Adam as well.
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
He's the producer on the first one.
Yeah. Those costumes, like in the first one, it looks like somebody literally like plugged, like they're inflatable. Looks like you were using air to pump up the costumes.
Look at Shazam's chest in the first one compared to the second one. Look at everyone else's. It's like
I think that's the difference between Dwayne Johnson being an executive producer and like being around. And in these movies and Black Adam, him being this dude, those are his movies. Yeah, that was his company's movie, that first one. But this movie you see coming right here and Black Adam, those are his movies. His grip.
They're going to have to dovetail. They're going to have to organically dovetail so that everything. Yeah, because you couldn't have those costumes from the first movie enter the Black Adam universe at some point and be taken seriously.
Yeah, no. And the Rock is taking this. The Rock is living this movie, and it's great. And like I said, what they're doing with him and the way he's presenting himself is the way the entire DC films should be presenting all their movies. They should be getting hype. The Rock is doing more promotion, you know, on his own than the entire company of any of their movies. And they should have. I hope DC films follow his lead.
I wonder how much influence The Rock might have on what we've been following with restoring the Snyderverse. Because I know he's friends with Henry Cavill. I think they have the same agent. So what's the inside skinny on that? Does anybody know?
I think if we're going to see the Snyderverse come to any type of fruition, it's going to be after Black Adam, and it's going to be because of the leverage that The Rock has. Because I think Black Adam, and I know these crazy expectations these companies put forth sometimes, I think Black Adam is a legit $1 billion candidate because of what The Rock does for the franchises that he's in, and the fact that he's been able to hype this for so long, and where he's at right now as far as celebrity. I think that is they're legit one day. And once that happens, I think he's going to become the focal point for the kind of stuff we like and the general audience. Because if anybody can get the general audience on board, it's The Rock.
The Rock can get people to see otherwise horrible movies and still remain a movie star.
Yeah, even when he does horrible movies, he's the best part of them because of his charm and his personality.
I actually went to go see Skyscraper in theaters just because of the Rock movie, and I regret that choice.
That was another one we promoted. Oh wow! Wow!
No, I refuse to. I refuse to do it. I went to go see Central Intelligence because I liked that movie, and that was a fun movie. I will not go. Usually I won't go see a Rock movie in the theaters. I still haven't seen Rampage, and I still haven't seen Skyscraper.
I don't care what kind of physical shape Dwayne Johnson is in. I'll share with you guys. I'm an amputee, so I have a prosthesis. I have an artificial leg, and there's no way in hell anybody, even with Dwayne Johnson's physique, could get away with the stuff that they pulled in Skyscraper. Let me tell you. Okay? I mean, nice wish fulfillment for people like myself, but it doesn't work that way.
I had an army buddy that went with us who was an amputee from our when we served. He's like, wow, I wish I could do that. He's like, I want the special effects people to work on, because he has a prosthetic that literally looks like the Blade Runners guy, the guy who in South Africa at the time. It just comes down straight, and he took him forever just to be able to walk and be able to walk normal. And here's Dwayne Johnson literally leaping from climbing elevator shafts, and that thing ain't coming off unless it's bolted to. Oh, it was. But hey, they didn't
use any amputee. I'm telling you, no amputee consulted on that.
No,
it's just
not
you
one.
wear a prosthetic limb I don't know, like 3 or 4 hours, and the perspiration in the socket is like so much that it starts to slip and slide and kind of comes loose. And you got Dwayne Johnson running around a burning skyscraper with all that heat. I mean, okay, I know there's suspension of disbelief, but at a certain point, I'm grateful that they wanted to, present a disabled character in the most positive light. But even being disabled myself, I'm just like, come on.
In the right way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was still odd.
But I love him. I mean, he's a charming, very talented man. There's so much to admire about what he's accomplished. And if he can help right the ship that has ended up adrift here because of what's happened at Warner Brothers, ultimately with Snyderverse after Black Adam, more power to him.
Yeah, that billion. As soon as that hits billion, as soon as you see on Box Office Mojo or whatever, that goes to billion. Start looking for little things. Because he's basically the CEO of DC Films.
You can run it.
He's basically going to be the DCEU. No matter who they pick or who Zaslav picks, no matter who. Dwayne Johnson is your CEO.
Everyone loves
CEO of.
Everyone loves what The Rock is cooking.
He's going to give him all the people's elbow for sure.
Right?
Eyebrow raise.
Kevin O'Doghair made a funny point. Those suits in the first Shazam movie look like Hans and Franz from the
sweatsuits.
Brian, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, man? We're going to be closing up here. I got one last topic that I need to blow through, but it's 4:15 in the morning for me too. But hey, man,
it's getting late. You can find me on my channel, Brian Master of None. I'm actually doing a stream tomorrow. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do.
And that's awesome. A YouTube channel.
This is a YouTube channel.
That's a podcast. That's a
sorry. Let me be
an infomercial.
That's
right. It's a channel that I've never been on because I've never been asked.
Well, it's not that I haven't been.
Heresy.
Burn!
Wow, really?
Wow,
Brian, you know what this means? You don't get a bonus.
I don't know, Brian. I don't know, Brian. I got people who
I did put the invite in the group chat.
I got people like Master Swag King here who used to make videos negative about me and say how much they didn't like me, and I've been on their channels, and we've gotten along just fine, Brian. Just saying, buddy. I love you, man.
You pick the time when you want to come on, man.
Tomorrow.
Let's make it happen.
I love you, Brian.
Spur of the moment promotion here. No, it's just
just try to wake you up too a little bit.
It's really inconsistent for me in terms of like when I can stream and when I can't stream.
Because I work nights. What we got to do, Brian? You know what we got to do, man, is when Lower Decks comes back.
Yeah, I'm waiting for some Star Trek content. Like that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, we need to get together on Star Trek.
I freeze. I totally froze. What the heck,
froze,
man?
That's
cock again.
You're okay. You're okay. You're
Doomcraft's
back
not
now.
letting you.
You're a little bit of a robot. But no, we'll definitely get some of that going. And I do apologize. But no, I had this stream. I was trying to set you up one night, and then like you fell asleep and didn't have a stream. So I was like, oh, wah.
That's right. Okay. Well, I froze there. I don't know what happened there, but I froze. But I did want to say, no, man, when Lower Decks comes back, you and I seem to be the only people who like Lower Decks. So you know what? We'll have to do a Lower Decks thing. We talked about that before.
Heck yeah. No, but we just didn't
us.
get around to it. But
yeah.
No, we'll get some stuff. We'll work some details out. It'll be good.
All right, bro. I love you, man. Just so everybody knows, I'm just messing with Brian. Brian has become
just busting his balls.
Yeah, Brian has become such a good friend and helps me out so much when he comes in here, and so I appreciate Brian so much. So everybody go. If you have not subscribed to Brian, for God's sake, what are you waiting for? Brian Master None. He's the nicest guy on the internet, man. Look, don't hold it against him that he looks like the guy from Toy Story 2 that tried to sell Woody. Don't
scare the heck out of me, man. Oh, dude. I was like, no.
Somebody posted that in our chat. They're like, hey, what's Brian doing in the Toy Story movie?
It was terrible, man.
It's just wrong.
It is wrong.
No,
it is
that's
wrong.
the second time Disney's capitalized off of my appearance. Expect a lawsuit. I'm still waiting on residuals for Recess.
Recess. We love you, Brian.
And then not only that, King of the Hill, my resemblance to Bobby Hill, my last name being Hill, and selling propane. So I'm working on it. I'm going to get a lawyer. We're going to hammer some stuff out. But yeah. All right, everybody, take care. Have a good night, guys.
Be safe.
Let's see. Okay. So the only other issue that it's not an issue. It's just kind of weird. Okay. So I've always said about this when it comes to Shazam, I've always thought with Captain Marvel that I would want Captain Marvel to have a longer cape, right? Like, because Captain Marvel has always traditionally had the short cape, right? Because it's a cape, but it's more kind of like a throw almost, right? It's got really kind of the loose. It's not like tucked in usually. You know, I mean, it is here, but usually, like, you know, the figures it has that, like, or the cartoons and whatever it has, it's more like a golden rope.
Yeah, as a rope that connects into.
Yeah, right. And so I saw this today, and the only thing that kind of stood out to me that looked a little weird was the capes. I like them. They're longer, but am I the only one who just thinks like the white just looks a little strange the way that they've got them presented here? Like it almost looks like that because of the way they're presenting them here, without it being like a unique kind of cape, just making it look like any other superhero cape. That it's like the color structures don't.
They look like
keep in mind,
gold trim on that.
They're going to color grade and change things in post production also. But I think
it's still going to be white though.
Yeah, the longer capes though I think look more regal. I mean, I don't know that the short capes necessarily work in live action from that top picture the way they work on a comic book page. I think that I mean, just it's all, you know, a personal opinion, but it's all subjective. I kind of like the look of the longer capes. I think that, you know, they're going to touch those costumes up in post with CGI too. So I just think from an aesthetic point of view, I think they add more grandeur to the characters. But
I think that's another Snyder.
I can't wait to see them. I can't wait to see them in action. You know, to see how they look. It's just that, like, I guess now I've gotten so used to Captain Marvel having the short cape that when I finally actually got to see it, I was like,
Captain Marvel.
Yep.
Shazam.
Yes.
Well, look at it this way, Enoch.
Captain Marvel.
Disregard.
Real Captain Marvel.
Yes, I will date myself. Captain Marvel. That's
Disregard.
Captain Marvel, the real Captain Marvel.
Disregard Shazam from 2019 as being an aberration, and just imagine that what you're seeing in the lower picture is how it was supposed to look in the first movie.
Well, you know what I'm most excited about? Because they made a multiverse figure of that Captain Marvel figure, that Shazam figure, and I thought that he was a little weird. Like he was very long and skinny. This was before McFarlane took over the brand, but they did make 5-inch action figures that were like the basic figures, and I actually really like those figures. I've got all those figures like right over here. The only thing that I thought was really weird about those figures was, and I think DC's really dropped the ball on this as far as like kids playing with figures, for like Batman v Superman, right? they had all these figures, these 5-inch figures that were the standard figures. Not one villain. Not one villain. They made Batman. They made 8 different versions of Batman. 8 different versions of Superman with armor and a bunch of stuff that he didn't have in the movie. They made an Aquaman. A couple different Aquaman. So they made Jason Momoa with the tradition with the regular Aquaman suit, and no shirt or whatever. Then they made him with like an armor. Then they made him in the traditional Aquaman suit with the orange top and the green bottoms.
Yeah.
They made Wonder Woman in a couple different ways, including silver. Not one villain. When they made Shazam, how many deadly sins are there?
7.
7. Do you know how many figures they made for that line?
0.
6.
Oh, 6.
Wait, what?
Here's the weird thing. Here's the
man.
weird thing. With the nicer figures, the $20 figures, they only made 2 figures. They made Shazam and they made Dr.
Savannah.
Dr. Savannah, right? So they only made those 2 figures. I got those 2 guys right up here. So they only made those 2 figures. So that's it. They didn't make the rest of the family. But with the 5-inch figures, and I can show them to you if you want me to, but with the 5-inch
You're
figures,
frozen right now.
Yeah.
I'm frozen?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well. Yeah, it's just
We can hear you, but you're frozen.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I'm just going to show them to you in just a second. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Benson's here with a £5 super chat, says, leave Brian's balls alone. We can have a watch along. Can we have a watch along for Iron Eagle with Lou Gossett Jr.? Sasha looks amazing as Supergirl. Flash movie looks exciting. There you go. So I don't know. Will Louis Gossett Jr. be joining us?
No.
What do you got against Iron Eagle?
I paid to see it, and I can't get my money back all these years later.
Am I still frozen? Am I still frozen?
No, you're moving. You're
moving now.
jerky though. You're a little jerk. Okay, you're good now.
I'm a jerk. I'm a jerk.
No, but you know what? You're really the resolution's down. You're
all right. I'm gonna go out and come back in. So you guys talk amongst yourselves while I get stuff going. All right, here we go.
All right.
Hold on a second. No, I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna make you guys watch me try to figure out how to get out of here.
Okay.
Watch out, he'll come back dressed as someone else.
Speaking of action figures, anybody remember Iron Man versus Doctor Doom Nightmare? I forgot what issue it was of Iron Man. I picked up
that's awesome.
See you leg out.
So I've got these guys, and they're standing up on my shelf here with.
That's dope.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got some fun collectibles here, like Enoch and the rest of you guys.
Sweet.
Enoch is ridiculous. But once I raid his stash,
Yeah, that was what I was saying.
it's going to be less volume. Yeah, I'm on my way to Michigan. We're going to take care of at least.
Same with Wonder Make. She'll join you.
Yeah, we've already got a getaway car set up. I got to the airport.
Join?
Yeah, I already got the U-Haul trucks so that they know where to go. So we're all split up and going our different directions, each with a quarter of Enoch's stash. Now we're going to leave him some stuff.
We'll leave him a post-it note. That's it.
But we've been making a list, and every time he goes on, I'm taking note. The Cobra Commander helmet is mine. Some of the vintage Star Wars stuff is mine. He can keep the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, and some of the stuff he can keep. But like I said, some of the stuff is going to be too big to run down his stairs with.
You'll be merciful.
Yeah, not getting captured and held at gunpoint or whatever in Michigan is that's a goal. So yeah, we're gonna take a lot of that stuff away, and then when I'm on his stream again, I'll have it all behind me.
Yeah. You guys, how many of you guys collect outside of toys and collectibles we find at the stores? I collect a lot of high-end prop replica stuff, and I don't have, you can't see it from here, but they call my dining room like the Midwest wing of Lucasfilm Museum. It is a Bale bat. Yeah, it is.
Yo, I can just see it. It's like a dude. I can see in the background. That's sick.
And it's wearable. It's actually a one-off from. So many years ago, I guess the original Bale suit from The Dark Knight was touring the world when the movie was out, and it ended up in Australia, and the suit got damaged while it was on tour, so they gave it to this Australian prop maker to repair it. And it just so happened that he decided to take molds off the original Warner Brothers suit before he returned it to Warner Brothers. So the suit I've got in the back is one generation away from what the Warner Brothers suit was. So
that's awesome.
It's cool. I've worn it a couple Halloweens. I'm not quite thin enough to wear it anymore, but I've also got an Affleck suit, which is better fit to my build. So, and that was like put together by this guy, John Ninko over in the UK. Literally, his stuff looks like it came out of Ironhead Studios, I think, that did the suits for Batman versus Superman. I'll have to like pull a picture up sometime, but it's fun collecting the high-end prop replica stuff, along with these little guys who are more.
Well, William, it looks like we have to go rate his.
I shouldn't have told you.
You're on the list now.
How close to Vegas are you?
I didn't say where I lived earlier, did I?
All right. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to show you guys. Okay, so this is what it was. So when Mattel had the property, and that was when this movie came out. So Mattel made this figure right here. Which is a decent looking figure. Okay, it's all right. It's all right. It's got gold trim. This was the $20 figure, right? So you can see boots are pretty nice. Like everything looked pretty good. He's got a pretty elongated body though. Like he looks pretty skinny. Like it's kind of different. But you know what? And even compared to the other figures in this line, he looked like that. Now Dr. Savannah, on the other hand, looks great.
Oh yeah.
He looks great.
That's a great looking figure right there. And looks really good. Now, mind you, you put the two together.
Wow, the proportions are off.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? So here's the thing. But this was the $20, a little bit more expensive figures, that they put out for the movie. For the kids versions, though, they put out these 5-inch figures. Look at that figure.
Oh my, that's way.
Okay.
It does not have all the articulation,
but a better likeness for sure.
But a better likeness.
Yeah.
Look at the two together.
Which is surprising because you think that they would use the same 3D models, just scale them up or down for the different figure heights.
Yep.
Look at the Shazam logo too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The proportions are better on this one. Now, mind you, this doesn't have the gold trim. Like this one has, if you can see that, that it's actually painted or whatever. So it's a cheaper figure, right? And I agree. Yeah, Mark, I know, man. These showed up at like $5 below if you got one of those places, like a resale place, right? Whatever. But here's the weird part. So they offer these figures. Each figure comes with a deadly sin. One of the creatures, right? And the whole point of these guys is you're supposed to be able to take them like this, right? And stretch them out and then like fire them, right? So you can like shoot them, right? So like they're shooters, right? Now, 7 deadly sins, right? So you got Shazam and his deadly sin. Great. Awesome. Check this out though. You got Mary. Now, mind you, these were like $5 figures, okay? She looks pretty darn good for a $5 basic figure. And her articulation, her arms move and stuff. I mean, her knees bend and everything. That's a pretty good looking figure. And notice also, together, proportioned pretty well.
Yeah.
Pretty well proportioned together. Okay. Now, mind you, here's her deadly sin, right? She comes with a deadly sin as well. That's 2. 2. Then you got Freddy here. Freddy, right? And I mean, and we just looked at the colors. I mean, the colors were spot on to what was in the movie. I wish they would have made a 6-inch Freddy, but like even this one actually even kind of does all right. I mean, if you want to consider him like Captain Marvel Jr., I don't know. But you know what? He came with Deadly Sin as well. So that's 3. Got so that was Eugene, right?
Yeah.
Was it Eugene?
I think so.
But like he looks good. He's proportioned. He's actually bigger than Shazam. And almost as big as the 6-inch one. He's much taller. So you got him, right? And then you got I can't remember. That was I can't remember all their names right now.
I'll figure that out for you.
But look, I mean, these were the basic kid figures. These actually look really good for what they were. right? And like I could see like if the movie had been more, I know Mark said from
Pedro.
Benson's
It was
that they were-
Pedro.
Pedro. I know that Mark said for you couldn't give them away. It was because they just. But I'm going to get to that in a second. Another deadly sin monster, right? They all have that little accessory. They all come with a little deadly sin monster. Yay! And then look how good Darla looks.
Yeah, making good, bro.
Yeah.
Look at that, right? I mean, that's a good looking figure right there. And hey, there's her deadly sin. That's 6, right? Because it represents the whole family. Where's the villain?
Savannah didn't have a deadly sin included.
Savannah didn't come in that set.
Oh, okay.
Savannah only came in the 6-inch.
Aha.
With this one, no Dr. Savannah villain for your kid to be able to fight the Shazam family.
That doesn't make sense though, because he's the one who wields the seven deadly sins.
How dare they?
It's consistent though.
It makes no sense. They didn't do it for Batman v Superman, and they didn't do it for. They made the same size figures for Batman v Superman, and some of them look pretty decent, right? No villain. I'm sorry, but you cannot have a toy line. You cannot expect kids. That's the whole point. Is kids want to play with these toys. They want to pit the villain versus the heroes. All this becomes is a statue. And if it's the cheap one, guess what? Nobody's going to buy that because they're going to buy the better version of it. Plus, they didn't even make these guys in the 6-inch. You know what I'm looking forward to most? I hope to God that McFarlane makes the entire freaking family.
Hot toy.
Hey, Enosh, can I give you some quick tech feedback here? Are you wireless or hardwired? Because
I'm hardwired right now. I'm hardwired.
Okay, because your image was like really kind of like blurry. Sometimes that happens if a hard wire comes loose and you're uploading wirelessly.
I'm hardwired. I'm hardwired. So there must be something going on in my area or something like that. Sometimes we get that, especially. Well, also, we've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes, and StreamYard sometimes once you get past like 3 hours ish, it can do some squirrely things sometimes.
Okay.
So,
I just didn't know if you were aware. I wanted to like.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I look completely clear on.
Now you look clear, but it's also because you're in a smaller frame. So
exactly.
Yeah,
and I have the HD version, so that kind of bothers me a little bit if you're saying that.
On those figures, that goes back to my basic premise of how the marketing, because the toy lines and things like that are part of the hype surrounding the atmosphere of a movie. Yeah, and they have. That's one of the things that they've mishandled. Because a lot of times you can release toys like the Godzilla vs. Kong toys were released preceding the movie, and people got excited about that. And it's just part of that branding. It's part of that marketing. And these are things that you can use to build your franchises going forward. And it's just one of those marketing things that they just never have done right. They just, like you said, inconsistency in everything that they've done. Yeah. And like I said, the general audience and the kids who are not deep into all this stuff, they will buy these toys if you give them a constant stream of good stuff to buy. They just haven't, and they've done the same thing with their movies. There's just too many gaps in the atmosphere. There's just too many holes, and it affects every level: toys, movies, everything.
This crosses over to the higher end collectible toy market for those of us who collect Hot Toys. They never put out a Cyborg Justice League figure to go along with the rest of the Hot Toys line, and people are still waiting for it. They're like, "Why did you leave out Cyborg? We have everybody but Cyborg." Hopefully they'll resolve that because Zach's version came out, but everybody's still waiting. Yeah, it's weird, like the marketing decisions they make in incomplete sets like that.
Well, but then they'll sit back and they'll go, well, yeah, but kids don't want these. Like, nobody went and bought them. Well, if you give people incomplete stuff, or like, I know when I was a kid, man, playing with toys and stuff, like, you had your villains, you had your good guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm surrounded by G.I. Joes and Star Wars stuff.
What about Migos? Remember the golden age of Migos?
Oh my gosh, dude! Yeah, that's a whole other.
Those were the best. I've got reproductions like from I think it's Figures Toy Company. Like somehow or another they were able to reproduce the old Migos to look just like the originals, and then you go out and get reproduction boxes on eBay, and people think, my God, how did you keep these Migo figures in such good shape?
Right.
That's where it all started for us with collecting, with the stuff from the 70s. Man.
Absolutely. So it's just it bugs me as a toy collector to hear people, especially like Star Wars nowadays, because like there's all these sites and all these fandom menacers out here, who go on about how nobody's buying the Star Wars toys, they're all on clearance, you can't sell them, there's all these Rose Ticos and stuff. Like, well, there's always been peg warmers, that just sit there. You know, so there's always going to be that. No, I mean, look, if by that logic, everybody knows that Marvel is the biggest thing since sliced bread right now, and I can go into any store and find literally shelves and shelves of clearance Marvel stuff too.
Sure.
So it's all about the extra stuff that people don't necessarily. It's like John Cena with wrestling figures. If you got a John Cena, you probably don't need another John Cena right now. You're probably, you know, if you're a kid, my kids were into wrestling for about 5 years straight, and that's all they wanted for 5 years was nothing but wrestling figures, belts. Every Christmas, every birthday, they literally wanted nothing else but wrestling stuff. Man, they lived wrestling, and I loved it. But that was the thing, was like, they got a couple John Cena figures, but they kind of even got lost. That was like, they didn't need every John Cena color variation or whatever. They had they'd rather have like the other figures for their John Cena to fight, you know, or whatever. And, you know, it's just weird, you know. So, you know, but that's why you can go into a Walmart and you see like 20 John Cena figures and like, you know, one of somebody else, you know. So this is where I'm going to get, this is where I'm going to get really hypocritical with everything that I've said. And I'm ready for everybody to tell me how I'm stupid and wrong. And I'm just going to go there. And if people don't like it, they don't like it. But speaking of being surrounded by G.I. Joe, here's the thing. Today, I watched the trailer for Snake Eyes. And I'm just going to tell you something. So I watched this trailer. I enjoyed this trailer. This trailer was a great trailer. This movie looks like it's going to be pretty cool. This movie looks like if it had come out in the 80s, or the 90s or whatever, like when I was a kid or whatever, when there was like the hype of ninja movies and stuff. You guys remember ninja movies and like the ninja hype of the 80s and
American
stuff?
Ninja.
Yeah, man. It's one of the things that made G.I. Joe stand out, because G.I. Joe had ninjas, right? And so ninjas are awesome. They're very, very cool. This looks like it's actually going to be a touching tale of two guys that come together. This guy who saves this other guy, and then they form a brotherhood, and apparently they're going to fight somehow. And there's the threat of some terrorist organization out there somewhere that, you know, is whatever. Under those premises, I could like this movie. As a Snake Eyes movie, this trailer sucked. This trailer was hot trash as a Snake Eyes movie. Nothing about this movie looks like it's even about Snake Eyes. They totally have taken the history, and I get it. Listen, this is not about
wearing a mask in half the trailer.
This is not about swapping out about, you know, it's partially about that. But look, there's sometimes when swapping the race of a character doesn't really matter, and then there's times when it does. And I'm sorry, but this time it does. I saw people on Twitter today pissing me off, saying stuff. Well, it's about time they made Snake Eyes Asian. Why? Why is it about time that they made him Asian? And then I saw somebody else, well, that blonde-haired, blue-eyed Snake Eyes that they had for the longest time, boy, that sure was sus. Why? That was his whole point? That's the whole point of the story? He was a Vietnam vet. He was an American. He ended up in the dojo of the Hard Master who trained him. He trained under him. He knew knew Storm Shadow. Storm Shadow and him were like brothers, but then Storm Shadow became very jealous because the Hard Master entrusted into Snake Eyes, because Snake Eyes proved himself to be trustworthy, where Storm Shadow always kind of had a little bit of a shaky disposition about himself, and so he was jealous of Snake Eyes. It got really deep then when the Hard Master was murdered. If you follow the comics, the Hard Master was murdered. Turns out it was Zartan, but they fought amongst each other because Snake Eyes thought that Storm Shadow did it, and Storm Shadow only joined Cobra to infiltrate Cobra and find out who it was. Here's the point. This stuff that I saw today, what the heck is that? Snake Eyes, the helmet is not just something that's like, oh, I got the helmet from the Ninja Clan. No, he's messed up and physically hurt. That's why he wears the helmet. Okay, also, the helmet, the silence. like you said, he walked. I'm going to let you guys state your piece because I'm going to state my piece and I'm going to step back from this because this just ticked me off. And I'm sorry, but like Snake Eyes, he got messed up. He can't speak. He fights he fights silently, trying to undo things that went wrong. In this, they show that the freaking helmet that he wears was a motorcycle helmet, that he pushes a button and the little things drop down, and now he's got a mechanized helmet that he wears while riding a motorcycle. That is garbage. That is not Snake Eyes. They show Cobra a couple of times, which I guess is kind of cool. The Baroness kind of looks cool. Scarlet kind of looks cool. But there is nothing about this that says this is Snake Eyes. And like I said, everything about the movie looks like it's going to be a cool movie. But this movie will be yet another movie that fails because this is where they go too far in literally taking away from the source material. They've gone so far away the other way that they just refuse to make that film. Apparently, they refuse to acknowledge that. And then they got what's his name, who wrote the original comics, to say like all this high praise for that. And then Larry Hama. They have Larry Hama in. By the way, thank you. Shout out to 187. I don't know if he's here. But they literally got Larry Hama, who wrote the comics and created the backstory for these characters. They got him to come in and do a little blurb on a video that he's like, I think this looks really great and everything. He's like, sometimes you got to recreate characters, I guess, stuff like that. And then it shows the guy who plays Storm Shadow goes, well, it's really cool because, Larry gave us a lot of leeway to tell the story that we wanted to tell and do the thing that we wanted to do. Well, guess what? That's great. But your G.I. Joe franchise is never going to get off the ground, and you're never going to appeal to the people who actually still give a crap about what G.I. Joe is, because nobody knows who G.I. Joe is. This is not that. This is not like some beloved property that like the whole world knows about, because it's literally... You're using characters that were just from one time. This doesn't even go back to the 60s with the big, 12-inch G.I. Joe guys. This is the 80s. This is literally my
childhood.
Okay? And so if you don't try to appeal to that in some respects, I'm sorry, you're not going to win other people over. You have got to, with this, you don't have a built-in group of normies that just love DC or love Marvel, or you're just going to come out to see whatever characters you decide to throw out there. Nobody knows who these characters are, and that's why there's people tweeting about this, because you can tell that those people tweeting that kind of stuff don't know who these characters even are, and nor do they care, and they're not going to support your movie. They're not going to uphold your movie. They're not going to do anything to help you in any way, and all you're going to do and all you've done is start to tick off people who actually love this property. I don't care if you want to make something that deviates from the original, but you got to give us something that looks somewhat like what we got. And it's not just putting a guy in a helmet that looks like Snake Eyes and a guy in a white ninja suit that looks like Storm Shadow. That does not cut it. This movie looks cool. It looks like a cool action movie. It looks like something that could have definitely worked on its own. It does not look like a G.I. Joe movie. It does not look like a Snake Eyes movie. And I swear to God, Snake Eyes helmet is not a freaking motorcycle helmet. Stop with this nonsense. This ticks me off because I love this property, and you call me an old man, mock me if you want, make fun of me if you want, say whatever you want to say about my take on this. But here's the problem. This is something I care a lot about. I'm surrounded in a room that I most of the stuff I bought for the second time because I sold my first round of it when I was a kid. I love this property. Why can't you give us something that actually looks like the property? I get it. It has to be changed a little bit for our world that is today. I get it. You can't necessarily have a guy who fought in Vietnam because it's too far back. There's been wars since, though. There's been other things. There's other ways that you can change this story. Why are you so hell-bent on changing who the character is? This is ridiculous. It's my take. I'm sorry if nobody else cares. If you don't care, you kind of prove my point. If you think I'm just an old man, I'm sorry, but you know what? This is a toy, and this was a show for guys who are old men now. And I look. You guys know me. I look at everything I try to look at it through a positive light. I try to also be very fair with things, and I'm very supportive of other things. I'm very supportive of when I see a race change done well. I always go back to things like Lawrence Fishburne as Perry White. I never once sit there and think, oh man, Perry White is supposed to be white. Why? Because Lawrence Fishburne does a tremendous job, a phenomenal job in the role. And there are many others that do it. But for every one of those, there seems to be these other ones that it's like, hey, we're a movie studio. We've got a property that we think we could make some money off of. And we're just going to go ahead and throw you a bunch of stuff just to see if you care anymore. And when you don't care, when you don't buy the toys anymore, because see, here's the thing, those G.I. Joe classified toys that I buy, see these right here? You know what these are connected to? This Snake Eyes movie. Yep, they got a whole bunch of them coming out, and the reason why they got these even started off the ground was because the promise of this movie coming out. So guess what? Even though these aren't in the movie, that's how they got this whole line started, was based on that, but the movie got delayed. I'm sorry. You're not going to help anybody. And that's my that's my take. Benson's real quick with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Benson's. Says the only thing more stupid would be hiring a white guy with a perm to play Iron Fist in a Marvel series. Oh wait.
Well,
Yeah, that happened.
Just saying, it's dumb.
First off, Enish, you are old, but we all are. No, but this goes to what William was talking about earlier with the studios wanting to reach the broader audience. They're not paying attention to the diehard, hardcore fans of G.I. Joe like yourself, and they change these things with complete disregard for the legacy of the character. Does this trailer look like it's in any way related to the other older G.I. Joe movie?
No,
so it's a completely new direction.
It's a reboot, basically.
Yeah,
It's a reboot.
I know this will be heresy. I don't follow G.I. Joe, and I've never been a fan of it, so I won't say any more other than I think this speaks to William's point about how they decide to serve a broader audience than the hardcore fans of the original source material. Seems.
Yeah, Luke, there's nothing wrong with another version of Snake Eyes. What's wrong with this is that, again, they have never done this right. This screams of... They didn't get G.I. Joe right when they did the first two G.I. Joe movies. Retaliation was a little closer to what a G.I. Joe movie should be, what those characters are.
Snake Eyes,
but they put... Okay, we were talking about The Rock, right? They literally made Roadblock the leader of G.I. Joe. Get out of here. I don't care how big, like we said earlier, I don't care how big The Rock is. I don't care how big his muscles are. The character of Roadblock is not the freaking leader of G.I. Joe.
He's like 11th in command.
What's that?
He's like 11th on the chain of command.
Yeah, like don't even get me started. I mean, like literally, you've got like people lined up out the door ready to lead G.I. Joe, including Snake Eyes, by the way, before you'd ever get to Roadblock on that totem pole. And literally you have Duke dying, and hey, here's Roadblock, and you literally had to Flint, who is in that movie, is the warrant officer and third in command of G.I. Joe, and they literally made him a side character to Roadblock.
Which is, by the way,
you can have different versions, Luke, bro. You should know me by now. I'm fine with different versions, but you know what? You can't just willy-nilly just pick stuff up and like completely change characters. Just be like, well, this is what the character is now. And just be like, hey, you're going to like it because it's G.I. Joe. Nobody knows what G.I. Joe is.
I can't believe the creator
that's actually the point, though. If they don't know what it is, and they think that they could change it then, because they need to reach a wider demographic of people beyond the hardcore fans. Right?
Well, here's the thing: since people don't know what it is, they actually have the liberty to stick to the source material. See, here's the one thing where there's so much potential in G.I. Joe to make this really crazy, because you can go over the top with G.I. Joe and still stick even though a lot of people, general audience, won't know what G.I. Joe is, that gives you kind of the freedom to the storylines in G.I. Joe are epics. They would transfer great over into to Zartan. I think Zartan being what Zartan potentially could be would be great on screen in this era of movie making. Tomax, Zaymont, Cobra. I mean, in the era we live in now, G.I. Joe was so far ahead of its time. Its core story fits now, and they could really, really do it up in a way that they don't have to go away from the source material. They are playing to a general audience, and that's what Paramount does because with Mission Impossible and everything else. But then don't do this property.
Exactly.
Stella Baxter made a good comment speaking directly to that. Enosh, did you see it? Movie studios will dumb down an IP, but insult the diehards that will buy the collectible merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, and get other people into it. But like I said,
well, because I'll be honest with you. So I want because I'll be honest with you. I have I have every figure pre-ordered right now for this Snake Eyes movie. Okay, every figure. There's like 3 different versions of Snake Eyes that all look the same. And then there's like all these figures, right? And that's a pretty penny that I pre-ordered for these. They're basic figures, but I know that I have to pre-order them online because they're going to be hard to find otherwise, probably, unless they really start messing this up more. But Luke, I want to make clear, I love this trailer. This trailer looked great. It looked like a phenomenal action movie. It absolutely did. I like the guy. The guy that they paint as Snake Eyes looks like a cool dude, man, that I would love that movie. I'd watch that movie. It would be a whole new property that I could get into. It's just not Snake Eyes at all. That's the problem. It's not. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of in the 90s. Where was it? John Peters, was it? Who was producing Superman Lives, came to Kevin Smith and all them, right? Remember, and it's now famously in that in Schnepp's thing, and he says, "Hey, I want you guys to do a Superman movie, but I don't want any of that flying stuff.
Yeah,
Superman, I don't want to see him flying all over the place. That's ridiculous."
The producers do not understand the source material. They just have a property that they want to do something with.
Yeah, what? Like you want to make a Superman movie, but you don't want him to have Superman's powers. You don't want him to look like Superman, and you don't want him to fly. But he's got to fight a giant spider. He's got to fight a giant mechanical spider.
That ended up in Wild Wild West, John Peters' other amazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Masterpiece of
shit.
Well,
here's the thing, though.
Masterpiece of shit.
Well, here's my thing, right? Like, at least to me, I feel like the story of Snake Eyes is the story of an outsider coming into this Japanese culture, right? Getting trained by these ninjas. It's an outsider's coming in and that kind of thing. I don't necessarily think that him being not, a white guy with blonde hair, blue eyes, detracts from that outsider narrative. You can, I don't know. That's just how I look at it. I don't think him not being exactly the same looking character that you have in the comics or the cartoons is going to hurt it.
Can I ask you a question, RJ? What's something you love?
Marvel.
Tell me a property that you love the way that it is, that you grew up with, that you've invested your own money into many times over, and spent literally like thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars on in your lifetime.
Jeez, probably a lot of stuff.
He's only been on the planet 12 years, so that's not.
I know he's only been here for 12 years, but yeah, no, but RJ, I mean seriously, like just tell me something that you really, really love and are passionate about.
Back to the Future,
Back to the Future,
Marvel.
Back to the Future. Okay, so tomorrow they announce we're doing Back to the Future, right? We're doing a reboot, and Marty McFly is now a 50-year-old woman.
See, but that's an extreme example.
No, this is an extreme example as well. The only connection that this Snake Eyes has with the old Snake Eyes, they both do karate because they're both supposedly ninjas.
Yeah, but the story is still him being an American outsider, just like he's Asian now instead of a white guy.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Because
All
the
of
original
conflict-
character is learning about that culture, and that's a big part of the character's
Storm
character's
Shadow,
journey.
Storm Shadow hated Snake Eyes. He literally called him White Devil on so many occasions because he resented the fact that a white person, if anything, this would be a great opportunity for them to tell a story about cultural appropriation during this time, especially right now. But of course, we don't want to make a smart movie because
that's
it's just G.I. Joe. Just blow stuff up and have swords and stuff, right?
Enosh, that's probably why they're doing it. They don't want to offend people because
he was never
of the
that
culture.
to begin with, though.
No, I know that. But you mentioned the cultural appropriation that everybody's hair gets on fire for. They're probably thinking, oh, we want to avoid that minefield, so let's correct this now and no one will notice. Well, yeah, the diehard hardcore fans are going to notice because they know that the story has to do with his character, and I know nothing about it aside from what you're telling me. But logically, he learns about the culture, and that's part of his journey and part of the interaction he has with the character who objects to him.
Yes, and that'd be a great story though that they could tell. But that's what I'm saying, RJ, is like they're literally taking and gutting something. Just to make it something else, just to use the name because they know the name Snake Eyes will resonate with some people. I'm sorry, DL, go ahead.
If I may,
yes, and you may.
Okay, so I pretty much agree, like pretty much 100% of what you're saying. I hated this trailer. I hated it. I didn't even enjoy it on a slick action picture type of thing because it just looked generic to me. And then I like G.I. Joe. I'm not on anywhere near the level that you or William is when it comes to the lore. I don't know like even half of what you guys know, but I did watch the show sometimes when I was a kid, when it was on TV. It's like kind of similar with Transformers, even though I watched Transformers more than G.I. Joe, but I know like a good amount, like the general sense of what G.I. Joe is. So you guys may hate me for saying this, but I actually liked the Rise of Cobra fine. Like I had a good time with it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it wasn't 100% G.I. Joe, but I felt like Stephen Summers was close to getting the essence of some things with G.I. Joe. And I thought what they did really well was the stuff with Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. I thought he handled that really, really well. Then we get to Retaliation. I know people saying Retaliation feels like a better film than Rise of Cobra. I didn't feel that personally. It felt like another generic action film with the G.I. Joe name on it. And I was invested in some of the characters in the first movie. And for them to just like completely write off and kill off people that I was invested in the first movie really upset me. And then replacing them with characters that aren't as interesting as they were in the first movie. Like The Rock didn't do anything for me. I didn't even know, I forgot who I don't even remember her name.
Channing Tatum in that movie?
Yeah. In the first 15 minutes, then he got killed off. I'm like, what the hell? And then Deathstroke is written off for some fucking reason. Like, why?
Oh, I know. They just totally were just like, oh yeah, we're just not going to bring Deathstroke in it because it'd probably be too hard to animate his face. That's pretty much what they did, you know?
Okay. There's a lot of things in Retaliation that just made me angry, and it really frustrates me when people are saying, oh, this feels more like G.I. Joe. How does this feel more like G.I. Joe? They're really doing stuff that's against the lore in this movie. Like, what are you talking about? At least Stephen Summers, like, actually tried to make character development and actually tried to follow the source material. Like, Retaliation, they do whatever the fuck they want. Why is what's his name? Die Hard. What's his actor's name?
Bruce Willis.
Why the fuck is he in this movie? He does not.
Can he play Hawk?
No. What's his name played Hawk? In the first one.
I tried. I can't stomach watching this movie.
The guy who was in Jaws. I just always remember he's in Jaws 3, and he was in A Dog's Tale. What?
I'm in McCorkindale.
No. He was also in the movie Frequency.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
So
he played
Hawk in the first,
Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid was General Hawk in the first one. Yeah.
Wow, you remembered him from Jaws 3?
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
Heck yeah.
did you take your Metamucil before you started the stream? You old.
I was 7 or 6 or something.
In 3D. It was in 3D. With
In
the
3D, the Jaws.
Dude, the shark
Enosh,
stopped.
that's a Jaws movie we're not supposed to even remember, let alone utter the name of.
I watched a lot of
There's
Jaws
a-
3, and actually,
there's
I got to talk with Leah Thompson about Jaws 3 because
cool.
she was in that movie, and Jaws 3 has a very special place in her heart because she was in that movie. But yeah, you know what? Hey, William, you know what other movie Leah Thompson was in?
You know what?
You know what other movie Leah Thompson was in?
Howard
the worst comic book movie of all time besides Thor.
There you go. Howard the
And
Duck.
Back to the Future.
How did you feel about that movie? Did you talk with her about that one?
Yes. Oh, we talked in detail
Good
about
boy.
Howard the Duck.
What
I
was
love Howard the Duck.
Why did she acknowledge she was in that movie?
Because, dude, people like stuff. It's the same, dude. It's the same reason. I'm sorry, you're full of hot takes today, and I think you need to let out some of that. That
Oh,
gas.
I am. You are.
No, you need to let out some of that
William
stuff that's
took
been
the
building
I
up.
didn't even finish
apparently.
my take.
Right there, baby. Right
Oh,
there.
those are awesome.
Right there.
Those are the
take,
best.
Take that, William. Take that, John Byrne, baby. All day long.
Oh, that's funny.
Read them and weep.
The disrespect.
All right, DL.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what was I saying? So even though I did like The Rise of Cobra, I didn't want them to continue with the continuity after Retaliation ruined a lot of things for me. So I did want them to just reboot it because I feel like they could do better with, translating the source material, to make it feel more like G.I. Joe and then find a way to appeal to different audiences. But the one mistake, the biggest mistake they did was do an origin story for Snake Eyes. I did not want that at all. And this is exactly what I was afraid they were going to do with the Snake Eyes movie. First of all, why I don't like that Henry Golding is playing him. This is against the lore. It's like, I know you probably have some people being upset, like, oh, the white person is doing the ninja stuff. Like, but no, that's like, if people actually understood the story. I mean, I know there's some people that don't like know G.I. Joe like we do, but it's like, if they actually just, if they actually went on and just did him being a white person, and saw how it worked in the context of the story, I don't think people would be upset with it. It's just another thing of, trying to not making the SJWs upset and like people that don't even care about the lore trying to please them for people that aren't even going to watch this. It's just a lot of things that just really upset me about it. So it's like, I don't want to watch this. I really don't want to watch this. Like, I just want them to just go back to the drawing board and just do a hard reset on this franchise. Like,
amen, brother.
Bruh, I just I want to get excited for this, but the whole time I'm watching this, I'm just really mad. And it's like,
do it. Just look. If you got to reboot it, just reboot all of G.I. Joe. Make it what it is. Make it the way that it's supposed to be. Make it. I don't care what you do. But this to me just screams of like, why do we need? You know what this is? This is Wolverine Origins. Like, they even put freaking Origins in the film title. Like I joked today by making a tweet. I was like, ooh, look, it's Snake Eyes helmet origins. Like, ooh, we get to see the origin of his helmet, that it was a motorcycle helmet. I really needed to see that. Like, oh my gosh, are you
taking away the mystique of his character?
Well, that's the thing. Is like, somebody else was on Twitter. It's like, oh, I'm so glad that like he's actually going to take the helmet off in this one. We actually get to see his face and get to hear him talk and stuff. Then you don't like Snake Eyes. You just don't like Snake Eyes. Then you don't know who Snake Eyes is. So
Can I get the talking stick next?
Please just shut up and go into a corner somewhere and stop talking about Snake Eyes because you don't know Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes is supposed to have a helmet on the whole time because you're not supposed to see his face because he's hideously disfigured. That's the whole point. You wouldn't want to see his face if you actually saw Snake Eyes' face. All right, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like that's the whole thing that really bothered me there, because like, bro, Snake Eyes is silent but deadly. Not to compare him to a fart, but I feel like what they're doing with this film, they're making him almost like a fart. But like, I'm surprised the creator, the guy who wrote the source material, is like, oh yeah, this is fine, this is cool. I'm like, bro,
I'm convinced they're lying to him, that they really haven't shown him the actual footage.
Yeah, there's no way. That's shocking to me. You're telling me the guy who created this is like, okay, I'm fine with this and changing all that. That there's no way that there's something wrong with that. and it
Well,
bothers
maybe he
me.
is. You don't know. Maybe he really looked at that movie and said, "No, this is fine." I mean, you don't know.
Yeah, but
or maybe they just gave him a truckload of money and they said whatever they
probably
wanted to say. But-
But another thing that bothered me with the trailer is we know Snake Eyes. He wears the helmet. He's silent because, as you said, he's hideously disfigured. But then why in half the trailer he doesn't have the helmet on and he's speaking half the time? Like, is this whole movie gonna be like him without a mask and then just?
Well, I'm pretty sure they said at the end of the movie you will
He's
get
gonna get
Snake Eyes
disfigured.
that is disfigured and doesn't talk. They said something about that. Like they know that that's
But
what the fans want.
Well, yeah, because
This
that's
is not a
that's
good
Snake
character
Eyes.
to start this off with. This is really not the good characters.
Yeah,
they
this
really
is
need
not
to
the
start
right
off
move.
with the same
Yeah,
concept.
this should never have been. This should never have been an idea in the writers' room. Like, how can we reinvigorate GI Joe? Let's make an origin story for Snake Eyes. No,
This comes from that mentality of, well, we just can't give you a whole team. We have to build it up. No, GI Joe is a team. You start with the team.
Exactly.
You know? I don't care about solo characters. The only reason I care about any of these solo characters because I saw them operate in a team format. I mean, I'd quick kick any of these guys. All these guys. Some of these characters in GI Joe are pretty lame on their own, but when you put them together, I mean, Shipwreck in the Antarctic wearing exactly what he wears everywhere else with a stupid bird. He's great when he's alongside of everybody else. I mean, Bazooka, all these characters that on their face, in some ways, will be ridiculous. But it was the team in the different lineups.
We're gonna get. Don't you know, William? We're gonna get origin stories for each one of them.
They're not. No, you won't.
No
You know
way.
why? Because I don't think this movie's going to do very well.
No, it's not.
I know they didn't spend a lot of money on it, but it's not going to be worth it for anybody to be like, you know what? Even if you double your money on it, who wants to? You know, is this something you can build a franchise? And there's a right way to do this where it could be really fun, and you could give a generational connection between guys like who are in their 40s will now reintroduce us to their kids, and guess what you can do then? You can re-release the classic line as it was released in the 80s. And you know what? If you make a Cobra Commander figure, you present the old one from the 80s, or and then you present the new one that you reimagined to make it for this movie, and you sell them in a double pack. There's a whole bunch of stuff you could do with this movie by sticking it with the way.
Well, you know what? They keep trying. They got the 6-inch classified line, right? But see, GI Joe fans are so split on that because they tried to update that, and I'm okay. Look, I want to point out something. I am not against change that actually makes sense. Okay, with this GI Joe classified line, they reimagined these characters as being in more of a modern day, thing. Like for example, this guy right here is Major Blood, right? He's a mercenary. And he's a guy in Cobra. That's Major Blood. That's the original Major Blood from the 80s.
Yeah, horrible accent.
This is the new 6-inch Major Blood.
Wow, that's actually kick-ass.
Yeah,
right?
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it has the same gun. It has the same. Look at that gun. That's pretty much the same one he comes with.
Right? Like, so there's some similarities and stuff, but there's some differences as well. And like, look, there's a lot of old school people who are like, well, that's not the way that it looked. They literally wanted them to make 6-inch versions of this. You already got this. You already got this. Let's make some cool versions. Like, they don't like how Duke.
Did you still have the dog tags on that?
I mean, that's how they looked in That's
the new one. Did you still have all the dog tags?
Yeah,
Oh,
still got
that's
it.
cool.
You got it. Oh.
So I'm just saying. There's people already complaining. So I'm not against change that makes sense. What I'm against is change just for the sake of change, and then just thinking, well, we're just going to make it something that it's not. We don't need. Snake Eyes is not the basis of what G.I. Joe was built on. Like you said, G.I. Joe is a team that was put together by the government to fight Cobra, a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world. That's what G.I. Joe is. That's why G.I. Joe exists, right? That's why G.I. Joe, half the guys looked like the village people dressed up out there going out fighting battles with blue lasers and red lasers, right? And then like telling you that knowing was half the battle. The other half was 25% blue lasers, 25% red lasers.
Violence.
Right? And you're done, right? You could have a whole army of people coming from this side and a whole army of people coming from this side, all shooting at each other, red and blue lasers crossing. Nobody ever gets shot. Nobody ever gets hurt. And they all parachute to safety.
Yeah, and they all ride those jets with no pressurized anything, no oxygen, nothing, no helmets.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
F-16s up
It's
in the
great.
atmosphere.
It's
and
great.
they go into space. They can go into space with the Strike Eagle. And, so. But it was fun. It was 80s. But like I said, you could do this now.
Right,
if
Tim,
you
I'll
could do
check it
the
out.
Fast and the Furious garbage, which I think they've gotten dumber and dumber and dumber.
Thank you, Tim. By the way, thank you, Tim. Appreciate the $5 super chat. I will check my DM. Give me just a second. We're just trying to get to this part of the conversation, but thank you.
If you can do the Fast and the Furious in the manner of the day, you can do G.I. Joe right.
Yeah.
You can do G.I. Joe right. And you just don't want to. It's sad. It's going to bomb, and then it'll get rebooted again until somebody who wants to do it.
Yeah. I just don't understand. I just don't understand why you take away the things that made the thing.
Because they have no connection to the IP. They have no connection to the IP. And when you don't have a connection to the IP, you end up with like Walter Hamadaizing things.
Emotional connection, you mean?
Yeah. Intellectual or emotional collateral or anything. If you don't have any connection to the IP as far as knowing how it related to people, then you're not tethered to anything. You're making business decisions now. You're not making creative content. You're making business decisions based on your contemporary world. And if you take out the G.I. Joe from G.I. Joe, you have an action movie with a ninja.
That's
well, well, yeah, exactly. And that looks cool. I'm fine with that.
Why not just go make
I
that
don't want
label as
another
G.I. Joe?
generic action movie. I want a G.I. Joe action movie. Like,
yeah. But I mean, but like DL, for example, like if you saw that trailer today and it had no G.I. Joe attached to it, like you said, it looks like just an action movie, right? It looks like something you might watch. Right? I mean, like it told kind of a story there, but it's not a G.I. Joe movie.
So what am I watching then? Then what
exactly?
is this?
Exactly.
As soon as I saw Storm Shadow recruiting Snake Eyes, I'm like, oh, turn this bullshit off.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I can't do this.
I know, man. It's like I'm looking at the thing, just going, look, this looks like it might be interesting if it was anything but a G.I. Joe movie, but when you try to tell me that this is a G.I. Joe movie, this makes G.I. Joe Origins. This makes no sense. Cobra's around. Cobra's doing their thing.
Wow.
What are you going to tell me next? That G.I. Joe has nothing to do with the U.S. military?
They'll probably tell you that
because that would be too controversial, right? In the world that we live in, that won't sell overseas, right? For a film. So if that won't sell overseas, what are you going to make G.I. Joe? Because G.I. Joe, literally everybody's
they'll make it
backstory,
basically they'll make it Shield.
I've got this right here. Every G.I. Joe came with a file card on back, right? That you could clip and save, and it told you the whole story. All these people, yes, they might have looked like the Village People and looked like they were, out there singing YMCA, but the reality is like it gave their backgrounds, what military experience they had, like where they graduated military school, like what they did, what weapons they were capable of using, their rank, their vehicle. Yeah, I mean, William, you know about this, man.
Yeah.
Like my God, you're the
people.
military guy, dude. Like like seriously, like you know what I mean? Like it had all that stuff. So what you're going to tell me next that we're not going to even say that G.I. Joe is part of the U.S. military anymore because, well,
by the way, Snake Eyes was an E8. If anybody wants to know.
But yeah, I mean, like, what are you going to say? That like they don't exist within the U.S. military anymore because that won't sell overseas in a movie. Well, then don't make a G.I. Joe movie, please. Just don't
sell
do
in
it.
China.
G.I. Joe movie. And
it's not G.I. Joe.
And like G.I. Joe has such a diverse array of characters. Like they could appeal to somebody, right?
Yeah. There's opportunity, but it doesn't seem like they're capitalizing on it the right way. With this movie in particular.
Anyway,
Quick Kick wasn't in the military. He was a stunt fighter.
That's true. Some of them were in the military.
Snow. For some reason, the Pyramid of Darkness, when they were in the snow, here comes Quick Kick, no shirt, no shoes, doing karate in the snow. I'm like, what? Okay, I bought it.
Hold on a second. No, I hear you. Look, that was some of the appeal of that cartoon. I can still watch that cartoon though.
It's on now. It's literally on now. If you
I know. Watch it on YouTube. There's episodes.
Yeah.
They have a 24-hour YouTube channel where you can watch G.I. Joe right here. That you can also, if you have the Tubi app, The Tubi app is absolutely free. You can watch all of the episodes of G.I. Joe. You can watch all of Transformers. Every incarnation of Transformers is free on the Tubi app.
Yeah, some of them that you don't need to, but hey.
Yeah, well, I agree.
Woo!
I agree.
Some of those are dreadful.
Yeah.
The rescue bots, I'm like, what? Nah.
Rescue bots, that's for the kids.
The toddlers.
I was one of the few people I hated the whole Beast Wars concept. I could not stand.
Beast Wars doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why people are excited about that. Like
that was so weird. Oh my!
And it taking them 30 years to come out with a Unicron toy too. That was kind of a beef I had. I saw that movie in the movie theaters, and I went right to the BX on base, and like they had every other character, the biggest character the biggest character in the movie. You don't have Unicron.
Yeah.
You don't have Orson Welles' final performance created in a toy.
Cobra got to RJ. Or actually, it's probably Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes just took him out. Cut his cable line. Cut his cable line. It was like, you know what you're talking about. They're insulting me, and you don't even know, bro.
We know who it was. It was Doomcroc.
Yeah.
It was Doomcroc.
That really looks like a Doctor Who inspired getup.
Doomcroc.
Oh, don't even. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord.
I had to end this.
I was once a man. Once a man.
Now we're getting into some deep G.I. Joe lore now. Okay. Oh, my God.
Did you guys know about that movie? Remember that movie that they made in '87 with Don Johnson playing Falcon?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Oh, and Cobra Commander was a snake.
Mm-hmm. They turned him into a snake. Yep.
Cobra Law. That was dumb,
Duke was in a coma.
Yeah, Duke got hit by a arrow from Serpentor or something.
Well, originally Duke was supposed to die. Serpentor, he was supposed to be the first person to actually die in a G.I. Joe thing.
Even though in the comics they killed everyone.
Oh, I know.
They killed everyone in the comics.
Heck yeah. But Serpentor takes one of his snakes and throws it like a javelin right through his heart. There's blood goes everywhere. And originally he was supposed to die, and that was the point. Was Falcon was his brother and was supposed to pick up the mantle and was supposed to get him all together and stuff. And then they still bring him back. Duke still survives somehow at the end.
Yeah.
Even though he pretty much died right there, but they changed it at the last minute because they thought kids. You know why they changed it?
Because Transformers the movie?
Because of Transformers the movie, because they killed Optimus Prime in Transformers the movie, and kids were absolutely mortified.
Dude, they killed a lot of people in that movie.
Dude, but especially because they killed they killed the leader of the Autobots. And
at the beginning of the movie too.
Yeah, and Duke
right away.
Well, that's what they noticed that's the exact same formula that they were using with G.I. Joe, because in the beginning of that movie, that's the first big battle of G.I. Joe the movie, the cartoon movie, is that they're all fighting and Duke gets killed. And so they were saying, because Duke was second in command, because General Hawk had just been introduced the year before, but we really didn't know General Hawk that much, but Duke had been the leader, and then Flint came afterwards, and that was kind of the whole point, was that they were like, oh well crap, we're trying to make room for new characters, but you did the exact same thing. You already killed Optimus Prime and literally had a writing campaign from kids all over the world and parents who were upset that you killed off the main good guy, and they ended up, just undoing the whole thing and bringing him back. It's like, and if you kill Duke, you're not just going to be able to just bring him back. I don't know what you're going to do.
He was a robot.
Get Destro out here doing some Scottish.
I got in the physical fights over that campaign. I got in the fights with kids in school over that campaign because I called them wusses. I'm like, dude, it was a war. The characters die in movies. What are you writing a campaign in for, you wuss? Come on.
Oh, don't worry.
I like Rodimus Prime.
Don't worry. They killed Duke in retaliation, so everything's fine.
Dude,
in a movie that nobody cared about.
Yeah, you know what the best G.I. Joe movie is, and I think this is a great way to end it, unless anybody's got anything else. Watch G.I. Joe Resolute.
I will watch that. I don't know if I've seen that.
Watch G.I. Joe Resolute. It is the best G.I. Joe thing that has ever come out. It's an animated show that actually came out in different parts. It came out in small segments, late night. Released? What? Oh, this was in the early 2000s. William.
Yeah, I was already done. All right.
Yeah, but you know what they did was they modernized the animation. Okay, absolutely modernized the animation. But the great thing about it was that all the characters were still intact. So Bazooka was still Bazooka. He was still
a jersey on the 14.
Yeah, he had his jersey on. He was still blowing bubbles and everything. Yet it was very serious. And you know how it was serious? Because in the first 5 minutes, Cobra Commander blows up Moscow and kills 9 million people. The stakes were real. And and man, I remember first watching it because they put it together as a movie, and I was just like, holy crap, this is good. This is really, really good. And I wish that they would have continued on in that, way, but they didn't, Our RJ over here, Snake Eyes trailer looks good, but I'm not a diehard G.I. Joe fan like Enosh, so I respect his complaints. Because like I said, I don't know crap. I'm just a casual G.I. Joe fan.
I mean, I'm kind of like him, even though I know more G.I. Joe than he does, but I'm like, I'm not like hardcore, but like I'm with y'all. I'm like, this is some BS. Like, what are you doing?
I'm not diehard either, but I can understand where you guys are coming from. I support it,
Yeah. Then he says, but I will say, if they change Danny Rand into an Asian man, I wouldn't personally be upset because that story can still work as an outsider's tale or a man discovering his heritage. All right, RJ. We'll see. You know what, RJ, in 20 years when they start coming for your beloved things, I hope that I'm still streaming as a 60-year-old man, and I can be on your stream and be like, "Hi, see, I told you."
They better not touch Back to the Future. I swear to God.
I told you one day that there'd be a 70-year-old lady named Marty. Yeah, and then they turned Doc Brown into a teenage chimp. Yeah. Teenage chimp that had the power of the mind to take them back in time, and they had a secret magic Chevette. Yeah, that took them back in time. It was all mind powered. There you go, RJ. Yeah, I hope you like that.
I feel like they came after my beloved Batman with that crappy Pattinson suit, but
thank you. I don't like the suit. The suit looks bad.
Yes, it does.
What do you think of the cowl? Speaking of Enoch's point, it's like when you've got it perfect, why ruin it?
Right.
Absolutely.
Why fix what ain't broken with Affleck's look?
Did you like the cowl though?
Which cowl?
Well, Pattinson's.
Everything about the Pattinson suit looks like. You know what Pattinson's suit looks like? It looks like hockey pad Batman from The Dark Knight.
Yes, it does. It's exactly what it looks like.
And you know what? He doesn't wear hockey pads
until now.
Yeah, right.
Until now.
Yeah. But it's so minor compared to what Enosh has been talking about with Snake Eyes and G.I. Joe, but it's the same thing. When something is really beloved and it's done right, why fix what isn't broken?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
You know why RJ is safe with Back to the Future for now? Because Robert Zemeckis has a hard-line contract that they cannot change it.
Yeah.
Bless his soul.
I think even if I think he's also got a hard-line contract. They can't change it even after he passes.
Yeah.
Because he's so strongly tied to the IP.
It was Doomcrock.
No, you're absolutely right, Nightstar. You're absolutely right, Nightstar. That's the only reason why you won't have to worry about that one. But trust me, they'll do something, and then they'll have Marty as like an 80-year-old man played by like somebody else.
80-year-old Michael Fox.
Yes. Well, no. Michael J. Fox will be like absolutely fine and be able to do it, and they'll pass on Michael J. Fox to do it to bring out some little teenage heartthrob that's like important at the time, and they'll age him up. They'll make him look like an old man, Marty, and then they'll send him back in time to meet himself to actually screw up the whole timeline. But when he goes back, he looks like his younger self is the cool hip guy from whatever time that is. And
this is making me my heart hurt.
Exactly, RJ. How does it feel? How does it feel, RJ?
It hurts.
Because Back to the Future is my favorite movie.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite films of all time.
It is my favorite.
I don't think Matt.
And also, Marty accidentally sleeps with his mom.
Right.
It has the guy already did that.
And likes it, and ends up becoming his own dad.
Someone in the chat is identifying Matt Reeves as the greatest director of the 21st century. I think he's one of the greatest directors, but not the greatest director. And when you consider how Warner Brothers really did Ben Affleck dirty with the whole Batman project, and Matt Reeves got involved. I think you guys have kind of talked about that in a podcast before that I couldn't have been involved in, but anyway, I'm going off track, but I'm looking at the comments and I'm like, I'm sorry. Okay, so if Matt freaking Reeves really is that great a director, why does his production design look like ass with the Batman suit? Is what I'm wondering.
I like the Batman suit. I think it looks good.
The Pattinson version?
Yes.
What appeals to you about it?
It looks straight from the comics and the video games to me. It's got the Arkham inspired thing. I mean, it's not like I like
the only thing I like about
you
it.
think it looks like it's inspired by the comic books
and the video games. It's got a little bit of
the
Arkham.
Arkham video games.
Yes, Arkham
I
Knight.
completely just no, not Arkham. No
drugs.
It's on that
School's name was. Where is it? Where is the cocaine?
To me, it looks gothic. It looks very gothic. It looks like a noir Batman. Like you got the longer ears, and I'm just saying. I mean, I like
you know what? I got a better.
He looks like
version.
he's wearing a gimp mask. The cowl, the way that it's cobbled together with leather, it looks more like Gotham by Gaslight.
I have a better helmet.
Yes, but that's not what contemporary. That's not the era that the Reeves movie is taking place in. That's not the era that the Reeves story is taking place in. So why you appropriate something from the wrong era that looks wrong? I mean, I guess we're also spoiled by the fact we've seen what Christopher Nolan did with his production design, as well as how great Ben Affleck looks in the suit. But
I don't know. I look pretty good.
Who are you supposed to be?
I'm vengeance.
Enosh, that's the only suitable use for that clip.
I take offense to that. I take high offense to that. I do not like that clip at all. I think it should be the other way around.
Well, you know what, Doomcock?
Stupid! You're so stupid!
I have a better mask than Pattinson, though.
I still am trying to figure out
probably.
What inspired Doomcroc to decide a good look was like some kind of a weird retro bedpan with like a oil filter on the top of his head.
You never know. It's just the technology I have at the center of the earth, in my secret lair, where I have all the bad takes and.
By the way, I was going to ask: did you guys talk about that billboard situation at all?
No, you know what? I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. Somebody else brought it up tonight, and I do remember seeing it, and I saw your thing, but you know what? I didn't grab the picture, and you know what? We've already gone 4 hours and 40 minutes, and it's 5:24 in the morning for me, and so I know a couple people actually reached out and asked if they could join. But I'm trying to wind it down here, and but I'll probably talk about it tomorrow, RJ, which will be fine. I mean, I think it's
a good topic.
It's an interesting topic, you know. I'm still trying to decide how I feel about it because I don't want to be over the top. You know what I mean? Like anybody, I always think it's funny. Like people who try to tell me, like, you just love Zack Snyder. Yeah, exactly. But exactly.
Which topic? What is the new topic?
That's how I feel when they take G.I. Joe. So you guys can all look forward to this. I'm sure a lot of you guys in the chat know what this is, but so out at Warner Brothers, they put up these big,
the murals.
The murals, yeah. And so it's got the Harry Potter kids, and then it's got a blank one, and then it's got Gal Gadot, and it's got Jason Momoa as their characters of Wonder Woman and Aquaman, and then it's got Harley Quinn. So it's got Margot Robbie from a movie that hasn't even come out yet.
My bad. Sorry, Suicide Squad.
It's her new look from Suicide Squad, and then it's got Christopher Reeve as Superman and Michael Keaton as Batman from '89. And so there's a lot of people who are taking quite a bit of offense to it, saying that every other character there is from the DCEU in that lineup of superheroes. Why would you get rid of Keaton or get rid of Affleck and Cavill?
So there was some speculation that what they were doing was presenting the first iteration of each of those DC characters on film, but then that theory is blown away because if you're going to show Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, it should be the iteration that she presented her in the original Suicide Squad movie, not the one that's coming out. So there is a question of what's the logic behind?
Now they're trying to back off that character look because they're like, oh, it's too sexy. She has hot pants. Have you seen what the heck Harley Quinn wears? That's what she wears. That's what she wears. I mean, I don't know.
She was designed. That's the way that the character was designed. Exactly. Another situation where, social justice. We got a virtue signal. It's sex. Harley Quinn is a sexy character, and you know what? Jason Momoa is a sexy male character for the women to ogle. So why is it that it's okay for women to ogle the guy characters with their shirts off, but you decide to present Harley Quinn sexy, and that's verboten. It's just crazy and upside down.
I mean, that's how
It is.
movies are.
It's so
Like, you can
funny.
show
That's
a guy
Hollywood.
tested, but like women, nope, you got to cover them breast up.
Yeah. because we're not all attracted to the opposite sex. We're not supposed to be. It's the morality police. Just it's gone amok.
It absolutely has. But I think at the end of the day, but yeah. So stay tuned tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have a good discussion about that. But in the meantime, I just
like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
But in the meantime,
I stand with Ray Fisher. Absolutely.
Yes.
Anthony Grigsby with a $7.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, Anthony. Says Rob Pattinson is year 2 Batman, isn't he? And if it's a trilogy, his tech will improve for sure.
He looks like emo anime Batman is what Robert.
He doesn't look to me like year 2 Batman. I mean, I know they're saying that at first it was he's year 1, he's year 1. No, he's not year 1. Well, he might be year 2. Well, he might be year 1. We're going to present this in like a really weird, obnoxious way. We just don't know what year he is anymore. And he's got that cowl.
They kept saying it's year 2 though.
Yeah, I know, but they just recently though started doing that. When the movie first came out, people kept asking if it was in year 1, and they kept getting told no. Then Matt Reeves literally made a comment and said something about year 1, and it just muddied the waters for that, to be quite honest with you. And now they've been hard on this year 2 thing, but even in year 2, like. It just him on that motorcycle looks so bad.
That's a stunt actor though.
It's cosplay Batman is what it is.
It's a stunt actor. You can't judge stunt actor and set photos like that as the final product.
Hey, I don't dislike Robert
Dude, hold on though, man. Like, I'm judging the costume.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what the guy inside the thing looks like. I'm not judging his face. I'm judging the costume. That costume.
No, I know.
I absolutely agree with Jerry that it absolutely looks like the hockey pads Batman from The Dark Knight. That's exactly what it looks like.
You remember Civil War? They had the Black Panther suit.
Unfortunately, I remember Civil War. Yes,
but the Black Panther suit, when the set photos came out, looked horrible. The final movie version looked completely different because it's an on-set thing that a stunt actor wears.
Come on,
They're not going to be enhancing They're not going to be enhancing the Pattinson suit. That's how
the
it's
suits that the stunt actors wear.
Yeah, that's not
the final version.
That's a trailer though. That's
it's a rough outlook for what the costume looks like, but it's not what the actual actor wears or what it's going to look like in the movie.
But we're talking about
we saw what it looks like. We saw what it looks like in the movie. It's in the trailer.
Yes, I know, and it looks different. Like I'm looking at you're talking about the motorcycle scene. I'm talking about that, like that look.
But it doesn't look any different from the motorcycle scene than in the trailer. It looks like it's the same suit.
I think by the time the movie ends up, he will not be wearing the suit that we see in the trailer.
I don't know.
I think that the whole thing is about the story. Seems to be, from what I've been heard, is about the evolution of between the first year. Like a lot of the stuff that you're going to be hearing them refer to, and why a lot of the cops are, like he's fighting some of the cops, or some of the things that he did in his first year, and he has just established himself. He's just entering into his second year. And
this is supposed to be the detective? This is supposed to be the detective.
We saw this in Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. And
yeah, I don't even agree with this.
Like, Matt Reeves is essentially taking David Fincher's style from Seven and throwing Batman into it. That's what it looks like to me. And I look,
hey,
I like Matt Reeves. I like Robert Pattinson. I just think that maybe we're just getting too many different iterations of Batman back to back without finishing and resolving the one that comes first. I mean, at least the Nolan movies resolved things, but then we had the opportunities with Affleck's Batman that were unresolved, and now suddenly we're getting this other one thrown at us.
A while back is a lot of people aren't going to give any of these future iterations a chance because they feel like the time that they invested into these characters is unresolved. And why should I trust you with a new Batman when I'm still hanging from this one? Why should I trust you with any new version of Superman when I'm still hanging with this one? You're just going to pull the rug out from under me after another 3 or 4 years, and I'm going to be left in the same situation again. So, yeah, I agree with that. They've hurt themselves badly with that, and the best thing they could do would be to resolve things. A lot of the stuff that people don't like about these movies or might be criticizing will be seen in a different light when one thing is finished.
That's true.
We could revisit what Batman means. The Batman means after they finish, their original core storyline. But I think I doubt that the suit that you see in these trailers is going to be the suit that he ends up with at the end of that movie or going forward. I think
we're seeing evolution.
I think also, William, and I think you hit it on the head. Had we seen a resolution with Affleck's Batman, I wouldn't be kicking and screaming into Matt Reeves as the Batman.
No.
I'm pissed off at what was robbed from us when we heard Affleck was going to do a standalone Batman movie, and he looked so cool, and there were like unresolved things that we were going to carry over from Justice League, and they pulled out the rug from underneath us and acted as if Affleck wasn't like a really cool version of Batman. Well, now that was wrong. We're going to give you something better. And it's like, no, that was right. You guys like did him dirty as far as like, I'm sure what happened with Affleck's version of the Batman also, I'm just assuming this. When Affleck saw what was going on with Zack Snyder's Justice League and you could tell Affleck was completely not into the reshoots. I don't think any of them were. And that was at the same time he was developing the Batman. And then Live by Night came out. It didn't do as successfully as Warner Brothers had hoped, the movie that he directed. And I'm sure that they started messing around with what he wanted to do with the Batman. First, they were going to use his script. Then they weren't going to use his script. And they said, well, you were going to direct and star in it. Now we're just going to have you star in it. And we're going to sign Matt Reeves. Then Matt Reeves comes in, who's got his whole decision on how he wants to do it. And then Affleck gets tossed out. So, yeah. I mean, if I were Ben Affleck, the guy I think when you see him in interviews, he'll be quiet about it. He'll be polite and respectful about it. But I can imagine that they probably did the same thing to Affleck with his Batman project that they did to Zack Snyder with Justice League.
Yeah,
and you could see the joy in him coming back for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then fans who were really enthralled with his presence and his iteration in the character feel exactly as you just laid out, William. Yeah, we were robbed and cheated, and we had an emotional investment in it, which is why it's really hard to accept
100%
moving on so quickly.
And it goes back to once again, the theme of my night is bad marketing and it hurting future movies. Andy Muschietti could put out a Godfather level classic.
Yeah.
And it's not going to matter. No, enough people may not care because of the way we've been left.
It's betrayal.
It
is a literal betrayal by the people who want to take our dollars at the box office. They get great filmmakers involved in their take on it, but then it's like, well, we're going to second guess them. Now we're going to go a different direction. But
and that's our time. That's our time. That's not just our money.
Yep.
2013 is 8 years ago now.
Yeah.
We're still waiting. And Justice League started not too far along that. We're still all these years waiting for a resolution. Now, hardcore fans handle that in a different way, but the general audience, instead of the hatred and vitriol that we give them, they get something worse from the general audience, and that's apathy.
Yeah.
Once the general audience stops caring about what you put out, and there's no bridge from one excitement thing to another, then you're going to start hurting your movies. It doesn't matter how good your feature movies are, unless it's Black Adam, because that's going to be universal. But that one movie, all your other plans that you have, no one cares. You got you got Michael Keaton, all these other people in this movie that you run the very real risk of nobody giving a damn about because of the way you've handled things. And it's going to be like the boy who cried wolf. Don't care.
Well, you know what? A broken clock is right twice per day.
Has he weighed in on it yet? Have we seen the video from him yet?
Oh yeah, they have. And I told Jeremy to his face that I agreed with him on certain things. This is one of those things that I agree with. It's not just that he's Asian; it's how it's all being presented. Yeah. It's the character that it's being presented as. It's not as simple. Look, you're not going to see me just hate on something just because he's Asian. And that's not the whole. That's not the point. That's not the point of anything that I said tonight.
But I'm sure that's the point of what Jeremy.
I'm trust me, after my conversations, yes, I'm pretty sure that is his point.
Yeah.
But regardless, you know what? We know what's great about this stuff is we're all very, very passionate about what we like and about what we don't like. And at the end of the day, folks, you know why we're all passionate? It's because we're all a bunch of nerds. Yep.
Guilty.
Pretty much. And I'm very, very happy being just that. Hey, I want to thank everybody who's here tonight. Thank you guys. Thank you, DL. So glad that you survived. Your girlfriend didn't kill you after for now. But you know what? Yeah. Hey, you know what? I'm sure you made it up to her.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. I'm sure you made.
I missed what that was about. I gotta go.
I think I'm going to eat a taco.
Oh yeah.
William accidentally revealed something like hour 3 or 4 of last
Was this like
episode.
Zack Snyder's image that he tweeted about?
Yes.
Not
It
yeah.
was classic.
Bruce and Selena.
So, but DL, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
Okay, you can find me on YouTube. It's DL Vince. It's how it's spelled right here. I talk about movies. I talk about different shows. I talk about stuff in the nerdy geek culture. I'm starting a new podcast with my girlfriend. We're doing reviews on Disney films. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead and follow my channel.
Awesome.
Now you know we're all going to have to go over and check out your channel. And like,
yes.
we'll all be in the like. Are you doing those live?
No, I'm doing live.
You're a smart man. You're a smart man.
Yeah, smart guy.
We'll all be over there in the chat, just like
boy, I swear.
Just spamming taco emojis.
She'll be asking, hey, I want to go check that video that we made to like check the comments. No, honey, don't worry about the comment section about that.
We didn't get no comments.
We didn't get no comments on that. Bummer. We didn't get no comments. Nobody even watched it. I just went ahead and took it down from the internet.
Why were comments turned off? That's kind of weird.
No, don't do that. Hey guys, go support DL. We love DL. I love his takes. He's with me on this G.I. Joe thing. I appreciate that for sure. Black Ops, you just got your channel up and going, bro. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, I'm on Twitch at Black Ops JB, which is exactly my name right here. And then my other channel, which I just am thinking about starting up, and I posted a couple of clips from one of my Twitch streams there. It's Black Ops JB 01.
Awesome. RJ, we love you, man. And you know what? I don't mean for you to be like the youngin that I beat up on all the time, but
No,
seriously,
it's fine.
RJ, they're gonna come for your stuff one day. Trust me.
I know.
They are. It's coming, man. It's coming. Trust me.
Listen,
You may not.
don't
You may
touch
be
Back to the
thinking.
Future and I'll be fine.
You may think right now that you're living safe from all of that, but trust me, dude, it's coming. They're gonna come for everything you love.
First, they came for Snake Eyes, and I was silent. Then they came for Affleck's Batman, and I was silent.
Yes,
it's like that.
And then they came for my Back to the Future, and they came for whatever that character is you have in your icon there.
And there was no one to stand up for them. I forgot what the quote is, but
yes, that's great. That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. RJ, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir, so they can go subscribe to you, sir?
Yeah, if you want to check me out, go to Resident Justice on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram.
Awesome. And then William, you don't have a channel, but you are William the Wise, and we love you, and everybody loves you. And you mentioned once something about starting up a channel. Any?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Awesome.
It won't be live, but I'm working on the channel.
Absolutely. And of course, Jerry, Nightstar Productions, please, it's pleasure having you here for the first time tonight. I think I speak for everybody when I say it cannot be the last time. We have got to have you in here regularly. You're in our chat, so man, anytime you are absolutely welcome. You do not have to wait for any private information or whatever. But dude, tell everybody where they can find. Tell us all the good stuff.
So I'm on YouTube at Nightstar Productions. That's my channel, and I link everything that I do from my local show, Chicago Corner there. But as I said, I'm a filmmaker. I'm a director. I'm developing a feature film right now here in Chicago.
Nice.
I'm an entrepreneur that markets an invention for cane and crutch users on Amazon and through its dedicated website at easywalkpads.com. If you know anybody that could use better mobility on uneven surfaces with their canes and crutches. And you can find out everything you'd ever not need to know about me at my personal website, which is jerryvassalatos.com. All my stuff is linked there, but if you look up Nightstar Productions, it's pretty easy to find me on the web and see all the different things I'm trying to juggle. And I'll tell you, Enosh, I don't podcast on fandom or this movie stuff as I should, and I don't feel that I need to because this is going to be my home for that. I can't wait to come back and participate. There's such a great roster of panelists here, and I think this is where I'm going to make my home commenting on stuff. So thank you for inviting me to participate. It's just such a great channel.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, man. That means a lot. That means absolutely a lot. And I appreciate all you guys. And I appreciate everybody who watches. Thank you guys all. Like I said, and I keep saying again and again, you guys are fantastic. You guys make doing this all worth it and make it fun. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone. Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Even you, RJ.
Don't let me bum you out, dude. You know what?
No, it's
you
okay.
keep liking Matt Reeves, the Batman for all you can get out of it, and then when it's a complete disappointment, just don't worry. I'll be here for you, bro. I'll be here.
Yeah, you'll be there to make
We'll
fun.
be here to
Everyone will be
remind
there.
you.
Yeah,
I'll be here to remind you that I told you it was.
No, here's the thing. If the movie sucks, I will just disappear. You'll never see me again because I will not.
No.
I'm kidding.
No, man, you can't do that. Just saying, man. No, we love you. We love you, RJ, and we're very thankful for you. But hey, look, the thing is, don't let anybody tell you it's 5:42 in the morning right now.
Opa.
And we're at 4 hours and 58 minutes. So I'm just kind of flubbing up a couple of words.
Is this a record?
No. Oh, heck no.
Oh, no, we
dude.
were on a 6-hour one.
Well, Enosh, you're on the East
The
Coast?
sun was coming
Yes,
up.
I am,
was on
sir.
one.
Oh, yes, I am. Yep,
sun
I'm in
was coming
Michigan.
up.
I'm in
Oh,
Michigan.
I thought for some reason I thought you were on the West Coast in California.
Oh, heck no.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
that's because of the hours that I stream. That's why.
That's probably why I assumed that. I'm in
That's
Chicago,
why.
so I'm just across the lake from you.
Yeah, you're about 4 hours away, man. You're about 4 hours away, man. Heck yeah. So, but yeah, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell them their fandom doesn't matter unless they're RJ. And but seek to have good conversations. Seek to have some fun. Don't let them take Snake Eyes from you. Don't let them take Batman from you. I feel like next I'll be the new leader of the Fandom Menace. They're gonna take our pop culture and we're gonna save it one franchise at a time.
We need to send you a bedpan to wear when you say that, though. We need to give you a bedpan that wears a mask.
Say that again, but use the pick.
I think I'm just gonna start like.
Oh my god, that's so cool!
I think I'm just gonna start putting
screens.
I know.
I'm
I'm just gonna start putting a green screen behind this and like put that screen behind it and just be like.
Where did you get that?
Oh, my buddy who was in here earlier, Jenner Custom Toys, he made it for me, and it's one of a kind. He made it for me. I know. I told him. I said, dude, you know how much money you would make off this sucker, man,
and how much he would piss off Doomcock using his IP.
Then he would get sued by Doomcock.
Yeah, you get.
You know what though? I have a feeling though that like it's just different enough. Like I don't know, I might be wrong, but
you can't mistake it for Doomcock.
Yeah. But the thing is that I have a feeling because I do those Mark Uno videos, and so like I feel like I should like put a green screen behind it and make it that screen, and then like do my own Doomcock videos. I don't know, it'd be fun. But we're gonna save pop culture one franchise at a time. Snake Eyes is white. He's white, I tell you.
Yes,
he's white. Totally missed the point, right?
Doomcock is own entity.
I don't care about story or what happened before. Just what he looks like.
Just the color of his
skin. That's it. The color of his skin, yes. and every Disney thing sucks. Yes, it all sucks, ladies and gentlemen. And
not everything.
Now I'm going to sing another shitty song.
I was watching Star Wars when an Obi came and sat down beside me.
Oh God, it's such a clown.
Oh my gosh,
God Almighty.
But anyways, here's the thing, guys. Is you know what? Seek to have good conversations. Seek to come to good resolutions because that's what the Poindexter Lounge is all about. Look, we like even earlier like we get heated about stuff, man. Like and we want to get to the bottom of this stuff, right? So like William and I, man, we're like getting into this stuff. But William knows that I love him and I love William. And there ain't no way I'm letting William leave this place feeling like that I'm mad at him. Same thing with RJ. Like RJ's been coming up with it. You know what RJ's thing is RJ's been getting a little bit of a taste. RJ's been over there. He's been getting some traction on his channel over there. And people are watching him. Geeks and Gamers all of a sudden started watching him. And RJ started thinking, you know what? I know a thing or two. I'm going to talk about a thing or two. But you know what? It's great. It's awesome. We have such a good time here. And here's the thing. Differing opinions are good.
Yes.
Differing opinions are healthy. Okay. Yes. And you know what? We can argue with each other.
If we didn't
it's not hive mind. It's not a hive mind here.
Absolutely. We can sit here and argue with each other and call each other on the carpet and make fun of each other and have a good time. But at the end of the night, we know we're leaving the Poindexter Lounge with a smile on our face and can't wait to come back the next time.
right?
Yep.
And so guys, that's what we're all about here. And so thank you all for your love. Thank you guys to everyone who's been on here and everyone who's on here tonight and all those who regularly appear. You guys are awesome. And like I said, you make doing this fun, and you keep me coming back here time after time after time. So guys, until next time, stay nerdy, my friends. And we'll see how this Flash movie pans out. Hopefully. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.